Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
大家好，我是 WBG Spider。今天我是来完成我的任务 cos 季山海，然后同时我也邀请了知名季山海使用者潘德曼。
大家好，我是欧游记潘德曼。
我觉得他在联赛中打得比较牢，然后他的火男也其实也挺一般的。
我觉得他对我了解比较片面吧，我的火男并不牢。
今天为了完成这个挑战，要借助一点小道具来模拟一下火男的特效。来，我们一人一口。
这么多？
还好还好。感觉味道还是比较 OK 的，
还可以的。
我焚身身。
乐在院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now leave.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
大家好，我是 WBG4今天我是来完成我的任务 cos 季山海，然后同时我也邀请了知名季山海使用者潘德曼。
大家好，我是OUG潘德曼。
我觉得他在联赛中打得比较牢，然后他的火男也其实也挺一般的。
我觉得他对我了解比较片面吧，我的火男并不牢。
今天为了完成这个挑战，要借助一点小道具来模拟一下火男的特效。来，我们一人一口。
这么多？
还好还好。感觉味道还是比较 OK 的，
还可以的。
我焚身身。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏黄柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同音魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace.
Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
但是只有9秒8秒，正刀以后冲5拉开，再给鬼板段追上，想直接出3B，因为没时间了。这里的话，反手又一个正脚，踹不出来呀。
虽然小队有一个角柱，对吧？反撞
又被抓
结束。那麦克这周之旅再次结束。此时此刻，还是像我们彼时彼刻一样，我们的微博 Gaming 小蜘蛛再次拿下一个周冠。
赛场上从来不缺遗憾2字，经历过低谷才能够登上顶峰。
无惧外人的评价，成绩才是我的目标。
但是麦克能回去吗？又是一个游戏被赞了。
是金子总会发光的。
转眼之间，已经来到春季赛的最后一个双周。
又是白菜点少，再来一次 Panda-Man。
他在这边的话，一点机会都不给你。
我一定会抓住最后的机会。
想要打出成绩，就一定要无惧任何对手。
那小新神现在要趁势赶紧进攻，因为神乎其是一起打回血，再次锁命，不给麦克反击的机会，四面飞花直接秒杀。
最后的双周，我将全力以赴，打出最好的自己。
准备好背水一战吧。
但是好拉风这一波的话，一再收掉王僚，直接躲掉对面的赤连斩。小金这边现在血线已经很低了，直接索命，就躲掉对方冲拳，再来索命。
魔力风会让你们看到奇迹。
我再一次拿下了2次周冠，最后一个双周，所有人都将毫无保留。接下来尽情享受比赛吧。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster this evening. The roomkeeper joining me tonight is going to be Raven as we head into our 4th bi-weekly, and we are going to be taking our day 2 of solos. And you know, Raven, I think you hit the nail on the head just a few moments ago when we talked about some of these players entering their supervillain arc.
Yeah, Spider. Every time I see him smiling, he always has this just ice cold look on him. And you see it in his gameplay. He just is an absolute menace to everyone in the lobby. I still say that he is the best fighter in the lobby, even though Mike, he always has a special place in my heart and he absolutely decimates everyone else. Mike has that consistency where he does not falter. Even when he's not doing super well, you just see it in his face that he's just going to keep coming back. You cannot stop him. And you've seen it with the back-to-back wins. The Cinderella story that I'm looking forward to, Runekeeper, is they split it down the middle, though. Mike gets one of them more. And it goes 2-2 going into the finals.
You know I have to bring it up because I'm a huge Wolves fan. You know, I've got their jersey from last year on my wall, signed by all the members of Team Wolves. But Kai Bao earlier this week, absolutely dominating his lobbies as well. So, you know, I'm expecting to see a lot out of our boy Wolves Kai Bao this week as well, especially given that it's the last bi-weekly. And, you know, we don't want to see him struggling to try to make it into Worlds. And I don't think he wants to either. And that's why he's come out swinging this week here in the solos. So maybe we'll get to see him come alive for a second time today. But there's a lot of notable names going head to head today. We've got WBG Spider, we've got AOW's Mike, of course we've got Wolves Kai Bao, we've got Fang coming through as well, and then of course you know, a lot of people have their eyes on Master Demo as well. You know, we expect a lot of things coming out from this player, and I don't think the performance we got earlier this week is the Demo we're used to seeing. So hopefully we'll be able to see him come alive, and we'll get to see the true Demo shine through today in our day 2 of solos. But what are we looking forward to here in terms of hero picks, Raven?
What's surprising that the meta is constantly evolving, even though they haven't gone to the next patch and the rest of the world is playing on this new Akos meta and soon to be the new Viper meta. It's good to hear that Zipping is kind of falling out of it now. Not in NBPL. She's still one of the staple picks on an end as far as like a defensive round. But I was talking to Tryhard about it, and Zipping doesn't really counter anything. Like, you're really just depending on your mechanics, and she doesn't really do anything for you and Yang. She's just all right overall. She's just a solid pick. It feels like a throwaway pick. So you're seeing a lot of adjustments that I find interesting. You saw like the Viper pick, the Justina picks, the Valda picks. They're all coming out to counter on days that they know certain characters coming out, like Tarka. Tarka loses the water. Justina does really well overall against a lot of picks. Sometimes you see Yushan and Fong tossing out the Monk Parry Bell. We were discussing Parry Bell before. That frame 1 Parry Bell is just hilarious, and compared with Dagger, you just have so many traps to catch people with it. I'm hoping Fong does the same thing, puts on a show for us. Always one of my favorites to watch.
You know, again, in my opinion, Fong, the true supervillain. This man has been in his villain arc this season. You know, day 1 coming into the, overall for the NBPL, that final game where he just drops the legendary weapons up top. He says, look, y'all can have my scraps. I don't need them. Fights the whole lobby with the purple dagger, comes out on top. Absolutely insane player. And then, like you said, almost as if to be trolling, brings the Parry Bell in on the Monk last week as well, and it dominates most of a lobby, almost walks away the overall MVP as well. Like, this is a player who clearly has come out this season to show people that not only can he win games, but he can do it in a way that is cheeky and with a little bit of BM as well, because he's tired of people putting some disrespect on his name. And you have to admire a player who's willing to come out and risk it all just for the sake of a little bit of BM onto some of their other players, so that players start to respect you a little bit more. But again, we take a look there at those scoreboards, and it is Wolves Kai Bao, who's sitting all the way at the top right now, had a 40-point day for himself this last day of solos here in our 4th and final bi-weekly of the spring split. So it's going to be interesting to see how he performs today. It's going to be very interesting to see how all of these players perform, because it is a stacked lobby going forward today, Raven.
Of course. And T225, man, every time I see him and I see how explosive his playstyle is, I wish his coach would just step him aside and just be like, you don't have to go all in every time. We could dial it back just a smidge, and that's all it would take for him to like transcend to that coveted first place. He's always there in second place because he's always willing to go for it, and he's very accurate with his explosives playstyle. Now, there's just certain moments where you just shouldn't do it, like going into the second Yang. You just don't need to do it if you're really set up for endgame. Just play that endgame scenario, secure those placement points, and he would see him at the top if he'd do it. Man, it's heartbreaking every time I see him play.
I just say, look in here. By the way, for you ladies and gentlemen at home, it is Alliance's Jin's birthday today. You're gonna see him blowing out his birthday candles here. Look, I got him the crown and everything. The man's oh yeah, give him the cake. Oh no, I really thought that cake was about to go into his face. I'm not even gonna lie. The man looked like he was about to set our boy up here from JDG. But we extend our absolute birthday wishes out to Alliance's Jin. Happy birthday, Jin. An absolute just unit of a player. This is something we talked about yesterday with Alliance in general. This is a team that really has started to pull themselves together in this particular season. They have learned from all of their mistakes playing throughout the seasons and have just improved so drastically, and Jin is a huge part of that.
I wonder what flavor this cake is, Rudekeeper. I've never seen this colored cake before. Maybe green tea is looking like. I'm wondering if Jin, they let Jin just win a round. Birthday boy rules. Who's gonna be the guy to be the good guy? Let him notice it's Jin in the last 1v1 and just just go a little easy on the birthday boy.
No. Look, it can be your birthday. We're gonna celebrate, and I mean, absolute king. He's out here sharing his cake with everybody, from his co-competitors to the hosts on set. True gentleman. But when it comes down to NARAKA and it's time to fight, the kid gloves come off. You enter the arena, everybody's equal. None of this, we're gonna let somebody win. There's too much on the line, too much pride going here. And if I'm Alliance's Jin, I don't want somebody to let me win, right? I just talking about how much hard work Team Alliance has put in, and how Jin has been one of those players who has done so much work on themselves. They've improved so drastically since season 1 and season 2 of the NBPL. This team really has gone places. And we talked about it yesterday, how there are other teams, I'm looking at WBG of course, who haven't gotten worse as teams, but it doesn't feel like they've continued to put in the work to get better. And we've seen those teams start to fall off, and teams like Team Alliance, who continue to work on their craft and continue to improve, slowly start to work their way up. And I mean, Alliance finished out yesterday in top 3, a huge accomplishment for that team, considering the level of competition that they were against, Raven.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these teams, even if they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, these guys are all competitors. I love seeing the Cinderella stories of the teams who come back and keep on fighting. It's extremely intimidating to fight against these big names like Mike and Spider. You have these guys who just seem to roll over the lobby, and then when you see them coming towards you, you either show up and try to take the fight, or you run away. And it breaks my heart to see certain players just never throw a swing back and just completely die with their back towards their opponent. And going into this first round, I'd like to see some of these newer players actually take the Yang. Hopefully they got into the lab and worked on their zero band, their straight dueling, to just show and give them a confidence boost. Because first round, a lot of people like to play it slow, but I'm a big believer in playing it fast and getting the nerves out and just having a good momentum to the start of the day. Especially when you have these really, really strong players. They're always gonna take advantage of the nerves in the beginning, and if you come out swinging, they're gonna be like, all right, young blood, it's like that today. Let's see what you got. And we got Demo on the Valda. That's what I like to see, and a couple of Justinas. I'm telling you, this is what I was excited about, RuneKeeper. Some different picks in the meta. They're trying to squeeze every drop of efficiency out of this current meta.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we love to see Justina actually coming back into the meta, both in solos and trios. We were shocked a few weeks ago to see our first Justina pick coming through, and the fact that the particular comp they were running that Justina on actually, walking away with the MVP not once but twice out of the 3 games it was played. But here today, no surprises to see so much Justina, quite honestly, in the solos with how well it has been doing. Spider going to be running the only Faria into the lobby. I'm going to see a few Mataris here as well. One Zeeping coming in from Railgun. And then, of course, Demo going to be piloting Valda here in game number 1, which is going to be extremely interesting to see. I love seeing Valda come out in solos. I know Moxie, if she's watching right now, is also excited. We have so many Valda players here in NA who love to see some good Valda coming through in the NBPL. But this is going to be interesting, man. Again, it's such a stacked lobby. We've talked about so many names here, but we also got GG Shaw. We've got JDG's Chu Zhang, who really impressed the both of us last week as well. Like, this really is going to be quite the interesting day of NARAKA, given groups A and C going head to head here. And Celestra off the rip already going to be a hotspot. We're going to see quite a few teams dropping over there. Just to the west of Celestra, where you can get all of those dark tide coins, and it's going to be heavily contested. Alliance's Jin going to be opting for a different strategy, going to be dropping over by Secret Tunnel, looking at those Fireflies and potentially loot all of Eventide Temple to themselves, while the rest of these players are all centralized around Celestra, and it's going to be a brawl from the rip, Raven.
Oh, we got the Firefly Dane, Alliance Jin trying to claim the Firefly Cave. He's going to kick his way down here, get some Fireflies, have that ult on deck. But Spider immediately at the money location, already 1 HP, willing to go into the pocket and take this fight, but Chu Zhang takes the goat down with that great sword. LNB knows that Spider's going to try to disengage and just scoops up his legs. Now, the reason why I call this spot the money spot, all these boxes, chat, has tons of money, and what that money gives you is tons of J's, and that's why you see Demo here. He plays a long game where he tries to set himself up perfectly for endgame, having the most amount of loot possible, and now he does have purple armor and a blue katana off spawn. This is Demo's comfort zone. If he's able to find a fight here, I know he'd be willing to take it. He has enough heals to take this fight. And we have Shen Yuan hiding in the trail, looking for the scale rush, not able to get it. Demo caught a little bit off guard, finds composure though. He's looking for that opener. Throwing 2 blues immediately, knowing that he has F3, catches the 1, sending the 1, 2, 3, an enjoyer of the just default attack chat. Demo is the 1, 2, 3 enjoyer. Now Shen Yuan running that F2, not going to get a heal from it, and Demo actually gets parried. I was surprised that he was willing to send so many blues out. Finally sends overholds this next one, but he keeps throwing blues. Just a free bird through these blue skies and annihilate Shen Yuan. I would have been surprised by that, about Demo's recklessness. He's come to play today. Now we have Fong and Spider at the tower. Now Spider did die off spawn, and Fong with his trusty old dagger. He is the dagger master, and Spider does not have that much loot. It doesn't matter if it's a white dagger. Fong is going to use that dagger. Now Spider being the only fairy in the lobby is actually going to work against him, but now we have Chu Zhang at the money spot, getting juggled, getting reset off the scale rush over and over. He's going to need some space to reset here, using the Goomba Stomp to get some damage on, recompose. He doesn't immediately jump in the mech. Really, really smart play by him. Doesn't really want to burn his ult. Now, he's at 50% ult charge now. It did get nerfed in the previous patch, so it's not as strong. But now we have Mike on Matari. This is my favorite opener, Runekeeper. Matari is kind of just good against everything right now. She's good against the aggressive characters. She's good against the defensive characters. And she is probably the best assassin for third partying right now. As I say that, Mike is the victim of getting third party. He uses the F3 to reset and break some ankles. Demo wonders where Mike has gone. Mike using this rock to get a full reset, though. You love to see it.
Yeah, EWG's Shen Yuan over here engaging JDG's Chu Zhang. This fight still breaking out between these two over here by the money spot. Shen Yuan with the white staff, though, at a little bit of a disadvantage here, given his armor's already been ripped off. And the third party looking to come through here from Wolves Kai Bao. And, of course, we still have that pillar in place for Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang in a very advantageous situation for himself. Juran going to be forced to use that teleport, pop the ultimate to get the reset, and re-teleport out yet again as AOW's Mike shows up to the party as well. Wolves Kai Bao going to be forced to use that F to take a reset here as Mike pressures off to go give chase to JDG's Chu Zhang, and Kai Bao more than happy to give chase here, looking for the opening into the third party. May have engaged just a little too early here, but is going to wait for the optimal moment here to come in with the pulsar, trying to catch Chu Zhang off guard if he can. Here's that moment, but he's actually going to catch on to Mike. Mike going to come in with the backstab onto Wolves Kai Bao. Kai Bao now going to give chase here. Mike, though, with the ability to just F back. There it is. Kai Bao knows where he's at, though. Going to turn around and immediately look to finish this elimination onto AOW's Mike off. Mike, no tools left in his kit, going to be falling victim to that heavy staff, and we're going to see Kai Bao give chase while the other player looks to back away. But it's Demo with the bow from literally downtown out of nowhere who comes in to steal the elimination. That's going to be 2 eliminations off the rip here for Master Demo for Team KZ. What a shot that was to get it through the window at that angle, Raven. Demo, an absolute mad lad.
You love to see it. Demo starting off with that first week energy. Now, he didn't have the best finals performance, but he's shaking it off. He's back to the drawing board, and I'm glad to see he's still firing on all cylinders here. I'm curious to see how Kai Bao has made this adjustment that it has him dominating this weekly. But now, EW Shiran now, she's been having a tough time in NBPL so far. I've seen her do really, really well in these fights, and it looks like she's going toe to toe, and it's just her timing with these third parties. And as I say that, Demo lurking again with the third party, landing a big bow shot on Ego. Ego a little bit confused at where all this damage is coming from. Now, Chiron wisely backs up, can get a couple heals off so she can come back and take these kills. Debo not overcommitting to the situation, and this is a lot of what he was really successful at the first week he came into the league. He never overextended. He went for high probability plays, just came in, found a 1 HP opponent. It was a bow shot, it was just a one chart, it was a light attack. He just snuck in some great kills. Now we go back to the GOAT, Spider. He scaled up. He is the only fairy in the lobby. Everyone knows it's him. That's a good and bad thing. It is Spider, but can you take down Spider, especially a full HP Spider next to Celestia, where he has one of the best disengages in the league? Now, Chuzeng, it seems to be Spider's kryptonite. He just has that bug spray for Spider, and Spider waiting for that Yang, being on Faria, going against the Justinas. Man, Faria is just that tie or win character. If she wants to, she can stall you out, and it's just you get the Yang depletion, or I like to call the Yang buff, that just highly motivates you to go get a kill, go get super aggressive, all in someone. I'm hoping we get Mike versus Spider here. Unfortunately, Mike not able to match that E fast enough. We get Fong versus Kai Bao and Ego versus Spider.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup here. Spider versus Ego. Spider immediately going to use that grapple to go airborne, looking to make a little bit of early damage there with the cannon, but not quite able to find the shot into the spear. Hot swap into the cannon, though, to find a little bit of that extra burn damage here. Smart plays against the Justina player, who looks to use that F2 to go in and get a little bit of that armor back up. But Spider going to continue the juggle with the staff here. Ego continues to let him find that 1-2 into the juggle uppercut off of the staff, and Spider will continue to abuse that combo and make a short work of him here as we turn now to Wolves Kai Bao versus KLA's Feng. Feng finds the distance there, coming in with the swap into the dagger. Will clean up the elimination onto Wolves Kai Bao, and it's going to be Ego and Kai Bao heading out of these realms of Yang with that Yang depletion. And of course, Feng. Wait, did Feng just take Mystic Might? Am I going crazy, Raven?
He's doing it. He wants to find that play.
Apparently he wants to hunt down the opponents here by taking the Mystic Might, but it does deny him access to Vermilion for the rest of the game here, as he will not be able to find it inside the second realm of Yang. So interesting choices coming out of Fong here, but he does have that legendary set of dual blades. He just doesn't get the safety net throughout the mid game that he typically looks for. WBG Spider here with the set of legendary nunchucks, turning on to TE's S railgun here and absolutely starting to put in work after he catches that uppercut combo. The uppercut coming from these nunchucks, such a strong combo if you can land it on somebody. A massive parry from WBG Spider, and not only the follow-up riposte, but also Fong coming in doing some damage as well. Spider now turning his attention to KLA's Fong here, looking to absolutely blitz him down, and Fong might be regretting that decision to take Mystic Might over Vermilion Bird's Might, because if he gets eliminated here, that is it for our boy KLA Fong here. But Wolves Kai Bao coming in, looking to capitalize on the fight breaking out between Spider and Fong, because Kai Bao in desperate need of that Soul Bloom so he can get rid of that Yang depletion.
That is true. He might be regretting his decision going for the Mystic. Now, he does get 20% damage reduction, and he does find the perfect opportunity for that third party. He just doesn't notice that Chuzang's lurking in the background and yoinks the kill with the musket. Now, Celestia is the infinite kite spot. You will not catch people here with great movement, especially Fong with his instant scale rush with that dagger. When you use dagger, it has the fastest scale rush in the game. It doesn't go the farthest, but it is the fastest when you touch the wall. Now, we have the weekly leader right now, Kai Bao, looking to get in, do some work on Spider. Spider running for his life, using his top of the bridge to scale rush across. This is one of the hardest places to catch people in this bridge route. There are 3 different levels that people can be on. There's so many different walls that they can scale rush up and down, and there's a hole in the middle that they can go up and down. Now, but Spider still able to get that reset, and he does have that cannon with the flame breath, and that's going to be big money going into endgame. Now, if Fariel gets to this endgame, she will have the best chance of winning, but can she survive all these Ice Weasels, all these Justinas? No, she cannot, but she does have the buff, though. That's why we go to buff instead of Mystic. Kai Bao immediately gets exploded, and there's just a mosh pit inside Celestia in this pit. All the Justinas popping their ult, trying to yoink the kill. Mike barely dodging the wheel, going by. Chu Zhang lurking in the shadows, and Shang Yu decides he's a blueberry in there. He has a blue armor. This is not safe. Everyone got purple armor here. The second someone pokes me, I'm gonna get targeted, so I'm out of here. I'm gonna go find a chest. And speaking of chests, chat, we have some codes to the right. If you're looking to get into NARAKA, it's one of the best battle royales and only battle royale that is a fighting game on the market.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate here for Fong. Fong taking that Mystic Might, not finding the exact eliminations he was looking for here. And the thing is if he had taken Vermilion Bird's Might while he was in that fight earlier, he could have stuck around and tried to just pressure the fight to potentially pick up an extra elimination there before the buff ran out. But because he didn't, he was actually forced to back off and spend so much time just kind of zooming around Celestia. And in the end, the only player to get any sort of gain out of these fights breaking out was Zhang Yu. He comes down bottom, picks up both the elimination onto WBG Spider and onto Wolves Kai Bao. And luckily for Spider, Spider did take that Vermilion Bird's Might. So he's still in the game going forward here. And that's kind of why you always see these players end up taking Vermilion over the Mystic Might there. Such an interesting decision, though, from Fong. I like it. I feel like it was a very emotional decision in the moment. Like, he was like, all right, I've got, you know, there's so many players tight around here. I'm going to be able to see everybody on the map. Let me go in and start picking up eliminations. But unfortunately, you do lose that safety net, and we see it not end up working out for KLA's Fong. As we turn back here, to see, yeah, look at this. It's the perspective here for Zhang Yu, who picks up both of the eliminations onto WBG Spider and Wolves Kai Bao with the bow. Like you said, though, with the blue armor, though, more than happy to take their 2 eliminations and just go ahead and get straight on out of there. And everybody else so confused about kind of what happened in that mosh pit that everybody looking to back out of the fight gives Zhang Yu the opportunity to escape. And we're going to turn here now to our second set of Realms of Yang, and it's AOW's Mike, who looks to be currently uncontested. WBG Spider still hanging out here with that purple armor, but is KLA Fong, are they going to take the risk and go into the Realm of Yang a second time? It looks like they haven't made that decision just yet. They're hanging out. Maybe they will decide to go in, but maybe not. And AOW's Mike will take the Realm of Yang completely uncontested. As we have a little fight break out here, GG Shaw trying to get their hands on some scraps out of the box. OC Zhang Yu here being given chase to by multiple players, and it looks like Fong has decided to go inside the Realm of Yang, and we're going to turn to that fight here in just a little bit. But Zhang Yu on the run right now, no armor available to them, taking a ton of tick damage from the zone, is able to find an armor swap inside here, cannot find the HP that they need. Unfortunately, they're going to die to zone tick here. Oh my goodness, as soon as WBG Spider throws out there, there's just nothing that Fong can do. Turning now to AOW's Mike and KLA's Fong. Fong gonna go ahead and use that out, get a little bit of armor back, but doesn't want to hold out too long and give Mike the opportunity to find any sort of reset here. Mike finding work, though, with the staff here. Fong really trying to put in the work with the dagger, though. Mike, unfortunately, missing that first backstab on the teleport. Finds the second one, but it's canceled out by the ult coming out from Fong. Fong able to find the freeze, though. No place for Mike to go, and KLA's Fong will find their second victory inside the Realm of Yang.
Man, this Justina pick seems to do really, really well versus Matari. I've personally had trouble versus the Justina matchup as Matari, even with the buff. I feel like Justina really gets to dictate the tempo of the fight. Now, Fong is playing F1, so she really can play that stall game as well. F1 gives you an armor heal at the end of it, and now Fong's super set up for this end game with his trusty old dagger. And you saw Spider there previously killing Ego in Storm because he has Flame Breath with the cannon that has burn damage. This seems to be one of the big shifts in the solo meta, that once you have a cannon, you desperately look for that flame breath. And even if you don't have it, it's such a good tool in this endgame to pressure other players because it's very easy to land attacks. As I say that, Mike chasing Demo around, trying to get this Valda out of here. Valda, one of the characters as well, and he is the only Valda in the lobby, just like Spider is the only fairy in the lobby. Now, Spider is one of the few Mataris in the lobby, and they know Spider or Mike is a big threat, and Shaw is trying to take Mike out, and Mike immediately pops his ult and is going to go to town on Shaw, getting him off of him, using that F3 to teleport and reset and hug this wall. Anytime Matari has any type of buildings or a wall, she is going to be good to go in order to reset and survive. It really takes multiple players to lock her down. And Shaw, unfortunately, is being targeted by the whole lobby. Everyone realizes that tag Shaw is it. It's time to chase him down. Spider with that cannon gets to dictate who's going to get lobbied with that flame breath. Shaw's not going to be able to pick up his white heals, and because of that burn damage, it's going to cut his heals in half every time he goes to heal. Shaw does have a staff. He's able to use these focus and dashes repeatedly over and over to create some space, get that armor reset, but still, the flame breath from Spider is putting constant pressure from Shaw. There is nowhere left to run with the circle being this small. It is the inevitable that he will be caught here. It's just who is going to get this kill today. Now, we've been seeing a lot of bows here today, Runekeeper, because the bow shot having that double charge and just coming in with that meaty shot, and it's very, very quiet. Oh, Exeron actually picks up the kill. She's on the board. It's a new week, new her. New destiny. She's rewriting a destiny. She can hang with the boys. Unfortunately, now Fong with the buff is going to track her down. This is Matari's worst enemy, the Bell buff. She can't hide anywhere that she blinks. She's gonna have to go out on her shield. Who is she gonna attack on her way out? Spider's here with that flame breath cannon. Sanjuan needs to find a new home. She needs more buildings to kite. This is not enough space. She's at 1 HP. She looks for the armor reset. A little bit of a flub here. Mike holding that army comes in with the overhead and chops her head off.
Super duper unfortunate for Giron. They actually step to the edge of the zone there so that they can pick up that elimination, and unfortunately it ends up leading to their demise as they end up going low. And in a lobby full of sharks, like, this is going to be KLA's Fong's turn now. You know, Fong giving chase to both of those previous kills, now falling victim to the exact same thing, but for some reason these players actually giving him space. I think nobody really realized Fong had gone so low. I think the player who actually hit them with that musket shot was kind of on the other side of the map, and when you've got players like WBG Spider and AOW's Mike between you and your potential victim, you kind of let that one go. So Fong gonna live to fight another day. It looked like it was just going to be one player being rolled up in that death streak over and over again, but the threat of the space being created by Mike and Spider's positioning there, keeping the other players from pressuring on to Fong, and Fong able to find that reset behind the rock on the other side of the map. We are 1 minute and 20 seconds until Zone 4 collapses onto Zone 5. And we're going to see a big portion of the zone actually cut off by a natural Bane's Breath here. So many of these players are going to be forced away from sort of these vertical positions that they're wanting to hold. WBG Spider heading into the box, unable to get their hands onto that legendary armor as a huge cannon shot comes down, and they're forced to use their F ability to just get away from the box here. There is still a legendary longsword available in the box, a weapon that's been heavily favored in solos as well, and it looks like Ego really wants to go back and try to get their hands on it. You actually see them drop their staff in anticipation to be able to go in and just grab that weapon out of the box, but it looks like they've missed their opportunity to do just that, as so many players have pressured onto the box. But Ego, not quite sure if somebody was able to get it or not. KLA's Fong taking a ton of damage and risking a lot going in here and standing inside the Bane's Breath, trying to find their reset. AOW's Mike coming in and looking for them, but not quite finding the direction that Fong's in. Fong just barely walking away there from the Bane's Breath, coming down 1 second left remaining on that. And now Fong going to take control of this hut here, and with this dagger going to be able to hold so much of this space, Raven.
This is one of the benefits of everyone playing the same character you on the same map. Fong is able to use that Bane's Breath to go in, break contact, use that triple dash, and there are a couple Justinas running around. Now, the tricky thing about this, even though you're the same character, you're not all using the same weapon. So one of the tricks you can actually do is have a different weapon, and when you break line of sight from whoever is chasing, you switch weapons, and it's kind of like a cosplay. Like, yeah, I'm not that one-trick dagger player. I'm actually playing longsword, bro. You got the wrong guy. Now, Mike, confused. There's a gold longsword getting Phoenix Blast across the map. Mike also doing the cosplay, switching to pole sword, trying to get everyone off his case so they don't realize it's the Matari that just get absolutely massacred by that Phoenix Blast. With the longsword, there is an attack shade that you can get that gives the longsword 2 beams. It's one of the best shades in the game. Mike getting Phoenix Blast again and using the parry animation to actually try to dip out so that Fong cannot track him and where he goes next, because Fong is the only player that knows that Mike took a ton of damage. Now, Spider picking up on the scent that someone is bleeding. Another shark, the great white of the lobby. Spider looking to pick up his rival. Everyone knows that Mike is on this Matari. He always opens up with Matari. It's one of his tried and trues. He's kind of set the meta in the league for the Matari, and he's always had really successful rounds in the weeklies and in finals. A ton of success, and because he's able to disengage, he always has a good solid first game. Fong now getting pushed to 1 HP, and Mike going back to full health. Now Fong against the ropes, trying to survive here. Everyone does have that flame breath. It doesn't look like Fong is going to be able to get out here. There is nowhere left to run. Mike throwing in these horizontals, trying to yoink this kill. Doesn't want to go too low here, and lets Fong get away just for now. Fong disappearing in the trees is actually gonna break contact and survive. This is the first time, Runekeeper, that I gave a caster's blessing, where because we were watching him, he actually survived.
Look, Kalen's Feng, this is twice now he's gotten himself out of very sticky situations, and it's just been off the back of these players shirking. One of the advantages of being in lobbies like this and understanding how players shirk like this as well is that you can actually find yourself getting out of some of these situations by creating so much tension that multiple players are coming in trying to pick up the elimination on you, and those players end up being forced to engage with one another if they want to try to continue the chase. And as they engage with each other, they create these openings for you to get out. And if you're able to create some damage onto one of those players as well, you can potentially shift the target very quickly. These players do not care who's bleeding. They are going to be on the player that is bleeding. So if you're able to create some damage onto another player and take attention off of yourself, these other players are more than happy to just go ahead and shift focus instantly, because a kill is a kill. They don't really care who it's on at the end of the day, as long as they are the one securing it. And that's what we see Fong do. Fong throws out damage while keeping it moving, keeping the pressure up so that multiple players are forced into that fray. And because of that, he is going to continue to live through this lobby, and has made it all the way to our top 6 here, holding on right now with 4 eliminations at the very top of the pack. We of course currently have KL's Fong, WBG's Spider, KZ's Demo, JDG's Chujang, Alliance's Jin, and AOW's Mike. Ironically, almost every single player we were giving high praise to at the very beginning of the day, Raven.
I was just thinking that too, Runekeeper. I was like, this is the perfect ending. We got the birthday boy here. We got the crowd favorites, Spider and Mike. We got Demo, our last hope. We got Fong, the menace, the troll, the dagger demon. We got Chuzeng, the up-and-coming dark horse of NBPL. You couldn't get a better end game here. I'm really hoping that the birthday boy gets it. I'm sure if the veterans are true homies, they go easy on the birthday boy. You know, he gave him cake. I know. I saw the plus rep. They know who Jin is in the lobby now. They're like, man, I can't kill him. He gave me cake. It's just it's that subconscious that you got. I would do this all the time when I was in school. When I do a presentation, I'd buy some donuts and some coffee, and everyone would always enjoy it. And when you sweets is just such a finesse to your competitors. And that cake, I've never seen a cake that looked like that, Runekeeper. I'm sure there was some special love in that cake. He even went out, was feeding them, giving it to everyone. There's no way you could feel hostility towards this man on his birthday. And you're seeing that Jin is just getting to live here to this end game, just not really focused at all. No one's really harassing him. They're just going after those Farias, that diabolical Fong with his dagger, and it's gonna go to this heal off here. Now, even though everyone's playing a lot of this defensive game, it's quite the mistake versus 2 Farias. The lobby really needs to concentrate on these Farias, but I am curious who wins in such a heavy Faria Justina lobby. Normally, you really don't get to see this, and this is one of the first times we've seen this in this lobby. We do have Demo on that Valda, but I've never seen a Valda make it to heal off ever in the NBPL Runekeeper. She just always gets picked off, and Demo goes down in that 6th place, our young hero, but he does get 2 kills, and we keep going with Chuzang with that Merciless dictating a lot of the tempo of this endgame lobby. Normally we would see Spider with that cannon getting to chip everyone down, but because that staff is in the middle, threatening to juggle, it actually, when you attack with a weapon, it does break in half any projectile that comes towards you, so you're able to create some space. Speaking of that, Spider using this fence perfectly to kind of carve out a little bit of terrain for himself to get to this heal-off situation, and we're seeing that longsword Runekeeper that we mentioned before working its way into the meta, especially on Matari, that you can just send these max range beams safely. And as I say that, I curse Mike into a death. He gets taken down by his rival. Spider sinking his fangs into Mike, taking that filthy Matari out of here. Now Jin, the birthday boy, on the high ground. I'm hoping he wins, Runekeeper. I'm giving him my energy. Spider into the mech. It's going easy onto Jin. I don't know how he's found his way. He hasn't been hit at all. I swear to God, these guys are going easy on him. Now Fong getting glow, getting taken out, freezing the 2 mechs. Jin taking to the skies, able to grapple cancel over and over, while Spider and Chuzang ends up taking everyone else out on the lobby, and the mechs are going to go out it back and forth. They keep going. Now Jin coming down with the Super Saiyan dashes on Justina, dashing back and forth, and he's able to get in 2nd place and pick up that 2nd kill. Unfortunately, the GOAT himself, the stoic man himself, the hero of this story, the unmovable Spider still takes it. Birthday boy in 2nd. You like to see it though.
Oh my goodness. You know, WBG Spider here, and of course JDG's Chuzang, the only 2 Farias in the lobby. Like you said, it feels like there was a failed target acquisition going on here. These 2 players needed to be focused out. If any of these Justinas had any sort of hope of walking out on top of the lobby, and you just didn't see it, right? And a lot of that coming down to, like you said, JDG's Chuzang with the staff and that Merciless Havoc, that legendary Soul Jade, allowing him to control the spacing and the tempo of that final circle. It keeps so many players from being able to engage, because if you engage onto WBG Spider as the Matari or the Justina, Chuzang just gets to come in free with that Merciless Havoc and knock you into the zone. And if you try to engage onto Chuzang, because he is playing that Faria, he has the ability to drop that pillar and knock you back and then make you vulnerable to the rest of the lobby. Because of that, the lobby really afraid to engage either onto WBG Spider or Chuzang, because of the threat of that staff and the Merciless Havoc. So we see time and time again the lobby kind of like taking these pokes at those 2 players, and every time both of them almost in a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, right? If Spider gets targeted out, it's JDG's Chuzang who's there to capitalize on it, and vice versa. If it's Chuzang getting targeted out, Spider there to capitalize on it. And they realize this is smart plays coming from both of them, that they're the only 2 Farias left. They're going to be the last 2 players coming together. They're going to be able to control that final zone by dropping those pillars, knocking players away, and then of course meching up in the final circle. So as long as they can deal with the other players, both of them are going to be able to secure eliminations, going to be able to make it into that top 3 situation. But it's WBG Spider who gets to capitalize on it the most. Chuzang picks up a couple of eliminations with the Merciless Havoc during the lead up to it, and then Spider just able to get in the middle, go ahead and throw down that turret mode where he's just shielded up and he's not taking HP damage, and able to just continue to shove JDG's Chuzang back away from that circle. And because of that, super easy for him to just kind of capitalize on the whole thing. We see Alliance's Jin try to come in and snipe the kill away from Spider onto JDG's Chuzang in the end, but unfortunately Spider's just able to continue to throw those range shots out. Chuzang gets basically timed out by the circle. Spider picks up both the eliminations. Great game 1 coming in from WBG Spider, and it was almost disaster for Spider. He died immediately off the rip, and there was a moment that I bet KLA's Fong is absolutely regretting right now. Early on, he catches WBG Spider out after that first elimination, sees him with white armor. Wow Fong has a blue dagger and blue armor, and for whatever reason, even after grapple chasing onto Spider, sees him, backs away. I guess he sees the Faria and decides, okay, I don't really want to take this fight with the mech early, so I'm just going to back off of this. And I'm betting at the very end of this, he's regretting it pretty heavily, given that WBG Spider is going to come out on top with almost 4 points over top of him. 6 eliminations in first place finish means he's going to be walking away with a game score of 13.6. KLA's Fang with 5 eliminations and a third place finish. Going to be taking 9 points, and JDG's Chu Zhang. Sorry, no, that's a 4th place finish for Fong. I apologize. Chu Zhang with 3 eliminations and a 3rd place finish will be taking a 6.5. And Alliance's Jin, who picks up 1 elimination, will be walking away with a game score of 4.6. WBG Spider super happy with his game 1 performance.
You love to see it. Absolutely. What you were saying about Faria was spot on, that Spider and Chu Zhang end up having like a gentleman's agreement between the two where, well, if they're not going to focus us down, I guess we just win the lobby and we split it off and let the best man win. And they end up picking out all of their really, really tough competition, including Fong, including Mike, and the birthday boy Jin. Demo does have a chance to possibly get that Valda to endgame, and Valda is really, really good in the heal off because she gets that second life and she's able to freeze you up in the zone, holding you in the wave as her second health pool ticks away. It's just she can never get there. Like, even if she's F1, it is a scam of whether or not she can reset. It's not as good as Yodo's F3 where it blocks projectiles. And as you're seeing, a lot of the meta in these end games is a lot of these players are holding those cannons. You see Spider, you see Mike, the 2 kind of meta-defining players in the league, running that purple cannon and getting a ton of damage on all the players on the outside. Now, low-key, the best shade in the game, I believe, RuneKeeper, is actually the Merciless with the staff, because when you do that double charge with the staff, it's basically the Dragon Roar with the nunchucks. And what that means, chat, for the beginners, is this really, really extended combo that reaches really, really far out. But the broken part of it, the part that you can really take to your advantage, is you can turn it away and wait for it to go gold and turn it back into your opponent. Now they cannot parry it anymore. And you can do this over and over, and this allows you to command a certain spacing on the map that no one else can target you. And it's one of the reasons that Chu Zhang gets to this endgame is she has his Jade with the staff, and he's constantly marking his territory with this staff, throwing it around, showing everyone that if you get close to me, I will beat you down with my stick. Now, even though he is doing that, he still has to deal with Spider, who is the 10-time MVP of the league. He just plays everything so flawlessly, rarely a chink in his armor, and opening up with the Faria. This is something that I even thought I would do in the next upcoming solo tournament. RuneKeeper going with the Faria, playing it a little bit slow instead of going with Mike's Matari. I feel like Faria, just because it is this first round, and if you've ever played a tournament, all the new players, all the veterans, you know that first day, first tournament, first round, you're just having a little bit of butterflies in the stomach. But as soon as you start holding those blues, as soon as you start hold dodging, it goes away slowly. But you like to kind of play it slow, see what happens, and see how the days goes. And because of that, I believe that Chu Zhang and Spider, they catch the lobby sleeping. RuneKeeper, they just, everyone snoozing, playing it slow, playing it too safe. And these guys, like you said, like Fog caught Spider out in the open and didn't commit to it. Now, he did only have blue armor. It is versus white armor. It is versus, he knows who's his target is. It's either Chu Zhang or it's Spider. As the lobby starts, they're the only 2 Fairies in the lobby, so he doesn't want to hard commit just then. But at the end of the day, if Faria gets to that end game, you see the gentleman's handshake where it's just like, well, we're going to chop up this lobby, get that solid points off rip. And unlike later lobbies where you'll see the Faria hard target fired, they get away with murder.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is, you know, we've spent a lot of time this past week talking about how important target acquisition is during, you know, trios and solos. And in solos, when you come down to a lobby like this, you know who's going to be able to control that end space. And in this game, it's Faria. You need to get Faria out of there before that zone 7. really is collapsed onto, and they're able to just command that space. And unfortunately for this lobby, they just weren't able to find that target acquisition, and sometimes it's hard to make that decision making early. Like we talked about, Feng actually catches WBG Spider out early, and Spider in a really poor position in that particular moment. I don't believe he had his pillar, not that Feng knew that, but he also only had white armor, a white dagger, not the best position for you to be early as a Feria player, especially in the face of a Matari or a Justina staring you down. And Feng, even though he commits the grapples to chase, as soon as he realizes that it's a Feria, decides he doesn't want any part of it and comes to regret the decision later when both the Ferias are still alive in that late game, that final circle, and he's not able to target one or the other out because they are just covering for each other. So that target acquisition isn't really just, you know, okay, I want to get specific players out of the lobby. Sometimes you really need to be getting specific heroes out of the lobby, because if you don't, they're going to be able to dominate those circles. But we've got a short video for you guys, and then we're going to immediately come back and jump in for game number 2.
上解说席只能说都是迫不得已嘛，肯定还是想打比赛的，但是既然上去了，就好好解说嘛。所以的话，解说席还是挺有意思的，就是太累了，在那里要连做3把，然后选手的话，我们每一把都可以去上个厕所什么的，所以解说确实挺辛苦的。其实确实就是前面没有在练东西，就是前2个双周确实是菜，然后第4个双周的时候，就是这个双周之前嘛，然后好好的去学了一下，就是看了一下第一视角嘛，不管是谁，不管是小金啊还是麦克啊，就是就各种都去看了嘛，然后确实学到一点东西，然后回来的话，大概也是给自己定制的一个打法吧，所以的话，这再加上其实我是一个就是很需要前期启动的人，如果前期启动的话，我确实能打起来，但是如果前期没有杀人，我可能就不知道该干嘛了。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kai Bao giving us just a little bit of an insight to his mental here. And, you know, talking about the ability to sort of start snowballing if he can find those kills in the early game, but not able to do anything if he can't find those early eliminations. And this is something, you know, that Team Wolves in general sort of struggles with, is that early game aggression and how hard they come out of the gate. And when it doesn't go their way, overall, they don't really know how to adapt. And Kai Bao kind of giving his secret away that he's exactly like his trios team. If he can't find those early eliminations and catch that early momentum, he doesn't really know what to do. He lacks direction heading into that mid and late game, which is really a shame because, you know, we talk about Wolves Kai Bao. We're talking about a player that last year during season 2, it was like every single day we came in, it was Wolves Kai Bao and WBG Spider trading kills off of each other. Kai Bao would find an early elimination off of Spider. Spider would come back and kill him. Then Kai Bao would, you know, find him in a realm of Yang and finish him there. Spider would go get a soul bloom, come back, trade another kill off of him, and it was just like these two kept going back and forth. Wolves Kai Bao really quite one of the most skilled players in the league. It's that decision making and figuring out what he wants to do during that mid game when things don't go well early, where Kai Bao as a player really seems to suffer. It's not a skill gap for him, Raven.
Yeah, and this is something that the coaches should really fill in the role for Kai Bao. I'm curious to see when he gets his game time going, what it's going to look like. Definitely in the mid game, if your plan A doesn't go the way you want to go, just being able to focus on some type of plan B really does a ton for your mental. The fact that he doesn't have an answer in his mid game is very surprising because of how successful he is. That just goes to show how talented of a player he is, that he's making something out of nothing when he really doesn't have any strategy. And something that you can do in that mid game is look to salvage bodies and get your game going as far as finding the weapon of choice that you personally like, getting that heal box, and looking for those third-party opportunities. Now, having someone to do a scouting report for you so that you know where on the map you want to be at certain times is really, really helpful. And all of these guys in their clubs have someone that they work with over and over. I'm curious to see what he has in store for this daytime Holoroth. Now, Cloudy doesn't have any Fireflies, but the interesting thing about Holoroth, it still has the ult cages. There are cages around the map that are static spawns. They're not 100% guaranteed, but when you find them, you're able to use them to get your ult, so you still have a little bit of burst capability. One example of this is in the top left at the Yushan Ruins. There is always a Firefly cage when you port in, and a lot of the times a Firefly there, and you see a lot of the best duelers go there for that isolated fight. Now it is a little bit tricky. The area has a ton of different corners, crevices, mountaintops, and the portals go all around the map. So if you're looking for a spot where you want to have ult off spawn, you don't like playing a lot of zipping, crazy chaos, as you're seeing in this lobby, most of this lobby is going zipping. We have Kaibao on zipping, Jin on zipping, Panda Man, Shaw, Mike, Ego,
you know,
zipping.
Yeah, this is something you typically see coming into Holoroth map 1. If you're going to see a zipping heavy lobby, it's going to be typically Holoroth. And there's something about that verticality and the extra amount of places that allow you to scale rush, especially if you're in a place like Plumed or out where you have all these slippery rocks and stuff, that zipping really excels because she's either able to use that bubble or the ult to allow herself to heal while she can continue to move. And because there's so much movement possibilities on a map like Holoroth, there's so much verticality, it can be so hard to keep track of a zipping, and the fact that she can heal while she moves really makes it even harder to track them down because they don't have to stop and just go ahead and use those pots to find the reset. They just burn their ability and keep it moving, and that's why you typically see so many zippings coming through on these Holoroth map selections, because they can play so hyper defensively, and when they make a mistake, it's very hard for these other players to capitalize on it. We're gonna cut now to WBG Spider though, who's gonna be swapping things around and coming in onto their Matari pick for round 2 here. We're gonna see Wolves Kaibao going head to head here with Panda Man and Wolves Kaibao, 2 fan favorites actually here, and both of them on the zipping. But unfortunately, Kaibao going to go airborne here with the uppercut coming in from the katana. Of course, the katana being one of Panda Man's all-time favorite weapons. He's gonna catch the read onto the parry as well, and that's gonna be it for Kaibao as he gets sent back to the Soul Altar early by Panda Man. GG Shah also going to catch the read here on the WBG Spider, following it up with the dagger. Will pick up an early elimination onto WBG Spider. And this is interesting because both WBG Spider and Wolves Kaibao are players who are pretty mental players, and when they get eliminated early, it is tough for them to make a comeback and have a good game. Now turning over to Shen Yuan, going head to head with JL's Ego. Ego going to back away from the threat of the bubble here. Smart plays as Ego will drop their own bubble to get some healing in, and Shen Yuan trying to find it. There we go with the parry into the riposte though. Ego going to be taking a ton of damage. Going to hold the blue though. Long holds it, ends up coming out on top and sends Shen Yuan back to the Soul Altar.
Man, the aggression coming out of the lobby today, everyone is taking their first read and just running with it. Now turning the Spider versus Demo. I'm pretty sure Demo's not going to take this fight. He's going out. Spider just alphaing the loot. Those situations of going for those hard reads. Now, you know, actually coming out of the corner, willing to take this fight, and Spider using that Matari trick, able to blink onto the ceiling, looking for the scale rush, and using that first F break to reset and go again. Now, Demo on the Matari still has his cooldowns, knows that Spider is against the ropes, but Spider, even though you have him against the ropes, he's gonna find that armor swap. You know, carrying him across, and with that sticky staff, keeping and maintaining pressure on Spider. Staff being one of the best weapons to chase down your opponent. Now, while you're in this, the melee aim assist is gonna do you no justice, and Demo knows this, and is going to choose to take this reset while Spider's able to get max range and get that distance. As I was talking about, some of the places on the edge that you can land that most people don't see, these is the caves in the middle of the map, a little bit to the left, and you see Fong versus Railgun. Now, one of the cool things about finding spots like this that you personally love is the unique kiting path that you can do. You're seeing Fong able to break and create some space versus Railgun to get these heal offs, because Railgun may not be as familiar with this area, while Fong, with that trusty dagger and that super fast scale rush, is able to create this space. Now we have one of the best dagger players in the world, Mike versus Ego. Ego is against the ropes, but he's able to get this armor swap, able to keep going, but Mike throwing that one charge parry, going back and forth, pressuring Ego, forcing his hand and capturing him as he turns his back to him. Perfect play by Mike.
Yeah,
absolutely
huge,
dominating the spacing.
I would say huge misread by Ego there too. He actually tap dodges forward into the blue charge hold from Mike, as if he expects Mike not to let it rip after those frames from the tap dodge forward go away there. And I mean, Mike really in an optimal position to just get away with letting that rip, and Ego actually gets hugely punished for it as well. Fong here is just going to actually go ahead and use the pillar there to create the space to extend that combo and guarantee the elimination. And beautifully here as well is he almost immediately gets his ult back, right? He doesn't have to commit to actually using the ult if he just extends the combo to pick up the elimination. And then on top of that, he gets the bonus damage from extending the combo, which gets him bonus rage. And then he's able to go ahead and pick up that soul bloom, and he finds himself back at 75% charge almost instantaneously. So the threat of the third party, very, very minimal coming in for Fong in that fight. Plays that extremely well. WBG Spider still out here at Plume Castle as well. Demo nearby, still looking to potentially keep that fight going, as we turn and take a look at OUG's Panda Man, who is able to pick up an early elimination onto Wolves Kai Bao. Panda Man somehow able to find himself a set of legendary dual blades this early on. Not quite sure if he got those from the puzzle or not, but I would assume he was able to get those from Podium, given that that's where he killed the Wolves Kai Bao early on in the game. Speaking of which, Kai Bao heading back up towards Podium, where he lost his life pretty early here, looking to find any loot that he can. He's going to find a couple of upgrades for some pots there. EWG's Zhu Ran here is still holding on tight. We haven't seen anybody fully eliminated from this game. A much, much slower game compared to game number one, Raven, where off the rip we saw multiple players just being eliminated, and Celestra was such a hot spot. As we are zone 1 collapsing onto zone 2, we're getting to see those first sets of Realm of Yang come together, and it looks like Baoda Shen Yuan and OC Zhang Yu looking to pressure towards those Realms of Yang. It looks like Zhu Ran also thinking about doing the same, as well as WBG Spider. Panda Man more than happy to just keep looting on the outside of the zone here, knowing that they are going to be behind given how early that they were eliminated. And it looks like Wolves Kai Bao and KZ's Demo also going to be trying to pressure onto one of these Realms of Yang.
I love these defensive rounds where more of the lobby is alive going into these end games. It's very interesting to see how these top players take these terrain situations and maximize every little part of it. Now, Mike versus EWG Sharon, right before this Yang, we're seeing it going crazy. Everyone's jumping in those mosh pits. Spider trying to take advantage of the situation, and somehow Mike ends up getting out of here. Shanruan, the only one here. Actually, she is another zipping. They just choose to focus her down, and she gets absolutely annihilated, waiting for this box or this Yang by the 5 different players. The half of the lobby is right here. The box is here. The entrance to Yang is here. Spider is here on that Matari, able to blink out of here, create some space. There is a lot of kiting you can do at this platform over here. When you go under, you can continuously scale rush, but this is what I've been waiting for, to see this Yang go down. And now we have Shenyuan on the Valda versus Fairy. I'm very curious to see if Valda on Pole Sword is able to create enough bursts within this time frame to kill a Feria. And surprisingly, Shangyu opens up with the Goomba Stomp, doesn't get the follow-up focus attack off of it, and now Shenyuan is going to slow it down, looking for this scale rush, trying to get some momentum, waiting for her bubble to come back up. When she gets that bubble up, she's going to be looking for the big combo. This is very, very common in the Chinese meta. On the ladder, there are tons of Valdas, but as I said, that she opens up and gets parried on her focus attack. She is against the rope right now. Valda does get the hit, though. She's going to be able to get a huge combo here almost 100-0 her with the Goomba stop, and that focus attack ends up taking her down. Shang-Yu clutches it up. What a nail biter, Runekeeper.
Yeah, I mean, Shen-Yu in the early game here actually just completely crushes any momentum that Rivalda player has. They use that pillar to actually break the first F1 that comes out, and because of that, the Voltage is forced to play entirely defensively when they want to be on the offense there, and that ends up losing them the game in the long run there. They are able to finally find that second bubble and get a ton of damage off, but because of how defensively they were forced to play, they're so far behind in the fight at this point that they're just not able to follow up and make something happen without getting themselves eliminated. We're going to see AOW's Mike here jump onto the Ballista, looking to try to create some sort of space into this fight, but all of these players know just how dangerous Podium it is and how dangerous it is to take the fights nearby, given that that Ballista is there. So you're going to see them actually shifting the fight away, and GG Shaw going to go very low off the back of multiple range shots here. Needs to keep it moving. WBG Spider, though, more than happy to keep the chase going here over top of all of these traps, actually going to keep the pressure onto GG Shaw. And GG Shaw getting ready to hit the literal wall here. WBG Spider actually ends up missing that one grapple there. It's going to give Shaw enough time to potentially get a single pot off here, create enough space to get topside, and that's what we're going to see. Shaw able to find one pot, wants to go for the second, but WBG Spider up top knows exactly where he's going to be, coming in here with the nunchucks, trying to create that pressure and that space. Using this pole sword here, Shaw really trying to create some sort of gap to find a way to maneuver down below and look for a pot, but Spider not having any of it, using the nunchucks to just give that tech chase with it. Unfortunately, loses track for just a second here, knows they're going to be topside. Shaw still not finding the time to get that pot off that they're looking for. Will find time to get the reset onto the bubble, though, and that's going to get them a little bit here. Shaw actually able to find a huge right click here off of the pulsar, knocking Spider into the zone. Spider going to be forced to TP away, and Shaw going to keep it moving, and this is dangerous for Spider. If Spider takes even a little more tick, forced back into the zone here, they're going to start taking a lot of damage, but they're able to find a heal off, and Shaw more than happy to take the full reset, while Spider going to be forced to play into Shaw from the zone here. Goes ahead and throws the bubble, anticipating Spider continuing to pressure onto them, but Spider going to start slow rolling here, knows that he's overcommitted to this fight and given chase for far too long.
Man, and you're seeing that Matari versus Zipping. Zipping just has a huge advantage when it comes to the zone, and even though he was 1 HP the whole time and Spider was pressuring her, the fact that she pulled it into zone and able to get that F off, if you're fighting a Zipping for a long time, she's eventually going to start winning, because that F does so much healing now, and her ult's coming back online. As I say, there's a mosh. We're about to Shen-Yu on, crowd surfs into his death. Shang-Yu with the F, able to pick up that kill. One of the things that it's slept on as a very good kill confirm is Varia's F1. A lot of the times when someone's 1 HP, they're able, they go into like Ultra Instinct, where they're dodging every single move, tap dodging, iframing, looking to get that scale rush, but the second you get close, you can press this trusty old AoE, this F1, that does a decent amount of money to take down those 1 HP opponents.
Yeah, and while we're talking about this, unfortunately, we missed the fight between GG Shaw and WBG Spider, and it's GG Shaw who comes out on top. Unfortunately, Spider eliminated from lobby number 2 here. KLA's Fong here giving a little bit of pause to AW's Mike, who's forced to pop the bubble and back off. But man, what an unfortunate turn of events that we didn't get to see the rest of that fight break out, Raven.
The drama, Spider, man. Shaw turned it on his head, though. This is one of the things about Matari. I don't think Matari does well versus Zipping. It's one of her harder matchups, just because she's able to siege you with that relentless heals. You literally have to win twice the amount of neutrals that Zipping does versus yourself, just because the ult heals so much more with the buff. And plus the F2, as long as she times her ult with the F2, it's going to pick her up even further. On top of the fact that you're going to have to risk focus attacking her. That F2 creates a shield on her that defends her against light attacks. And without that option of that uppercut, a lot of these solo players have crazy combo games that once they get you in the air, they're going to do a ton of damage off their weapon swap, whether it's katana dual blades or staff pole sword. That's why you see almost half of the damage done is either through staff or dagger. And sometimes even Katana can do this opener, but you see it a lot more rare just because of how much mobility those other two weapons give you. Staff and Dagger. Dagger with the dagger dodge, Staff with that extra focus attack that you can do a light attack. Oh, we got Demo. We got Railgun. We got the up-and-comers. This is what I'm saying. The second Yang is where you see the new bloods going at it. We got Railgun, a newcomer. We got Demo with the overhold, looking for that LMB. Is he going to do it again? He does it again. Demo is living the risky style. He's going all in. Now Railgun pops the ult immediately. Ults her out. Demo's going to kick him in the face with that backstab. Now, Railgun gonna ice it off, hold that R&B, they're gonna slow it down just a little bit, but just as I say that, Demo doesn't want to slow it down. He wants to play this 1 HP scenario. He has a little bit of dagger stab left, and he's able to get that backstab, chipping Railgun off on his holdups. Let's go, Demo.
This is one of the things I really love about a Matari pick is you can play it so aggressively. I get so angry when I see Mataris playing extremely defensively instead of using that ultimate to get those backstabs and engage offensively. If you notice, Demo does a max range teleport to not only aggressively get in and cancel out the pot that Railgun was in the middle of completing, but also to continue to keep the aggression going and keep the pressure up onto that Justina pick, and that's where Matari really excels. You know, Matari used to be this sort of defensive character where players complained about how difficult it was to catch a Matari because she would just blink away and keep the chase going, and a lot of players here in the NBPL, you see them kind of gravitate towards that old playstyle. Oh, well, I'm on Matari, I can just teleport away, we can keep the fight going for an eternity, rather than them just turning on their opponents, using those teleports to create these openings, because off of that backstab you can not only extend combos, but you can backstab, hit confirm into full uppercut combos as well. And because of that, you can be so aggressive with Matari. And we just talked about, you know, the longer you're in a fights with these sort of stall characters like Justina and of course Ziping Yang, the more of a disadvantage that you're at. Demo comes in, uses all of those teleports, including the reset on the teleport, to get 3 backstabs into that fight. And because he never drops the pressure, because he's always keeping his mind on the next bout of damage, even though the Justina is able to create space, they are never able to get a pot or any sort of reset off, and Demo is able to create the space that he needs to get that elimination. And that's what I want to see more of these Matari players doing, Raven.
Exactly, you're right. That Matari in the past, very ratty carry. Her nickname was Retari, but now with all the changes, you saw Demo with those 4 backstabs, those 4 gold F backstabs, and he faked it that he wasn't going to get aggressive, and he just comes in with the fire, and he's able to burn down Railgun. Now Railgun with that Yang sickness, with 2 minutes left, he's forced to make something happen, and unfortunately, when you have to make it happen versus Zippings, it's not going to go well with you. He's already getting absolutely mauled by all these Zippings with the cannons against the zone. And this is one of the parts that I don't really like about Justina. Unless you get in that 1v1, this her ultimate just ends up being like a white flag where you see that ult going down and you see a Justina running and you're just like, the Nbpl gets hit. You just know this guy is having a bad time, is getting lobbied. And if you don't have that F1 to pick up your armor and you're running F2 to win duels better, you are in a worse spot. And right there, you're seeing that Railgun not able to find a way to get a second chance at this. And as I say, this Demo finding Mike. This is what we like to see, RuneKeeper. We want to see Demo going for that crown. You know he wants to wear it. He has that confidence. He's going after Mike. He's on the Matari on this opening Holoroth game. But Mike able to get that max range grapple. Man, I miss having max range grapple. You never get to use max range grapple in trios, but in solos, that max range grapple can be the difference between living and dying. A lot of people suggest like half and half, but the one thing that's always killed me is either not being able to grapple far enough or not able to catch someone who's running away from me. And when you have that zipping at that 1 HP situation, you want to end her quickly. It is extremely frustrating. Now we're getting that replay, that drama that ensued earlier. And Spider was able to get that one charge parry in the clutch, putting it back to even. But like we were saying before, Zipping, just that siege, her ability to heal herself, that ult is healing so much. She was at half white health and now she's almost back to full health. And Spider needs space in order to get a heal off, and he gets grapple canceled into that cannon shot. Kobe from a mile away. Now, Shaw, we're transitioning into this endgame. We have 8 people alive. That the old Zipping meta that I know you hate, Runekeeper, the snooze fest where they all just hold their ults to the end, they all go green and they just start twirling, and it's just not an exciting look for the Zipping meta. But we do have the solution to this, and we had Fong going on the Faria today, and this is one of the sneaky strats you can do, is that you can play that Faria into the Zipping meta and just have that giant turn and exterminate all of them as they use ult in this end game, as they try to play this heal off scenario. It's like, no, actually, you're about to get blown up by my mobile ballista.
Yeah, you know, very interesting choice as well in the end as well, because the thing with Zipping is she just doesn't really bring anything to the end game except healing. Faria, you're able to use that pillar, you're able to knock these Z-pings away from the center of circle. You can actually just clutch up all the space that there is in the circle and force them to go ahead and use that ultimate and stand in zone and get cut healing from the ultimate as well, rather than just continue to have the benefit of the healing while they're standing in the safety of the zone. Because as Faria, you're able to jump in the mech and just threaten all that sort of space, and we're gonna see probably exactly that come down in the end here. You know, this is the thing, is like, anybody who sees the Faria who's left alive here, they need to instantly be thinking about eliminating this player, getting Faria out of the lobby, because if they do not, we're going to see a repeat of the first final zone in game 1, where Faria is just able to completely control everything that's going on. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe it is JDG's Chuzhang, who this is their second Faria game. They're running it back to back, game 1 into game 2, meaning they won't have the option to do it later. But in such a Zipping heavy lobby, you can't blame them for going ahead and running that choice a second time here today. AOW's Mike here with that legendary armor, taking shots from the multiple directions. KLA Fang coming to check the box to see if there's any goodies left. And here's something interesting for all the new players watching at home and our more casual players. If you're unaware, as these weather effects come through on the map here in Hollow Rock, like this dust storm that we have here, it actually refreshes all of the troves for the duration of the weather effect. And in a game mode like Immortal War, the reason you see so many of these players more than happy to come into these weather effects and take the negative effects is because there is so little loot available in Immortal War. So being able to step in here and potentially get some extra loot out of these troves so that they have the resources that they need to make it to endgame is such a huge advantage for these players, Raven.
Exactly. Finding that end game loot to getting you here. When you look at each of these players, you're seeing 4 white heals, 7 blue heals. And in these end games, you're not seeing a lot of hard commitment. It's mainly a game of musical chairs where you're trying to push someone out to be left standing and being that oddball out by chipping them with range damage. Now, in this game in particular, we do have zippings, and I classify characters as defensive if you can actually reliably heal in a very, very stacked lobby. Now, Zipping is one of those characters. Wu Chen is one of those characters. F1 Justina is one of those characters, because they all have this built-in heal. Now, the really, really cool thing of why you see players like KLA Fong using Dagger is that Dagger dodge, they're able to move so fluidly over and over because of how much energy the Dagger gives them. You get an additional benefit for reduction of energy by using a dagger. Now, you also see players like Mike using nunchucks. Same deal, except not really the energy, but the R&B is able to give you an extra boost of movement. So tons of players will still use nunchucks if they're that high rarity, and they have a decent matchup. It's around 40-60 versus Dagger, but Dagger still being one of the best isolated 1v1 matchups. Now, one thing about nunchucks that you'll see in these end games that is very tricky. In these heal off endgames, when you double hold your R&B with nunchucks, you're able to go into gold focus, and that's one of the huge advantage of these nunchucks. And now Demo getting absolutely harassed by Mike, not fully committing. But Demo does have another weapon that gives you a ton of movement. This longsword, the LMB on the longsword, gives you this lunging effect where you're able to create a ton of space on top of your hold dodge. Not every weapon has this, such as the katana. If you notice, when no one here is using a katana, it's just it doesn't give you that extra movement to get away in these clutch situations where the difference between you getting around a corner, getting that scale rush, may be the difference between the whole lobby turning its head and putting cannons on you non-stop. Now, we're going into endgame with 7 players with a couple trees, a couple rocks, and a couple buildings to play off of. This is going to, I would still say, favor the Farias because there's nowhere to run really, and they are going to be able to get to this tiny circle by using the little bit of cover that does exist right now. Now, unfortunately for Demo, the Zippings have decided that you have to go first, and someone with detonating rounds is putting the hurt on Demo at this max range. It might be the birthday boy Jin, it might be Fong, but Fong comes in, ends up getting parried by Demo. The presence of mind of Demo, knowing that he thinks he will not release here just because he's under pressure. He catches that big parry though, and because of that parry, Demo's able to get a ton of space to possibly reset here. But unfortunately for him, Mike did get that gold armor, so he's able to risk a little bit more, and those Zeto rounds are still going off. Now, you don't really want to go to these buttery rocks. The buttery rocks are a scam. You get stuck on animations on these rocks. It's very hard to move. The buildings were the safe havens. There's a little bit of this tent to play off of. Demo looking left, looking right, only surrounded by more Zeto rounds. Gets kicked in the face by Chuzeng. Now he takes to the skies, looking for a little spot. He almost gets an opportunity to go into that bush, but Mike, smart enough to see exactly where he blinks into the sky. He's 1 HP. It's just who is he going to give this kill to? And Mike takes him down with that musket shot.
Oh my goodness, this is literally the entire lobby taking shots at Demo, and like you said, just a matter of time to determine who is going to pick up the elimination. But I've got to give it to Demo. He survived so long against all odds there, just able to keep things moving, even using the golden focus off of the backstab to buy himself just a little bit more time. Absolutely catches the edge of that tree, tries to use it to block a ton of those shots, seeing if he can get even just that one potential pot off, and he comes so close to doing it, but it's Mike who's able to catch the chip just around the corner with the cannon there and pick up the elimination onto him. And Mike here with this pole sword, legendary armor, legendary pole sword, really setting himself up for success. The big problem here is going to be Kelly's Fang for this lobby and OC Zhang Yu. Both of these Farias still available, and all of these Zipings and Mataris, as we saw during game 1, going to struggle to have an answer for this as soon as this zone starts to collapse. And we're going to see that here in the next 20 seconds. These Farias just need to survive that long. AOW Mike really trying to look for something here, but is just not going to be able to pressure on to our two Farias here. They just don't have anything that they can do about it, and that's the problem. If you're not able to target acquisition these two Farias out of the lobby in the mid game, by the time you get to late game, you can't really pressure all that much onto him. Alliance's Jin going to get picked out here, unfortunately, going to be sent back to the lobby by the rest of these players. The AOW's Mike going to come in here, trying to capitalize on that kill, but not quite able to find it. It's OC Zhang Yu who's able to find the elimination here with 4 eliminations to his name. Zhang Yu looking to take the lobby here, going to turn on to Fong, trying to create some space for him to mech up last, and that's exactly what he's going to be able to do here. He's just going to go ahead and be able to mech up and start pumping out damage on to all of these Ziping players. Fong waiting to pop the turret mode. There it is. He's trying to get into the middle of the zone, trying to create space to get Zhang Yu out of it. There it is. He's actually able to get into the turret, get Zhang Yu out of there by himself, the space that he wants, but it's Fong who's still alive here. The heal off continues. The target focus comes through. Panda Man trying to lock on to Fong, but not quite able to find the damage he needs to finish it out. So the two of them are going to tie for first place.
Amazing. I'm surprised the Zippings were able to get that far. Now, one of the tricks to surviving these endgames is actually going health jades. And I was wondering where the master of this strategy, Wang Lang, is. He's not in this group right now. Normally, we would see those giant health pools coming out on the Zippings and Farias, and it does make the small difference between living and dying. You see both of those players with a sliver of health able to win that heal off. Now, Mike, with that pole sword, I was surprised he didn't have blistering. He was just willing to toss out those RMBs. And when you have the pole sword, you're able to move around holding this one charge focus, and it hits as hard as a parry attack. Hits over 1,000, especially when it's gold, without plus attack. When you start adding attack to it, it can hit as hard as 11 to 1,200. And that's why you see the birthday boy Jin getting absolutely chopped in half, just getting bonked in the head over and over and over. Unfortunately for him, he's not able to get to this heal off, and Mike is able to take him out.
Yeah, you know, the two fairies actually played very, very well in the end, and Zhang Yu able to really take control of the space. He's actually late to getting to that sort of turret mode when you're in that very final circle looking to dominate the space. But unfortunately, we see Fang not really paying attention. Even though he's in the turret mode, he doesn't turn and shoot Zhang Yu, which buys Zhang Yu just enough time to go ahead and drop into the turret mode, get that shot off, and it shoves Fang out into the zone. And even though Fang able to stay alive because he doesn't become the focus, Zhang Yu takes that strong position, has enough eliminations, is able to pick up enough extra eliminations in those final moments that, yes, he goes out a little bit earlier, but he makes the most of it with those kills. There's sort of this make break point, right? Yes, you want to have as many eliminations as possible. Yes, you want to go as deep as possible in terms of placement to get the most out of those placement multiplier points. But there's also a point where if you have enough eliminations, you can afford to go out second, fourth, or fifth place as long as you have those extra eliminations, so that that multiplier is buying you higher than anybody in the lobby. And it's much easier to do in terms of something like solos versus trios, because the average number of overall kills is around that 5 range. If you can get yourself to 6 or 7 kills and go out in third or fourth place, it's really hard for anybody else in the lobby to have enough eliminations to challenge you for the overall MVP. And we see that situation unfold here as OC Zhang Yu walks away our MVP for game number 2.
And you also see, to add on to what you were saying, this meta where all these players are holding cannons and they're looking to get this last hit off in the end game. Now, what you could do as well is hold there, since everyone's throwing all these focus stats, wait for that parry. But because you have these two Farias, you have these big bodies that can either Goomba stomp you with their pillar, hitting you, pushing you in the zone the first time, you roll back in, and they go into their mech, and they can go into the air and then stomp you again, pushing you in the zone. And this is why I was saying that these Farias are a great counter to this boring heal-off style that I know you dislike so much, Runekeeper. It is a great answer, and she is there to exterminate them with her giant ballistic cannon. And you're seeing it here, Zhang Yu, not traditionally someone at the top of the leaderboards, but with this great pick, able to big brain his way top of the leaderboard with those 5 kills and with a 9.5 score above one of the GOATs, Mike himself. 4 kills, 7.1 on the zipping. I believe Panda Man was also on the zipping with 2 kills and 6.2. Fong up there as well with 2 kills at a 6.2. Chu Zhang with 6. And you're seeing this very, very consistent play from the top 5 of how they play off this heal off situation. They like to find other players to get them targeted. Unfortunately, that other player was our homie Demo, getting caught out on the Matari, just not playing low-key enough. Now, Demo's usually really smart to stay in bushes in these end games, but I like to see him out of the shell, out there swinging for the moon, trying to get his feet wet to see what he needs to improve on in order to do better in these finals. Just because even though you can get through these weeklies, it is not the same as the finals, because in these weeklies you're trying to get top 14, you're just trying to get to the finals. But as it shifts, what it takes to win one of these weeklies, what it takes to be Mike, what it takes to be Spider, is a fully developed game plan that involves taking a lot more risks, because fortune favors the bold, and you need to get kills in order to win these things. Yes, you need to play placement. Yes, you need to get to these end games, but you still need to hit that benchmark of 4 to 5 kills, like you were saying before. And now Demo, this is what I like to see versus Railgun. This is when the new bloods get to go in. A lot of the veterans are happy off spawn, getting their purple armor, setting up for their end game. They don't go in the second time, and a lot of the new bloods have been noticing, hey, wait a second, some people are just getting this for free. What if we just go in there immediately, and maybe we just get someone who is a tier 2 player, not any of these tier 1 pros, and we can go at it and be able to climb up, set ourselves up with this purple armor and a bunch of jades. So something that's different for all the newer players, it's different than actual ranked, is in these Yangs, you actually get way more loot than normal. Even in the outside chest boxes, there is way more loot than normal. That's why you see these very elaborate strategies where you see Mike slowly probing, playing the chest to see if anyone's paying attention, and you see as soon as someone touches that chest, you see just Spider-Man grapples all going off of everyone trying to grief and trying to, like, who can get there first, who let's see if we can get someone else lobby so we can come in and sneak the loot. But Mike, being an expert of being one of these sneaky players, he's talked about it before in interviews. That's why he chooses to use F3 on Matari instead of F2, because he likes to play for those boxes where he blinks in and he's able to get out with that gold armor. And you're seeing the veteran play from Mike with that gold armor. He's able to still get second place on that zipping versus 2 Farias who have a big advantage in endgame, Runekeeper.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, a lot of it comes down to decision making in the end, right? You can come in and you can be on that Faria, and you've made the decision early to go, okay, hey, we're gonna counterplay the lobby, we're gonna play to end game, we're gonna dominate these healers, you know, in the end game. But as somebody who's playing into the counter pick, there's things that you can do to mitigate those counter picks advantages, and that's exactly what we see AOW's Mike doing, like you said, by using that F3, being able to just jump in, teleport in, grab that armor, teleport back out, so that he heads into the mid game with the advantage. Likewise, you know, we were talking about those health soul jades coming in for these Xingping players, also allowing for them to mitigate a little bit of that risk so they have more HP to heal through. But we're going to see how these players handle the picks heading into game 3 very shortly. But first, we've got a short video for you guys.
我自己的话主要还是运营为主嘛，然后就最后一个决赛圈梅花桩的时候就尽可能制空，因为制空的话可以在那个安全区里面多待一会儿，然后保证自己的血线，然后等他们基本上打一轮之后再下去，再就保系数和排名分。这也没啥好纠结的吧，我觉得就是能不能保送都还好，如果能保送的话就自己可以多一点时间练，如果不能保送的话也有一个复活赛的那个流程可以去热手感，就是都有利有弊吧，但是能保送尽量保送吧，然后我也尽可能的去争取保送的机会吧。
Alliance's Jin there, giving us a little bit of insight into his game plans for coming into the grand finals. You know, either trying to get enough placement points this week so that he can guarantee he heads in the grand finals, or potentially going to Repchage and talking about how he might actually prefer making it through Repchage there so that he can keep his hands warmed up and come in ready to rock for the grand finals for the season, which is, you know, pretty interesting distinction and choice. I think most players would prefer not to go through the Repchage, but it's interesting to hear that he would rather keep his hands prepped and ready to go against some of these players heading towards the grand final for the season there. And Jin, again, one of those players we were talking about earlier today that has improved drastically. Alliance has really shown that they deserve to be here in the league. You know, I think there were a lot of questions during the very first season of NBPL about kind of what Alliance was doing here. Every time we turned to this particular team, they were kind of put on their ass by the rest of the lobby, typically, you know, the first seed out. But as the seasons have gone on, they have really adapted, not only changing up their roster, but drastically how the team in trios plays, how their solos player not only performs but plays, and the skill level of every single one of these players has just continued to go up. And it's so good to watch a team like this be able to continue to improve. And a quick question for you guys watching at home here. Who won game number 2? Was it A, OC Zhengyu, B, KLA's Fong, C, WBG Spider, or D, KZ's Demo? Lock your answers in chat right now and make sure you're watching your whispers, because somebody's going to get lucky and walk away with one of these limited great treasure chests. You don't want to miss out on all the goodies in the game. You know, we were just talking about this during our little break there, actually, that, you know, the cosmetic team really does not miss with these skins, right?
Oh, yeah. I love the new Cyberpunk skins. Now, some people may say that they're immersion breaking, but I think they look amazing. And I just wish they would add more. I wish they would add more Moonbane skins. NARAKA, if you're listening, we need more Moonbane rewards. We need Moonbane in solos and duos. We just need more Moonbane gear. That was one of my favorite things to have, because it let people know that you were fighting against someone who wins lobbies. It's just such a cool idea that they have in the game. And with these new skins, the one thing that's interesting that you'll see from these pro NARAKA players is that certain skins actually have input delay on it, because frames are tied to your input delay. So certain skins that are very, very pretty, sparkly, may reduce your frames. So you see a little bit of a compromise from these pro players, that even though skins do reduce your frames slightly, that using a default skin, reducing your skin, feeling good also makes you play way better. And we were talking about Jin wanting to go to Reposage, staying warm and everything. Like, I completely understand where he's coming from. That it's something that Tryhard and me were talking about. He did win this last scrim, so he gets a guaranteed spot, and he wants to go back to NBPL. He got offered a contract, but unfortunately he's going to Cornell and he's not able to go, but he wants to go back again. But because he won this last scrim, he's going to make it to finals immediately. And he was just like, this actually might be grief, because I can already feel myself like slowing down. Now, if you're one of these players who are still hungry and you're not that iron will, cold, mechanical demons like 225, like Spider, like Mike, and you may feel like you need a little bit more of a confidence booster. You still want to be in the arena. You still want to keep your hands warm, as he was saying. And it makes a ton of sense, because you're able to go and practice these strategies. You also get to see where you stand against all the other players, so you have a lot more confidence, because you know, like, oh man, I can go to Yang now. Mike's not going to be in there. Oh yeah, Spider's not going to be there. Oh yeah, I'm not going to have Fong waiting to third party me with a stupid dagger. Like, the lobby is a lot softer, so you're able to try out and really spread your wings to see how high you can fly with all these new strategies. And it just takes a little bit of confidence to really show you and allow you to perform better. And that was one of the things that I liked about Demo, is he came out swinging and he performed really, really well. Now, he came out swinging again in this weekly, even though his performance in finals, he tried his hardest. There was just another gear he wasn't used to. I hope that he keeps on swinging and still keeps learning throughout these weeklies how these players are running these counter comps, because as we were saying earlier, Runekeeper, when you got that defensive Holoroth game, no Fireflies, it's going to be really slow, and we're going to be running into it again on a midday Morris. Now, Morris being the old school map, everyone's played this map in and out, it has a lot more places to run around, so you don't really need to play zipping, because you don't need that F2 to give you that grapple defense. You're able to have enough defense in order to survive. Now, one of the things I was really curious about is how Justina does in Yang versus Feria. It looks like Spider and Mike believe that they have a little bit of an edge versus these Ferias. Now, you're seeing the majority of the lobby going with Feria, because in general, on a daytime day, you know it's going to go to the end game. You know it's it's Morris, so you're able to survive there, get there by kiting. So you got the benefit of being the same as everyone else. So you're part of the Zebras, you're part of the pack. It's very hard to get picked off. You don't know who's who, but the Stalkers, the Lions in the grass, Mike and Spider on these Justinas. I'm excited to see what these two have in store off spawn. Are they going to look for an ISO play? Are they going to land in the herd and try to pick off these Ferias before they can get their loot going into the end game? It's a really interesting round, Runekeeper.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see, like you said, how those Justinas play into the Ferias here. Jail's Ego also going to be playing that Matari. If you know, this is something that a lot of these solo players seem to struggle with just a little bit, is they're going to lock in some of these early to mid game heroes and kind of afraid to take the early to mid game fights because they're so worried about making it to end game. If you're Jail's Ego right now and you're the only Matari in the lobby, you cannot afford to just take it to late game, because once you get to late game, if you have no eliminations, you're not going to be able to find eliminations in this lobby full of Feria mechs in those final circles. Speaking of finding eliminations, OC Zhang Yu off to a Terry yet again with what he makes look like a completely easy kill onto GG Shaw, as GG Shaw just gets completely blitzed out of existence. Wolf Sky Bao here waiting for the third party, actually gets picked up by Demo coming through the overhead here. We see the parry come through here, but Demo's still able to capitalize, pick up the elimination. Kai Bao going to find a second parry, this time on to Demo. Demo going to go very low, looking to come in, trying to use charge right click on the hands there to keep it alive. We'll be able to create some space here, but of course Kai Bao not going to let him live through that after Demo was able to pick up the elimination there. But Demo can't be super frustrated about that situation, given he was able to at least pick up the elimination that he put all the work in for. So he will be forced back to the Soul Altar, but Demo does find himself with an elimination under his belt. Baoda Shen Yuan here, and JDG's Chu Zhang going head to head here. Chu Zhang, one of the few zippings in the lobby, also going to find themselves into a similar situation that Jail's Ego is going to be. They need to find these early eliminations. If you're one of the only zippings in the lobby, you can't really afford to bank on the late game. Yes, you're going to have healing come late game, but there's so many Ferias in this lobby, you can't really adjust to try to survive through all of the mechanized mayhem that's going to be coming into that final zone, Raven.
Exactly. As you say this, we're running into the other zipping in the lobby. KLA Fong with Spider chasing him. Now with the dagger, something that you'll see these guys going at is you won't really see many blue folks attacks from Fong, and Spider knows this, so you won't really see Spider either throwing many parries. He'll just sit there and they'll just light each other over and over. Just a little bit of charge, a little bit of light, a little bit of charge, a little bit of light. They're just looking for that chip damage. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and Spider knows that this is a zipping. I'm a Justina. This is not the ideal situation. We're trying to find one of these Farias before they have their ult online off spawn. Now, it being daytime, there is no fireflies unless you are Shen Yuan. Landing in the cave, there are no fireflies on the map. There is a cave in the south and a cave to the right of the temple in the north. Now, as I say this, we got Mike on Justina against Chuzeng. Mike, one of the best dagger players in the league. Keeping this constant pressure up, going in and out. Mike has probably the highest percentage out of all the different players, and it comes from his sustained pressure. He sits in the pocket, he stabs you to death. He just keeps poking you where you just feel like, man, I gotta get this guy off me. I gotta throw a blue attack. And when you throw that blue attack, he just dagger dodges backwards. And one of the tricks of dagger is if you crouch cancel, you're actually able to parry a little bit faster in the dagger dodge. Now we have Shang Yu in the no ultimate zone, or the zone I like to call 3-ban. He's able to catch Jin with the weapon swap. Huge amount of damage, 1,000 damage with that pulse sword in the dagger. He's going to keep mashing this LMB, trying to deny Jin from getting out. Birthday boy trying to get a little bit of luck on his side at 1 HP. He's going to look for an armor swap in here. He's not able to get it, and Shang Yu comes flying in with the staff and smacks him in the side of the head to pick up this kill. And now Demo, no, the boy in a parry already in, but he was wearing Celestial. We can get out of here. Demo, run, get out of here. You can make it. He does have a bounty on him. There's tons of armor swaps, though. He's going to be able to get away for now. But unfortunately, we have Mike with purple armor, and he's going to smell blood in the water. He sees people running. He's going to see that poor Demo climbing up. Now Chuzeng trying to cut Demo off. Demo moving into the center of Celestia. If he makes it to this bridge room, he has a chance to survive. The bridge room is the haven. These buildings here, it's kind of a scam. It's all right. It's mid at best. But Demo going to the outskirts. Oh, he actually pulls a Galaxy Brain move, ends up going to the outskirts, and everyone expects him going to the bridge room. And Demo able to break contact. Now, Mike, we got him on Chuzeng. Both of the ranked demons. Both of these guys top of the leaderboard. And Mike having that staff, but unfortunately he is chasing a zipping that has that F2, so he's not able to apply that sticky staff. Now we go to the outside, JL Ego versus OC Zhang Yu, and we're looking at that staff. And we check the inventory. When you got that staff, you know we got that great sword. We got that dual weapon swap on deck. Zhang Yu looking for it. He sends out a focus attack. That's a scam. He's looking for the LMB. Then Ego gets the first one. Unfortunately misses because of the pole sword change on that lunge. But Ego able to follow up, able to get that sticky staff going, not letting Shang Yu get away, and Shang Yu mashes it through, gets a light attack through, and takes down Ego.
It's going to be really unfortunate for Ego, too. Ego drops in, gets eliminated early, finds themselves afraid to take fights. Finally, does take a fight, being forced to engage here by OC Zhang Yu. But Zhang Yu just has such a gear advantage over the top of Ego that they're able to come out in the end here. They had enough survivability. If Zhang Yu had been into blue armor or had a blue weapon similar to the situation that we saw Ego in, Ego easily comes out on top of that fight, given how much damage he was able to pump out early there. It's just unfortunate to see Ego go out to quite literally the gear check from OC Zhang Yu, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in NARAKA. You see a player who's got lesser gear than you, and you take that fight. You pressure any advantage that you can find when you're playing NARAKA BLADEPOINT into a lobby that is as stacked as this lobby is. Groups A and C, really the big stacked lobby for this week in terms of solo players. WBG Spider here just on the outskirts of Celestia, looking to kind of pick up stragglers while he waits to go for this Realm of Yang. Because WBG Spider not going to be somebody who shies away from these Realms of Yang, even against Farias here. He has that ability to catch Fairy out and keep her frozen, and he will find his way in, and it's going to be WBG Spider versus KZ's Demo, and yes, TE versus Bauda. This is going to be a fight I know everybody's extremely excited to see. Not only is it Justina into Faria, but it's two of the big names, Demo versus Spider. Demo trying to come into the charge, left click off of the dagger. Spider says, I'm not going to let you let that blue rip twice in my face. Immediately goes for the parry, and we see Demo make the adjustment into the dagger with with the nunchucks, knows he's got the advantage here with those nunnies looking to lock Spider down. Spider gonna find the parry again. Demo, his pattern starting to get red here as Spider realizes that Demo is a fan of letting those blues rip. Shenyuan gonna use his pillar to keep our player TE's Railgun away from his pillar, but Railgun able to find his pillar in the final seconds there. Gets stuck on terrain though. It's gonna buy Shenyuan plenty of time to not only heal up, but go ahead and mech up as well. Gonna be able to just pummel and take trades with Railgun here, given how much of an advantage he has coming into the mech. Tries to go ahead and get into that cannon mode, not quite able to find it. Knows Railgun's gonna be forced out of theirs very soon, and is immediately gonna take the advantage and start pummeling here. Railgun forced to de-mech as Shenyuan continues the pressure here. Railgun able to find one of those pots, though. Shenyuan trying to find the advantage there, only has the one shot available there from the big cannon, is forced to go ahead and de-mech if he wants to finish this fight out onto Railgun, but both of them gonna time out and head on out with that Yang depletion.
Oh, you hate to see it. That Feria, if there was just like 10 more seconds in Yang, and Feria is either tie or win. There's no in between. Feria just has that option of delaying forever. And as I say that, we have the next defensive character, Spider and Fong, going at it. Now, we do have Spider with that dual blades. I'm wondering if he has the pocket katana, if he does have that menacing dual weapon swap that was so prevalent during Worlds. Katana dual blades does almost like 1200 damage with the 60 ping. Now, it still works on low ping. It's not as much as the staff combo, and is a little bit more risky because dual blades doesn't have such a great opener versus dagger. And as I say that, Fong giving Spider a taste of his own medicine, hitting him with the lights into parry over and over and over, just as Spider did to Demo earlier. Now Fong, even at his full health, both of the Ferias double checking his HP. Hey, are you full health? Hey, let's team up on this zipping right here. She doesn't look like us. Fong, been here before a million times, and with zipping and F2, this F2 shield that you're seeing right here, folks, it gives you stagger protection from grapples or any type of light attack, so he's able to send himself max distance into the air. As we say this, we have Demo with that Yang sickness. We need our boy to get this soul bloom. He's getting hit through the walls though, unfortunately, from GG Shaw. Now he's able to pick up a couple of heals here. He still has his ult up. He's still going to have combo potential after this. And Demo running those purple dual blades. He's one of the few players inside Nbpl right now that keeps running these dual blades. He loves holding those RMBs for those big, ginormous focus attacks. I think, as you were saying earlier, Runekeeper, that the lobby is picking up on it. Spider picked up on the fact that Demo is a little bit of a free bird, throwing a lot of blues, flying through those blue skies, and Demo needs to get Shaw right now. He has 1 minute and 20 seconds. There's a sense of urgency here. He does have dual blades. It is one of the fastest weapons in the game, but Shaw knows that potentially this man has something to lose. This man might be a Yang depletion guy, and he is just max range grappling away, just absolutely griefing Demo. Will Dino be able to even finish him if he catches up to him? He's down to 58 seconds. Shaw is sending himself through the trees, just crouching dagger, hidden dragon, flying through the trees over and over, and now he's gonna play this super sneaky and double backs, and Demo doesn't realize it and loses him. Now Demo does have a bounty on him, and he's trying to reverse track where his bounty is, and he finds Spider and Shenyuan fighting amongst the buildings. He still has 35 seconds. That's enough time to burn someone down potentially. Unfortunately, it is Spider, and Spider does have F1, so he's going to pick up off his armor. Now Demo is going to be getting his run back. It ends up fighting Shenyuan, and anyway, he has the purple dual blades. He has the blue in mind. He had the double hold. He ends up going with the uppercut combo instead, but Spider comes back from behind and is able to stab him in the back. But Demo does get the soul blow. We're alive. The hero keeps going. The story keeps going. He's gonna pull out the turret. He does have buildings around him. Spider tries to juke the turn shot. He ends up getting blown up for his troubles. Now Demo building up another turn shot. You can see the charge in the center of your screen, building up multiple turn shots, and what that does for Feria is it gives her this super giant AoE that it's able to combo off itself if you are able to land off the shot. I call it the three-piece family meal. You hit him with the drumstick, then the chicken wing, then the thigh, just bam, 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 see you later. Now Spider not intimidated by Demo on this fair. He sees a blue armor. He knows it's a blueberry. Demo gets hit by a universal slash from the side. Fong flanking Demo. Demo absolutely getting blendered by GG Shaw, yoinking the kill, now disappearing, forcing Spider into his ult. Now Fong also getting hit by this universal slash. We got 2 universal slashes on the deck. Spider retreats to the buildings and Shaw hits the bell. He's hot on the heels of Spider. He knows he got him really, really low. He knows his ult is down. And this is one of the weaknesses of being on Justina. You don't have that second life. But as I say that, Caster's Blessing, Spider runs into a gifted purple armor. It goes back to full health and Shaw ends up backing off.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate here for GG Shots. WBG Spider, very rarely are you going to find a full health purple armor just kind of laying around, gifted to you, especially while you're on the chase here during the Nbpl here. You know, of course, those purples so difficult to find when you're playing Immortal War, and the fact that one's just chilling around here for WBG Spider pays dividends for him here, as he's now able to shift this fight. The attention away from himself is going to come in for the third party, almost able to pick up this elimination onto Shaw, but a grapple hook coming in from Gale's Fong actually going to pay dividends for GG Shaw, going to save him from the menace that is WBG Spider. Unfortunate for Shaw, he only has one direction that he can run here because that no ult zone threatening to cancel out his mech here. WBG Spider keeping the pressure up with those pistol shots coming through, and Shaw just trying to continue to get these heals off while he's looking to move. Gonna find a little bit of cover here, but the ballista comes through as Fong goes topside and starts taking shots down onto GG Shaw and WBG Spider. And I love the aggression coming out from Fong, who goes into the zone to find the ballista to keep this pressure up on to GG Shaw. Shaw now going to find himself back in the safety of that no ult zone that actually pressured him out into the position of that ballista earlier, and he's more than happy to find a little bit of safety for himself now, given the fact that his ult is gone. He can hold on to this zone for as long as possible, hoping that these other players are going to turn their attention away from him onto one another. But Shaw still the target here, as Fong does not want to let it drop. We're going to see the aggression continue to come out from the Dagger Demon himself, looking to just create pressure onto GG Shaw and pick up this elimination. Fong does not want to give up all of the space that he's created, but he sees WBG Spider doing a little bit of shopping here and says, I'm not just going to let you do shopping for free in my face, Spider. Come here. And starting to regret it very quickly as the shots come through and the attention turns to KLA Fong. This might be exactly what GG Shaw needed to be able to get away from this fight, Raven.
Oh, and you hate to see like the melee breakout. You just want to go to this shopping and just pick up some armor, set up for endgame. But when you're Justina and you don't look like these zippings, you just are going to get targeted. And the second they see that white miss appear on your backside, I swear to God, it's a white flag. It's like you're surrendering. You're not using it offensively. You're not getting these freezes and these combos. You end up just running away with it. But since there are so many failures right here and everyone's just jostling to make it to this end game with 7 players left, you see OC Shang Yu having another great game. And it might be that Feria is just his bread and butter, his comfort pick, and he's picking it on the perfect days, these defensive days where he's able to get these end games and play these last little bits perfectly. But what we're also seeing is he's not just doing like rat play, he's playing to win right now. He got the coveted 5 kills. Now he's playing for that hard placement. As I say this, will Mike be able to play hard placement? Someone has Dedo rounds and is trying to get Mike focused. You know, Mike is able to iframe some of this. Now, if you don't know this, folks, you're able to roll or tap dodge at this precise timing. You can hear the Dedo rounds blowing up on you. But if you don't, you end up eating a stagger that can lead into another true stagger with a light attack, or you can actually eat a focus attack. Now, what this means in endgame for these players, though, is even though they're frozen on Justina, you're still able to put essentially this stun debuff on your opponent, and Mike is able to play it perfectly to disengage and get away from the pack, barely taking any damage. I don't believe Mike even had F1 to heal his armor. He has F2, which is a gold focus break, allowing you to break out of any stagger. Now, the benefits of being F1 versus F2 on Justina is F1 allows you to play these nice long end games where you actually heal yourself, but a lot of the times you can get caught on your way out. Now we're seeing the replay versus Birthday Boy and Shang Yu. Birthday Boy has all the luck on his side, has a long sword. Unfortunately, Shang Yu keeping up with this extended pressure with the meta brutal staff combo with the great sword that does over 1,000 damage. It just absolutely chops him in half. And now we're back to Shang Yu, the lobby leader right now. Back-to-back Farias playing this perfectly. I'm surprised he's actually running this dual blades. Now, the only reason you would probably run this dual blades is you have what I expected, Cavalry Bloom. That Cavalry Bloom is a Jade that allows you to use your LMB and actually move with it. So you can swerve it around. It's very, very, very spooky, as my friend Paku likes to say. Ooh, spooky, where you can just do circles around your opponent over and over. And traditionally in NARAKA, there's a lot of precise spacing that you have to kind of finagle the system with the melee aim assist to get this precise spacing for every single weapon. But when you got that Cavalry Bloom, you can just swerve in and out on your opponent, and it ends up being one of the best third-party Jades you can have in the game. It pushes people in the zone, and if you hit someone in midair, it combos into itself and it does almost 1,000 damage. Very easy to execute, very easy to space out. So in competitive, just one of the goatee Jades of Destiny, as I like to call it. Now Fong and this gold chest coming out. Remember, chat, all the loot is in there. There's so many good Jades in there. Fong moving in and out. We're seeing cannons go in and out, and he just hard commits to it. Now, because Mike is on this Justina, he doesn't really want to hard commit to it himself, because he knows that if he gets focused, he only has F2. He cannot heal himself. Now, Spider, on the other hand, does not care. He does have F1. He does have a cannon. He realizes that Fong is going to be a menace in this endgame, and he needs to take down some of his competition. This is what separates the men from the boys, is that the men go for those trying to take them down. They try to alpha the other strong players in the lobby. Now, Fong able to disengage far enough. He does swoop by the store looking to see if he can scoop up a little bit more. Look at his stats. He has max health and max melee resistance. You hate to see this, Runekeeper. This is a juiced out zipping.
Like, this is
zipping on steroids.
If you're Kaylee's Fong right now, you're so happy about the bonus stats that you have for yourself here. This is exactly where you want to be. Though, I will say this, the ranged resist might actually have been a better choice for Fong, given how many Farias are left in the lobby here at the end. But that maximum health going to pay dividends for Fong when he gets there and he tries to sort of do this heal off in the end, where he's just trying to outlive so much damage coming in from the Farias and that zone collapsing. Fong, of course, was only one elimination under his belt, though. This is what ends up being the problem playing a zipping into this lobby. If you've not been able to secure kills early to mid game, you're really just kind of coming in and you're playing strictly for placement points at this point, right? You don't really have a hope of winning this lobby into somebody like OC Zhang Yu, who already has 5 eliminations and is playing a late game heavy hero here. As long as Zhang Yu plays the positionals right, they're going to do very well. JDG's Xu Zhang absolutely getting blitzed out here. We're going to see that zipping ult coming in and paying dividends, though. Xu Zhang able to just barely escape that. The question is, will they be able to live any longer than this? Nobody in the lobby wasting a single moment. Even Zhang Yu from across the map with a pistol trying to just snipe out Xu Zhang, trying to keep Xu Zhang from being alive here in these final circles. Where to see Kale Zefang, he finds the opportunity. This is a good chance for them to find an extra elimination onto another hero that is not a Faria, and this is exactly what Fong wants. He doesn't want to allow this kill to get away from him, but unfortunately it looks like it might be just that. Xu Zhang able to find the armor swap here, and the rest of the lobby just completely pummeling down onto JDG's Xu Zhang. Is going to be AOW's Mike, who slides in, is able to find that elimination. And unfortunate for Mike here, he's running that F2, feels committed to stand in the zone there, take the zone tick while he gets the armor back. And, you know, you're talking about the difference between the F1 and the F2 here. And coming into late game, it's almost better for some of these players sort of to be on that F1 space, because you don't feel hyper committed to having to hold that space where you might pop that F2 and the zone comes in and starts dealing zone tick to you. And we know just how heavy the damage is from these zones going in from zone 5 forward. You take so much damage. Feeling the need to commit to gaining that shield back from the F2 when you're one of these Justinas and you end up in the zone is one of the things we've seen actually do Justinas in time and time again in the past. And unfortunate for Mike, he's not even going to make it to end zone as WBG Spider comes in with a massive parry and is able to clutch out the elimination on.
Man, Spider, this is what I was saying. Like, it's just so beautiful to watch the NARAKA that Spider plays versus one of the GOATs himself, Mike. He just makes him look so readable, like a book that he just checked out from the library. He runs out there, Mike under a ton of pressure, no cooldowns left, and Spider just takes it to him, immediately parries him, picks up the kill, doesn't care about any of the extra loot, and immediately presses F1 to get the lobby off of him. And now this is what I was worried about. Spider, the Justina, versus all of the fairies and zippings, they know that Justina is the most vulnerable amongst all of them. They also know that it is the lobby leader, Spider. They know they want to slow him down. If I'm one of these other players in the top 5, I want to take down Spider here. Now, one of the things I love about watching Spider is his ability to move. My man is a mover. He has the dual blades, one of the fastest weapons to kite, able to move up and down these buttery rocks and the tree. You rarely see any movement errors from Spider. Now, even with these Deado rounds on Spider, he's able to get enough space. He has 8 seconds on his F to come up. Is he going to pick it up? Now these buttery rocks end up taking him down, slippery, getting stuck in animations, and Fong with that cannon. You're going to see cannons coming out more and more in these end games because it's just so consistent to catch very slippery players like Spider. Now Fong in a great position. We were talking about his stats earlier. He is max health, max melee resistance, and something you pointed out, Rudekeeper, range resistance. I'm gonna have to like lab that out a little bit. That's something I did in season 1 back when there was like a Verse and Argon running around with their bows just hitting for 1,000 damage, just randomly getting headshotted for 1 billion. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna wear some range resistance. And with Feria in the meta, and she's not going anywhere, even with the changes coming up in the future, Feria is here to stay. That range resistance might come in huge. You are definitely adding to the solo meta in NA, pointing that out to you. I'm definitely going to lab that out and report back after this next weekend solo finals to see how that works out versus these Farias. Now Fong, look how tanky he is. This is a zipping on steroids. He is taking barely any damage. This new buff to the V1, able to pick up his health. He's getting cannoned by all the other Farias in the lobby. All of them want him out of this lobby. They see a gold armor zipping, just chilling. And one of the cool things about these end games, if you're trying to be more successful out of this, if you target someone else, it will not be you. So as long as you have some type of good range attack, now you can use musket, you can use bow and try to grapple cancel range people, but if you have a cannon or you have universal slash, if you get a chunky hit on someone else, you can potentially get this other player lobby. Now Fong is doing a great job surviving this lobby right now, and like I said, the cavalry bloom comes out, combos him into the zone. Fong wondering, what did I do wrong here? I've played this game perfectly, I have all of the loot, and now all of you guys are trying to take me out. No, he gets taken down. That has to be salty for Fong when he had the best loot possible in the game, and it turns out it doesn't matter. When the Farias group up, team up, know the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they absolutely annihilate Fong. But now who's gonna take this lobby? Shang Yu has been having a perfect day. They won the previous day, or the previous round. Now he's going for this second round. GG Shaw controlling the bottom, holding the center. Both two universal slashes in play, and Panda Man being the victim of it gets shoved out into zone, taking him all of his armor health, forced to use his mech early. Now he is going to be a disadvantage versus these two other mechs. Both of them are now knowing that Panda Man is out of the system. only has a mech for now. He's going to choose to grieve someone right now. Who is going to have to be forced to use their second mech? It looks like Shaw's going to take the first hit. Panda Man wants a 3-piece, not going for the full, committing the full 3 turn shots. Comes back with the Goomba Stomp. He's going to end up pushing both of them out. Now, Panda Man's play here. He needs to wait for this kill and pick up the bloom as one of these two go and die. If Panda Man is able to grapple stall for a little bit, keep his health up, there's still a chance that Panda Man wins it. Yeah, the veteran, like I knew it, Panda Man taking to the stall, hoping to get this a little bit. Normally he's stuck on Tarka, but at least he has Faria this time. He probably has a little bit of health. He's waiting for that kill. Shang Yu does go down. Panda Man picks up the kill, but he's unable to pick up the bloom. And Shang Yu ends up winning another round. You love to see another player besides Mike and Spider showing off what NBPL is all about. Building up these new players, building up these new faces, RuneKeeper.
Oh yeah, absolutely. OC Zhang Yu here. Yeah, this is a player that for me is kind of always a dark horse in any game that he's playing. And Zhang Yu kind of just has this ability to surprise. He'll catch the lobby off guard, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, Zhang Yu has 5 eliminations? What's going on? And then he makes it to final circle in something like a fairy here, and he knows how to pilot the heroes. He knows the position he needs to be in when he's playing the different heroes, and he has the skill level. He just has to make it there to make it happen, and Zhang Yu showing exactly that he's able to do it again. Panda Man, though, like you said, playing really risky here. Opts to go for the mech first, goes in, and then opts to play for the stall, and it actually plays out pretty well into Panda Man's favor here, given that there's only 2 kills available left for him in the lobby. Even though he mechs up first, which a lot of people may consider a mistake, he actually is able to not only get the reset, not only force the mechs out of the other players, but he picks up another elimination and goes out in second place, which is a very, very good situation for Panda Man to be finding himself in, given the situation of this particular final circle. But I think, you know, we have to talk about Kayleigh's Fang. Like you said, really kind of set himself up perfect for the final circle, but unfortunately, because he is playing Faria, we know he's, or not Faria, playing Zping, the only Zping versus a lobby full of Farias, that he's really going to be targeted out here, and there's not a whole lot that he can do about it. And the space created by those dual blades, the weapon selection, no real surprise coming out from these players, given that they had Universe Slash, they had Cavalry Bloom, and as soon as Fong finally makes a mistake, he walks in to that Universe Slash, he's bounced back immediately into the Cavalry Bloom and shoved into the zone. There's just not enough healing in the world there for the Zping to stay alive while you're being focused out by all 3 of these players. And, you know, we talk about target acquisition. This is very smart target acquisition coming out from the various Shays in this lobby, because they know they don't want to go to a heal off with this Zping. Yes, they have the advantage with the mech here, but they know that if she's just able to kind of create that slippery situation where she can do exactly what we see Panda Man do and go airborne with the grapples, she's just going to be able to heal out and take that first place finish away from whoever is looking to get those maximum amount of multipliers. The lobby having absolutely none of it. Fang goes down to no surprise in that 4th place position, and we see the face-off between our 3 various Shays, and Panda Man plays it very interestingly, but plays it very well. I don't think he could have asked for a better situation. The fact that he's able to pick up the extra elimination, he's able to bait out sort of those ults where he can go aerial and get away, force the 2 mechs to go at each other, letting him buy the space to pick up the elimination, and it takes 2nd place in terms of placement, meaning he gets the most multiplier he could really hope for off of the few eliminations that he does pick up. Panda Man's got to be pretty happy about how that final circle plays out. But of course, OC Zhang Yu even happier, given that he played a very dominating game and comes into that final circle with 5 eliminations under his belt, and with that 3rd place finish, he's going to be able to walk away with a 2nd MVP, the back-to-back, a 9.4 game score. Panda Man with that 3rd kill picked up there, going to be walking away with a 7.8, and GG Shaw, who finishes out 1st place, doesn't have enough eliminations to clutch it out, will be going out in 3rd place overall with a 7.2 game score.
And you're seeing that 4th place from Spider with 4 kills, absolutely dominating the lobby with his Jusino and F1. And Fong in the 5th place. Now, something that you talked about before is like players going out on their shield, fighting back, that's the only way you're going to get enough space to get heals. And I feel like Fong made a little bit of a rookie mistake, rare from our man on top of the mountain, that he has max health, he has max melee resistance, he even has a little bit of range resistance, and he just believes like, man, I got this in the bag, we're just gonna coast to this win. And because of all of the J's, it gave him this false sense of security that he didn't fight back. Normally you see a lot of the veteran players like, all right, you're gonna lobby me, all right, you're going to get focused by me now. If I'm gonna go out, you're going down with me, we're gonna drown you with me. And he would just start going at that other player, especially because, remember, you don't know this, chat, light attacks actually block range attacks, so it's actually really, really good if you're getting range to death to go on and start hitting someone else. So at least both of you are getting hit. As long as you win that stagger, you're also cutting it so that you're not getting hit and the other player's getting hit. It's a little bit of a finesse that you can do in these end games, and I hate to see Fong fall short of this, but I understand it at the same time that when you have all these days, you're such in a comfortable position. You've been here a million times, and unfortunately for him, in NBPL, we got some good target selection. The Farriers are like, wait a second, that man right there, he can beat us. Look at that gold armor. And we know that's Fong. It's not Wang Lang. And these Wang Lang and Fong are the two players who like to play these heal-off games and like to yoink games from everyone else. And this time, the newer players, Shang Yu, everyone's done their homework. Everyone knows this meta a lot better. And they end up taking them out. And something that I wanted to really see of whether or not it'd be very successful is this Justinas from Mike and Spider. Now, the variation is Mike didn't run F1, he ran F2, but Spider ran F1. So we see that this defensive Justina pick ends up doing okay-ish going to these end games. Although it still makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, RuneKeeper, that when you play Justina, it's like Valda. I just never seen them live. I never see a Valda or a Justina get to that end game, and they always get 5th place, 4th place. They dominate Yang early and mid, but then they just get absolutely focus fired in that end game.
Here's the big thing though with Spider's pick onto Justina, right? Spider does exactly what you need to do with this suboptimal, I don't want to call it a suboptimal pick, because Justina has definitely found her way back into this sort of meta, but you need to be playing her early to mid game and pick up your eliminations. Then picking up 4 eliminations and heading towards late game with 4 eliminations as Justina is exactly where you want to be. We talked about with how sort of 5 kills is that sort of maximum space where we see top kills for these solo games. We don't typically see games go much higher than that, except on rare occasion. That having those 4 eliminations, I mean, realistically, he's 2 points behind the 1st place person in this lobby, which is not a bad place to be when you're not playing a late game hero. I want to touch on something that you talked about though with KLA's Fong going into this. This is something I talk about all the time with the ability to change target focus. I think you were right. If he was just able to start fighting back, he could have made something happen. But we'll touch on that point again in just a couple seconds. We're going to throw things over to Leah for an interview before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Dimo from the team KZ to our interview. So of course, please say hello to our audience.
Yo, hello everyone.
Okay, welcome Dimo. And after like 3 games, how do you think today's matchup so far?
It's not as bad as yesterday, last 2 days ago. So I think I'm okay right now, but I need to do better.
Okay, so the first game we see a lot of Justina. And do you good at Justina?
I think I'm okay with Justina, but I preferred to use Vala for the first match because I expected them to use Justina actually, so I was trying to go for a counter pick. It almost worked out for me at the end, but I kind of misplayed my end game. So.
Okay, so we all know like in this patch, Justina has buffed. So do you think it's a good thing for you or not?
It's pretty much neutral. It doesn't really matter to me as much.
So like which hero is you think you can play the best?
Which hero I can play the best? I would say probably Tarka because I play him the most.
Yeah, so how do you think Tarka in this patch?
He's okay, but for tournament, reset characters or other characters are more used than him because of how people survive so long in the end game.
Yes. I see. Okay, so let's move on to our new part, answer for treasure. And this time our question is like, which hero did WBG Spider pick in game 3? So I also want to ask you like, because last interview you said you are like still trying to guess which hero they will use in each game. So how do you think like after we come in this week, like how do you think you're doing better in this part, you think?
Yeah, I'm doing way better. I'm more confident. I'm going for fights more. I'm trying to go for Yanks more to get a feel of the players and how they play.
Okay, so which hero you think like they will choose most in game 4?
In game 4, I'm not sure, but depending on the map, if it's Firefly map, it might be Tarka or
Tarka?
another Feria match, but yeah.
What about game 5?
Game
Also Tarka?
I'm not sure actually. If it's a Firefly map, it's possible that it might be 2 fighting characters like Tarka, or maybe I don't know, Yodo at the last few endgames. I'm not sure.
So is like Justina is appear a lot in the training game?
Not that much actually. It's pretty different in the training, and it's also pretty different here in the tournament. So it gets me off guard a bit, but I'm starting to understand why they choose these characters and why they choose the characters in the training.
Okay, I see. So please demo count on the time.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, and do not to forget to check your mailbox and do not miss the prize. Well, we still have 3 games following. So, like, can I ask you like which hero you want to choose in the game 4 to face like so many targets?
Game 4, I'm probably, if it's Firefly map, I'll probably go for Tarka. If not Tarka, I either go Zippin or Feria Shen.
Okay, so like because also I guess too maybe there will be a lot of Tarka, but do you think maybe you can choose like some hero opposite to face Tarka?
I think you can, like you might see some Valdas if you play really well in your 1v1 and you just win neutral, you can counter Tarka. And like characters like Yodo can fight Tarka in 1v1 in the Yang, so yeah.
But Yudo is like nobody's choose now because Justina have buffed and Yudo was like
that's true,
out of the game.
That's true.
Okay. But I know you like Yudo a lot.
Yeah, I still like Yodo. I think she still has her uses. Maybe not like a lot of the time, but maybe you can still pick her at least once in 6 games.
Okay, so do you like want Yudo to get buffed in the next patch?
Actually.
Or like which skill you really want like Yudo's to get buffed?
I would like her ult to get buffed because I think her ult is okay for endgame for tournaments, but in Yang, but in 1v1 there's more risk than reward because people can just easily dodge away from it.
Okay, that is a kind of good advice from Timo. And okay, and thank Timo for doing this interview. And our interview is ended. We still have 3 games following, so good luck to you.
Thank you, Lee.
Okay, bye everyone.
Bye bye.
大家好，我是 WBG Spider。今天我是来完成我的任务 ，cos 季山海。然后同时我也邀请了知名季山海使用者潘德曼。
大家好，我是欧游记潘德曼。
我觉得他在联赛中打得比较牢，然后他的火男也其实也挺一般的。
我觉得他对我了解比较片面吧，我的火男并不牢。
今天为了完成这个挑战，要借助一点小道具来模拟一下火男的特效。来，我们一人一口。
这么多？
还好还好。
感觉味道还是比较 OK 的，还可以的。
焚身身。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look here at the halfway point at the overall scores for our players today. Unfortunately, Bao Shenyuan with a whopping 0 points on the board thus far today. JL's Ego 3 games deep with 2 points. Zhuran with a 3.6. AOW's Mike with only 12.4. In his first 3 games today. This is a position we don't typically see Mike in, towards the bottom of the leaderboard here, but he still has 3 games left to play today, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can bring it back. JDG's Chu Zhang with a 16.1, KLA's Fong with a 19.7. Unfortunately, for TE's S Railgun, you know, this is somebody that a lot of people have kind of had their eyes on, and having a poor performance today with a 1.6. KZ's Demo, though, coming in with a 9.1 thus far, looking to try to find some sort of space for themselves. Hopefully his next 3 games will be even more explosive as we continue to go deeper into the day. But we're going to take a look at the top of the leaderboard here very soon. Of course, all eyes going to be on OC. Zhang Yu really coming in today and impressing with the back-to-back victory, and seems to have been able to carry that momentum from game 2 into game 3. And because of that, they've had a 22.6 point day. WBG Spider rounding out second place overall for the day with a 21.9. Wolves Kai Bao having a much worse day 2 than they had in their day 1. Day 1 a 40.7 point day for them. Unfortunately, thus far, only able to put up 3.4 points on the board. Game 2 and 3, they were eliminated quite early, and it's been a difficult day for them going forward. But 3 games left to play. Time will tell if Wolves Kai Bao will be able to bounce back and find that sort of spacing. This is something we talked about with WBG Spider time and time again. That mental space being a difficulty for Spider is something he's been working on pretty drastically this season. I go back to the second bi-weekly of the season, the finals for that bi-weekly. I feel like WBG Spider really learned a lot. He's always been feast or famine. When he has a bad game, he lets it affect his mental, and he doesn't want to find these sort of spaces where he's done okay and then kind of ride that to the late game. Whereas after that sort of final spacing, he's been able to find those more appropriate mid-level games. But we have a quick question about WBG Spider for you. And which hero did he pick in game 3? Was it A, Justina, B, Faria, C, Matari, or D, Tarka? Make sure you lock your answers in and keep yourself looking at your inbox here on Twitch for a chance to walk away with one of these limited great treasures. But back to talking about that sort of mental space, Spider learning a lot during that bi-weekly has been able to address that sort of feast or famine playstyle, whereas Wolves Kai Bao continues to struggle with exactly that. He is either absolutely feasting on the lobby or he is completely famine, and that's what we're seeing come out of him today as he struggled to find his footing, in these sort of games where he gets killed off the rip and he's just not able to overcome that sort of mental block, Raven.
That's true. Now, for that question, me and you were talking about Spider's pick for a long time, and before we went on break, you wanted to elaborate on that Justina pick. I remember you were telling me that there was really, really good point that you were going to share with me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the big thing is that Spider piloted it very well. This is something I've really been talking about and noticing a lot in the Nbpl, is understanding the position you need to pilot these heroes in. Not just that it's a good pick, but understanding why it's a good pick and where that pick excels. Spider understands that Justina is an early to mid game pick given the current meta. Justina needs to find those kills in that early and mid game because they're not going to pop off in that final circle. They are going to be targeted out and they are going to be eliminated. And just like we talked about earlier with OC Zhang Yu in game 2, where Zhang Yu was just able to put together enough kills, it didn't matter that he went out early in the final circle, he was still able to take the MVP. That's the same sort of space you want to be in if you're playing an early to late game hero like Justina. And that's what we see WBG Spider do in that last game. He's able to put together 4 eliminations, and yes, he kind of goes out in the middle of the pack, but it doesn't matter so much because he put those 4 eliminations on the board, still walks away with a 7.1 game score for that third game, only 2 points behind the 9-point game score that was put together by OC Zhang Yu. And that's a pretty good place to be in, given that you're a hero that can't make it to late game. And this is something that I think a lot of the league has struggled with coming into this season, is really starting to understand when and where you need to pilot specific heroes given the lobby makeup, right? Understanding that, okay, hey, I'm going to be running this early to mid game hero. Where can I go find those eliminations that I need? Because once I get to late game, I'm just playing for pure survivability. I'm not going to be able to find any more eliminations that I need, and I can't really risk going for those eliminations. So it's nice to see WBG Spider sort of spearheading that adjustment into that understanding of when and where you need to pilot those heroes, Raven.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I was excited to see this meta kind of evolve. And now they haven't updated, and they're squeezing every ounce of ingenuity and innovation out of this meta right now. And when I saw Mike and Spider go Justina, I was like, wait a second, is there something here? Are they gonna be able to pilot their way through these mech warriors? And as we're going into this Morris Dusk, we're gonna get all the Tarkas coming out, the fire dogs, and with the counter of Matari. People always say like Valda was Tarka's rival, but actually it's always been Matari. I played Tarka back in the day, the OG Tarkas, and even with a very nerfed Matari compared to this demon we have now, the modern day Matari is for sure one of Tarka's counters. And with that, you can't really rule out all the Squirtle Squad. These Valdas, they will absolutely decimate a Tarka if the Tarka isn't very experienced. Now, we do have Panda Man, the OG. I know for sure that Panda Man's going to win his matchup versus these Valdas because he's just been in the pocket so much. He's going to be able to dodge these waves. It's actually not very easy for these Valdas to land these waves. And if you didn't know this, chat, as a beginner, one of the counters to Tarka's ult, as he's going to try to infinite you, as he's running up to you, you can save your ult so when he gets committed and gets right point blank, and you can actually wave him, and it takes him out of ult, bringing him back to neutral where you do have the advantage because you have a gold F, or you have your F1 that gives you that bubble bath 100-0 combo with the weapon swap. It doesn't take much to learn it. You can just get a staff, get a great sword, weapon swap using scroll wheel, and use that Valda bubble bath to take down these Tarkas. Now, the reason why players play these Tarkas on this Morris map is that it is a Firefly map, and there are certain spots on the map where you do get Fireflies, and what Fireflies give you is ult charge, and so you're able to go from left to right, up and down the map, able to pick up a kill, pick up the soul blue, get a little bit of heal, get a little bit of ult charge, and make your way back to a Firefly. So essentially you always have your ult on deck. Now, looking at this, we have Shaw on Matari versus Shang Yu in Temple. Now, this is going to be one of Matari's great landing spots. A lot of the best Mataris in North America do land here because it is impossible to kill them. Once you get them low, they're always able to break contact, use all these ceilings, use all these rooftops to get away. Now we have Spider in a high yield spot against Railgun, and Railgun has the goat against the wall, but Spider, using his bubbles perfectly, ends up getting taken down by the Dagger, though. Dagger just, that lunging R&B just reaches so far. Now we have Shang Yu, the previous lobby winner. Can he do a three-piece? I haven't seen a three-piece in a while in any of these NBPL lobbies. He has shot against the rope. Now, if you didn't know this, also in Immortal War, getting kills gives you a ton of money. Getting the first kill gives you a lot of money, and Demo ends up taking Exteron out, probably getting that huge money bonus. So we're going to be seeing that Demo into that late game. Now we're taking off to the edge of zone. Mike does have purple armor off spawn. This is really, really bad for the lobby. Once Mike gets snowballing, he has purple armor, he has purple dagger. Now Mike, this is Mike's game to lose. If he overcommits here and ends up getting picked off, this will slow his game down big time. But if he plays this really, really well, if he waits for this last hit opportunity, he is going to be able to snowball this lobby to jump back up. It was really weird seeing AOW Mike back in like 16th place, 17th place. We're only halfway through this day though, and he has potentially 3 kills in front of him. And if anyone is known for taking down every single kill in the lobby, it is Mike. Ego with the velocity, punching Mike, sending him back. And Shen Yuan getting on the board, finally getting a kill for the day, killing Ego, and Kai Bao jumping in. The previous lobby leader, before Spider was able to take it out, he ends up aggressively popping his ult, absolutely decimating Shen Yuan's hit points pool, and Mike sitting on the outside, still playing this cool, waiting for his opportunity. He missed the first opportunity to get a kill, but Mike, a veteran of the game, looking for the follow-up kill with Shen Yuan jumping up and down in his mech. He doesn't know who to focus on. Mike lurking. He's a Tarka. He still has ult. He does have purple armor. He has a dagger. This is definitely the threat you don't want to be. There is a tower nearby, and Shen Yuan is not going to make a run for it. He's going to hold his ground. He's going to die on his shield. I respect this, but Mike with the dagger versus longsword, a really bad matchup. Yes, Shen Yuan just gets taken down with the easy 1-2.
Yeah, this is a huge mistake coming out from about Shen Yuan. The target acquisition here was really poor. Tried to continue to give the chase to Kai Bao, even though AOW's Mike's just sort of standing out in the open. Never takes the opportunity to go for a reset because wants to keep the pressure onto Kai Bao. But when you're ulting from behind like that, you can't try to utilize your ult to get the maximum amount of damage out. You really are just using that ult to buy yourself the space to take a reset. Shen Yuan not only never takes the reset, but continues to position themselves where they're between two potential threats. So they just never get to find any sort of respite to go in and get themselves out of a bad situation. Turning now to KLA's Fong and KZ's Demo going head to head here. Demo trying to give Jay Fong able to use those grapples and that teleport to create enough distance to at least get one pot off and turn around with the dagger onto Demo. Finds a lot of space here, but we're going to see Demo make the very quick selection into the nunchucks here. And this is an adjustment we saw a lot of players like Wang Liang start doing earlier this season, where they keep those nunchucks in the back pocket for the potential of running into the dagger. They go for the backstab here, but Demo with the elbow was able to get the fire tick off, and that fire tick actually going to clutch the kill out onto KLA's Fong, and Fong knows they are so mad about that fire tick killing them even while they were into that backstab. We're going to take a look back on the replay here at Chu Zhang versus EWG Zhuran going into the bubble for bubble here, but Chu Zhang just able to really control the space and the neutral here into this staff, and we're going to see the armor swap come through and to a massive parry from Chu Zhang, and with that purple dagger, that riposte comes through and just does a ton of damage, followed by a simple tap dodge into the follow-up left click there is going to be more than enough to clutch the kill out. We turn back now to Wolves Kai Bao going head to head with KZ's Demo. Kai Bao into the nunchucks. We're going to see Demo make the adjustment back onto the dagger, though. Tries to find a little bit of space here. We're going to see the ult come through, looking to find those backstabs in. Kai Bao not quite there yet. Does have the full meter available on the nunchucks, though, so Demo needs to play this very careful. But Kai Bao needs to try to wait out this Tarka ultimate so they don't end up walking into the infinite. You can see Demo not only with the nunchucks in the back pocket, but with a white katana for the potential katana infinite they might be able to find while they're playing Targa. Now over to AOW's Mike onto the longsword. Ego here able to use that shift to actually take control of the neutral and start returning the favor there with the longsword. Mike finds himself on a bit of a back foot here as Ego's using those leaps to create the extra space to get that speed up, but it's Wolves Kai Bao who's able to slide in, pick up the elimination, and is able to take the soul bloom, able to deny Ego the opportunity to reset here. The ultimate's going to go away as well. Kai Bao really in a strong position to take yet another elimination here, and that's exactly what they're going to do as they pick up the elimination onto JL's Ego.
Great kill coming from Kai Bao. I didn't even realize Akos was here in the lobby. It looks like CN is not willing to get risky. Only Ego brave enough to open up with an Akos. Is the water warm? Now Akos on the Firefly Day versus Tarka. The matchup definitely goes within Akos' favor, but the third party potential is a little bit brutal. Now we're looking. What
I was gonna say one of the big deals with Akos right now and why we're not seeing him played so much is this is release Akos, right? It's not that post patch where all of those adjustments were made to his ultimate, and those quality of life adjustments might not seem like major adjustments to the casual player, but for us here in the NBPL, all of those adjustments are pretty drastic for Akos. And I feel like a lot of players here in the NBPL opting to not want to play Akos because this pre-updated Akos plays drastically different from the updated Akos, and you're going to actually pick up bad habits if you're trying to play this pre-updated Akos versus learning how to play actual Akos.
That's an excellent point, Runekeeper. I completely forgot that Akos release didn't have the double jump shenanigan. It actually was a huge quality of life increase that you're able to use those little kitty cat prances over and over and not have to worry about accidentally double jumping. That is a huge difference, so it makes sense a lot more after you brought up that point why players are not going to use this, because it's basically a nerfed Akos if it comes to it. Like the Akos that exists right now is just super strong right now, and it is slightly better than the Tarka that most players feel right now. Now we have Shen Yuan versus Spider. Shen Yuan finally is on the board and is forced into his mech because Spider ends up getting that one charge parry. Now, rarely do you normally see Mike coming out with the one charge parry gambits. Now, Spider taking a line from Mike and just instantly on first light, always going for this one charge parry, conditioning his opponents that you're not going to be throwing this one charge blue unless you're not getting away with murder. I am going to let you know that we're going red. We're betting it all on red repeatedly until you stop throwing blues on me, good sir. I want the pressure and I want you against the wall. And now Shen Yuan, feeling that pressure, is going to get grapple kick, tries to get away, but Spider not letting him go anywhere. A little bit of a schmoove right there. Spider's grapple going on vacation, but he ends up picking up the kill on Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan nowhere to go, just buttery rocks, left, right, nothing. But now we got Fong and Chu Zheng in Celestia. Now Fong is on that Matari, and we have Kai Bao lurking on the outside. And they're most likely not going to hard commit into this fight. It's very hard to get something going here. Even though we got Valda here, it's just with this temple right here, there is just so many different layers. And if you're a newer player and you're looking to survive, this is one of the havens inside Celestia. We call it the temple spot. You go up and down the roofs. There are holes in the ceilings that you can go up and down. It is very easy to scale rush and really break contact from your opponents, just because something in all video games, there isn't really true 3D sound. You can't tell where someone is as far as above you, below you, left or right. You mainly know by different triggers, like a rooftop sound, a ground sound, a sound, and that's how your brain mentally puts everything together. It's one of the tricks of the trade that you can take to any other game, but is another trick that these pro players in NARAKA are using right now. Now, the reason why these lull moments happen in the game is because the Yang just happened, and you're seeing OUG and TE both having a Vermilion's buff that gives them a second life, and there are two players who have Yang Cygnus. They're going out there, they're trying to get a kill. Railgun is going against Shaw. Shaw might have lost and has Yang Cygnus himself, but Railgun's against the ropes, looking for that punch. It is significantly nerfed in this patch that when Tarka actually punches, it uses so much more stamina. And because of that, he's not able to sustain the pressure. And with the shot, pops her backstab. And this is one of the weaknesses of Matari's backstab, is you're able to tap dodge iframe. And even with the trash iframe that Tarka ult gives you, Railgun is still able to iframe those backstabs, giving him enough room to pop off these shields. Now, Shaw wants to take it to him, knowing that his ultimate's coming out. Railgun with the rare 1-2-3, able to hold dodge and catch Shaw slipping with the uppercut, put him against the wall. But it is Matari. Matari's able to blink away, possibly pop off this heal. Maybe he has the F3 reset. Railgun struggling to complete this kill. This is one of the brutal things of fighting such a defensive character like Matari, zipping Justina F1 versus Tarka. Once that ult comes out, you become a mere mortal. Now, Kai Bao in the bush area with the herd versus Chu Zheng. These two were posturing earlier with the herd. 4 players going at it. We got all the heavy hitters over here. We got Spider, we got Chu Zheng, we got Kai Bao, but it's the bush area. We got Demo. If you looked at the leaderboard earlier, our boy's doing well, Runekeeper. He's fragging out. What do you think has changed for Demo on this map?
Demo coming in here, a little bit more confidence, and B, he's playing a hero he knows he needs to be aggressive on. He knows he's not going to take Tarka into late game in this particular lobby and really try to make a big pop-off happen. So he's made that adjustment. He knows mid game is really where he's going to find the most success. And also for Demo, this is a comfort pick. He knows how to play Tarka. He knows how to pilot this hero. Even when, you know, Demo is looking to have a casual game and just have some fun, it is on that Tarka pick that Timo is going to have that fun and enjoy himself. And, you know, we were just talking during the break how stressed Demo looks coming in here. And, you know, he's in a stressful situation. He's in a new country. He's playing against some of the top players in the league. Playing on the stage is drastically different than playing from the comfort of your home. You know, there's a lot of things that can lead to that level of stress. So for Demo coming in here and finding viability onto his comfort pick, it's going to make it easier for him to find a little bit of momentum this game. And it's a great decision on his part to come in, play Tarka in this game, find that momentum, and if he can carry that momentum over into the next couple of games, even though he's not going to be able to lock in his comfort pick except one more time, that it's a great place for him to be mentally, and mental is a huge part of the game for these players, especially when you're the new kid on the block. Having that mental advantage means more than sometimes just the decision making or the skill level. Speaking of which, we're going to see WBG Spider here going head to head here with AOW's Mike. This is a matchup everybody loves to see, especially in this realm of Yang, these 1v1 situations. Spider trying to put in work with that pulsar, trying to use that blistering edge. Mike goes for the parry there, not quite able to find it off of the blistering edge at that maximum range. Will, however, find the uppercut coming in off of the dagger, trying to use his dagger dashes to create the space. Spider on the much slower weapon here, really trying to find the advantage by threatening the space, using the pistol to find a little bit of damage, but just isn't really able to find it onto Mike, and is playing extremely defensively because they know they need to wave out the ult, but just enough damage coming through from the fire tick and the shove back from the ult. Mike will find success in our second set of Realms of Yang against WBG Spider.
Man, it is rare to see Mike going into the second Realms of Yang because my man's on his back foot, and we finally get to see my favorite matchup of the game. Mike versus Spider, the two heavyweights, the two goated players, both winners of the weeklies, but Spider taking the lead with 2 wins. Now I was hoping that Mike was going to even it out, able to take another win here, forcing Spider to reconsider if he's the actual GOAT of NBPL. But Spider still firing on all cylinders, absolutely dominating this weekly. He's going to be able to go into this weekly finals with the lead. As I say that though, Railgun, just like last time, his Cinderella story, he just pops off on the second half of the lobby. But unfortunately for him, Shang Yu coming in with the kill steal, up to 3 kills on this Valda, the counter to Tarka. He still has ult up, and Railgun's gonna have to back off, knowing that Shang Yu does have the buff that gives him a 20% reduction in damage, and he's able to see through walls with this buff every couple of seconds. Railgun's against the wall right now. His back is against the wall. He needs to fight back though. With these gold nunnies, he's gonna have a good chance. Now, unfortunately for him, Shang Yu baits out his ult and immediately waves him, taking him down, making it look easy. Shang Yu is ready to stay at the top. He is top of the mountain right now. Speaking of which, though, the OG Tarkas, though, top of the Tarka game, Mike and Panda Man, the GOATs to do it, always representing the Tarka clan, even when they weren't meta, before everyone was jumping on the Tarka bandwagon. These two were absolutely dominating with Tarka. Now, Mike, with these gold nunchucks versus Chuzang against the ropes, doesn't have much room, but he's able to get this white heal off. Now he's able to survive 1 full focus attack. Mike has to be a little bit more careful because if he overcommits and gets parried here, he can still potentially die. Mike realizes it, playing it a little bit slow, a little bit easier. He does have the buff, so there's no way Chuzang's going to get away here. As you see right there, every couple of seconds, you're going to see the buff tick, and Chuzang, a little bit of red outline go off so that Mike can completely see where he's going. Now Chuzang tries to use a little bit of a zone trick to break contact, but Mike, a veteran of the game, wisely sees Chuzang go left and right, and now Chuzang at 1 HP. Anything, you can sneeze on him and he'll die. He tries to put a bubble. The bubble ends up working. He does get the armor reswap, but Tarka does have a ton of burning mechanisms that can just chip him through this white health. Mike tries to use it to his advantage. He's looking for that punch to get that little bit of white health. He ends up getting the tricky grapple LMB into parry, taking down Chuzang.
Yeah, absolutely huge there from AOW's Mike. Again, really into his comfort zone here. You know, unfortunately, speaking about comfort zones, while we were watching that beautiful fight break out between AOW's Mike and WBG Spider, we did see Demo eliminated from the lobby, but Demo still having a much better game here in our 4th game of the day, doing very, very well to keep himself moving here. But it is AOW's Mike, like you said, one of the originators of the Tarka here, coming in and finding huge success on the Tarka G pick. Unfortunately, Alliance's Jin in a sort of the opposite situation, as he's just kind of hiding in the bush here while Mike does a little bit of shopping. Mike with the 3 eliminations on his belt, but you know, somebody we haven't really seen all game. OC Zhang Yu going for the triple back to back to back. Currently sitting at the top of the lobby with 4 eliminations. Zhang Yu coming awake today. This is really a surprise. Again, Zhang Yu, to me, always kind of one of those dark horses that has the ability to come back in a lobby and come out on top of a lobby. But we've never seen Zhang Yu come in and take the double MVP in a single day, much less the triple. And he's heading in that direction right now. And he's playing on Valda, which means late game, he's actually on the superior pick in terms of that sort of counter meta against all of these Tarkas, because those Tarkas going to ult, and as soon as they go to commit onto Zhang Yu, like you said, Zhang Yu just going to be able to open into that wave, cancel out their ultimate, and keep them from being able to get back to that ultimate in those final moments. Mike trying to find an opportunity to remove the Valda from the lobby. This is extremely good target selection, and we talked a lot about that target selection all day today, and Mike knows he does not want to go into this late game here against the Valda pick. He knows that the Valda will find success here into the target G. We're going to see the parry come out from Mike, though, and unfortunately, there's nothing that OC Zhang Yu can do about it, as that parry is going to clutch it out, and it's going to come down to a 1v1 between AOW's Mike and Alliance's Jin. They know it. They know they're the only 2 players left in the lobby. They're just going to look for a flat space to go duke it out.
You hate to see it, Runekeeper. I wanted to see the three-piece from Zhang Yu, but unfortunately, Mike will not stay dormant. He was hibernating earlier. He was in like 17th, 16th place, a rare place from Mike, but Mike having some of the strongest horsepower within the lobby. Moonbane surfing right now, not even afraid of Moonbane, knows that this is his lobby win, but he's going against the birthday boy. And this is what I was saying before, Runekeeper. I hope Mike knows that it's Jin and that we get some birthday love here. Maybe a little bit of little light banter, little body language, you know, a little crouch canceling, showing like no parry, a little bit of a parry. No, like easy, just immediately frying Jin's armor. Birthday boy getting no freebies here. Mike immediately going at it, popping his ult. But Jin showing Mike what's up, throwing the first 2 blue attacks. Mike without the parry right here. Now Jin using his F to trap Mike. Mike going a little bit crazy with that soul stretch, going in circles over and over. When you see Mike turning in circles over and over, it's because he has his great attack chain. And now Jin, unfortunately, getting caught by the classic Tarka Infinite. For your birthday, that's what you get. Open up the present. You got Mike sending you to the sky over and over. You hate to see it, Runekeeper.
Look, AOW's Mike just giving Jin his birthday spankings, you know, just making sure that he gets the appropriate amount coming here in the end. To be fair, though, you know, Alliance's Jin playing that fight very, very poorly. He opens it up very well, and then when he's finally forced to cast his ultimate there, Mike had already burned his ultimate much earlier than we see Alliance's Jin do there. Jin needed to play the waiting game. Typically, if you're going to be the Tarka who tries to initiate that fight, when you pressure into that space, you run the risk of running into the elbow. And when you've both already used your infinite escape tool, of course, that being Tarka's ability to activate his ultimate to get out of the infinite, the last thing you want to do is run headlong into an elbow and then end up in the infinite, which is exactly what we see happen to Alliance's Jin. He would have been much better served to just play the waiting game, wait for Mike's ult to run out, and while he still had his ultimate, he could have pushed in. Yes, he probably would have only had 5-10 seconds left remaining on the ultimate, but if he was able to get in and catch that elbow, that's the difference between a full combo onto Mike's armor versus no combo whatsoever, eating the elbow and finding yourself in the infinite. Not quite sure what Jin was really thinking. I feel like if you know the Tarka meta, you know that matchup very well, you know you don't want to run into another Tarka when both of you have popped your ultimate like that, because that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to run straight into that elbow and just get picked up into the sky.
Exactly, like the Tarka matchup, unless you sit there and you zero ban it for hours, and I know for a fact that Mike is one of those players who zero bans Tarka for a long time, especially when it was back with the double jump R&B shenanigans with staff or spear, just absolutely tech chasing you over and over. with this long range light attack that you can just catch your opponent and punch them over and over. But now it's shifted that you really need to precisely use that dodge because it consumes so much more energy. Now, if you didn't know this about Tarka matchups, guys, Tarka, usually when he dodges, he can elbow right afterwards, but there are 2 types of dodges. Now, they don't have that much iframe on them, so there is a weak point on there. But in the Ditto, a lot of the times you're trying to catch the punch first, or you're trying to iframe his punch and go second. The way you go first, though, which Jin pretty much shows me that he is not as experienced in the matchup, is you tap dodge first and wait and punch your opponent as they come in. Jin just goes for the classic run in, typical dodge into punch, looking for the uppercut, and ends up just getting caught out. Mike reading it from a mile away and puts Jin into the classic Tarka Infinite. Now, the character is extremely nerfed, and we will see a lot of this character being phased out as you see more Akoses come in, just because Akos does a lot better job versus zipping. Now, Tarka did have a lot easier job when it was discovered that you can press F1 and punch zipping into a focus attack. A lot of Tarkas came out of the shadows, bringing him back to the solo meta. But as the zippings wisened up, as everyone got used to it, and as Tarka got gutted as the characters, the zippings are back. The swarm of green ladies is back as we're seeing this. This game went by super fast. We got Mike at the top with 5 kills and 12 points. Zhang Yu, unfortunately, we don't get a 3-piece, but he's still first second is still a really great time at 4 kills and 8 points. Then we get Chu Zheng keeping up with Mike, keeping up with all of these great players with 4 kills, ending up with 7.5. Now, unfortunately for Railgun, he doesn't get there, but he's picking up, and the same thing happened last time. He was slowing down during the first half of the day, but during the second half, he seems to wake up and seems to warm up and starts getting a ton of kills. Now you love to see it. Demo had 3 kills off spawn. Unfortunately, not able to get there to end game, but 3 kills off spawn. Demo starting to feel it, starting to feel a bit better. I know Demo is one of the OG Tarkas. He loves that character. He plays it all the time. He did get forced off Tarka during the Valda meta, but he always came back. And you're seeing it here. Demo able to fight off the best of it, hanging with Fong, hanging with all these great players in the game. Now we're seeing Ego on the Akos, the gutted Akos. We're gonna see more of them in the future, hopefully. But unfortunately, we're still gonna see a ton of this old school meta with the nunchucks and dagger. It was really cool to see nunchucks for pretty much 6 months out of the year. Nunchucks were the premier weapon. It just does so much damage and has one of the most oppressive left clicks or horizontals in the game. It just scoops up. You can't duck it like a lot of other weapons. You can duck katana, you can duck greatsword, you can duck longsword, but you cannot duck nunchucks. It has this round cylinder that scoops up even the bottom part, and it covers you. So you're seeing Mike, when he broke onto the scene, he was too young to go to the first Worlds, but he grew up with nunchucks. He grew up in that meta back with Shang. It was Shang, Mike going at it with nunchucks. And you see Mike with these crazy jades. He's just scaled out of his mind. He has nunchucks at trigger. Now, if you don't know this, chat, I'll say this over and over. There are Jades of Destiny in this game. When you get certain Jades, they are just such a huge advantage that you might as well put the game in the bag. Nunchuck Sap and Trigger are one of them because you're able to just hold LMB, and every single time someone focus attacks you while you're holding left click or LMB, it blocks for you. You don't need that meter. It can be a range attack, it can be a focus attack, so you don't have to worry about someone sneaking in a one charge. You are completely in the clear to just hold LMB in their face, and the second they accidentally click parry or you catch them slipping with tap dodging, you just get to scoop them up. And Mike, being a veteran of the game, being a nunchuck connoisseur, able to absolutely decimate that lobby with the nunchucks, Ringkeeper.
Oh, you know, this is something I was going to mention earlier when we started seeing all of those nunchucks in game number 2, actually, was how important a Soul Jade like Trigger is. And like you said, you can just hold that left mouse button in the face of your opponent, and they really don't have a lot of great options into neutral. If they try to tap dodge away, if they try to half focus into you or that 0.9 focus and let that white rip, you still have the, you know, the focus charge coming through. You're able to to just let that rip. And that charge to LMB left click actually does a ton of damage coming off of those nunchucks. And like you said, it doesn't take meter when you have that Soul Jade. This is actually something we saw during season 1 of NBPL last year. The nunchucks actually getting a massive nerf to how much meter it takes to use that trigger without the trigger Soul Jade because of how oppressive it really was. So absolutely huge to see that coming through, one of those Soul Jades of Destiny, as you like to call it. But we're going to throw things over to a quick video with AOW's Mike, and then we're going to come back for game number 5.
我觉得大伙来看的话，肯定是对你有所热爱、有所喜爱嘛，不然他也不会过来看你了。然后还有一点就是，我觉得有的时候我确实能把他们的一些呐喊声给当成自己的一个动力去行动嘛。就比如最后一把那一把，就是反正杀完一个人就是那种感觉嘛，就是肾上腺素飙升了，然后再拿到那个指双截棍的时候开始就人有感觉有点就能杀了，就开杀了有点。我觉得第5把打完之后，我还是能夺冠的，但是就是感觉人有点就是其实感觉我第6把的时候我还是觉得能夺冠，就是打完之后嘛，就是因为自己的连续失误把自己给弄死了，就搞得有点就是真有点绷不住了其实。
Mike here giving us a little bit of insight to how he feels about his performance during the last biweekly and sort of recognizing his decision making being the reason that he didn't perform as well as he wanted to. And this is somebody that we talk about, one of the best duelists, right? If you go watch, you know, any of his streams or you watch him play in these sort of 1v1s like we saw him go up against WBG Spider inside the realm of Yang, when it comes to those 0 bans or those 3 bans, Mike really just knows how to out-duel his opponent so well. It's if he makes a mistake, it's going to be in that decision-making, the positioning or something like that. But as we saw in this last game, when he's on a comfort pick like something like Tarka, he knows that matchup inside and out. He knows the proper decision to make. He expects Alliance's Jhin to do exactly what he does, like you said, where he comes in and tap dodges and tries to aggressively go into the elbow. Mike knows that matchup. He knows the position he needs to be in to counteract that, catches the elbow, catches him in the infinite, and that's really where Mike can shine. So it's great to see Mike reflecting on his performance thus far in the NBPL and understanding where he's made mistakes, why he's made those mistakes, reflect on that and improve as a player. This is somebody you're always going to see sort of in the labs trying to improve, not just as their skill as a player, but in their decision making as a player as well, their understanding of the meta in the game. Mike is always looking to just sort of maximize that amount of performance every single day of the week, Raven.
Exactly. Like I love watching Mike play, and you're right, he min-maxes everything. He is really known for his Boyi, and what Boyi translates to for our NA players literally translates to gamble, but I think it more means read on our perspective, because in that pocket where everything is going to happen and you're in the clutch, Mike has a really great feel for what his opponent's going to do. Same thing with Spider, and like you were saying, he recognizes that he needs to improve on his game, and it's something that when I first met Tryhard, who has the best Boyi in North America, who did it all super well in China, getting 4th place in Solo Worlds, is that just because you have the best fighting doesn't mean you always need to fight, and that's something that Mike struggles with. Now in that lobby, it didn't matter because everyone was fighting, so Mike was thriving. He got 4 kills, he ended up winning it. Everyone's just going at it. He is one of the best to do it, only being really contested by Spider himself. Now what he needs to work on, what any of you can work on in that early to mid game, is figuring out exactly what you want to do when things go right and when things go wrong. You were seeing that Jhin earlier didn't really know what to do when things didn't go right, where he didn't have momentum, and he is known for playing for that end game. And that is one thing you can start out if you want to get into tournaments, is just figure out how I'm going to get from point A to B to C, being that early, that mid, and that end game, just so you can see it, just so you can hang with everyone else, and you're gonna learn a lot more being alive than being dead. Now you can work on your fighting. One of the best ways to fight is to work on your reading or your Boyi by 3-banding. There are tons of players in there where you remove all the abilities and you just sit there and you feel out the pocket of all the different options that you can play. And all of these solo players are known for their 3-ban as well. All of them can hang out with the best creative warriors out there. And for those of you who don't have great computers, it's one of the best ways to work on your fighting, and it's extremely fun to play with all of the different mechanics that you can play in NARAKA. Now, going into a Holorath Dusk, things are a little bit different because you got this wide open map, and now we got Fireflies, and we still have the Firefly cages on deck. Now we're seeing Chuzeng on the Akos. You love to see it. Now, this is a weirdo pick. Fong on the Wu Chen. I have not seen a Wu Chen being picked anywhere, and Mike going fully defensive on the zipping. Everyone is doing something a little bit different. Now we got Demo on the Tarka again. I'm hoping that our boy gets across the finish line. Look, I hope he gets across it.
Look, I'm looking at Demo playing Tarka, right? I sort of see this coming, right? He goes to his comfort pick, he starts finding more success. You want to carry that sort of momentum, you go back to your comfort pick. I want to talk about Fong though on this Wu Chen. Yeah. This Wu Chen pick is very feast or famine. Into this current meta, typically when we see Wu Chens, we see a lot of people running that V3 on Wu Chen, but V3 Wu Chen really doesn't find that level of success in the current meta because of how stally heroes like, you know, Feria and Zping are here. I actually really want to see the Swaparuni come out from Fong here. That ability to recognize that your opponent is in a killable range, make the swap into that hit, stun, confirm with the full combo follow-up is really where Wu Chen can come in, be aggressive, and find a ton of success. Speaking of finding a ton of success, AOW's Mike off the rip from a blue pile, gifted with purple armor, just immediately. No better place for you to be than if you are AOW's Mike right now. Wolves Kai Bao going to find quite a bit of success as well, coming in, going to find himself that purple armor and a white spear as well. Going to go bot side, take the fight with Zhang Yu away from the ballistas. Such a smart decision coming out from Wolves Kai Bao. You do not want to take this fight topside, because if you're topside, the longer this fight breaks out, especially into something like Zping Yang, the longer you run the risk of falling victim to those ballistas. As we take a look here, KZ's Demo going to immediately take advantage of the fact that Akko's not in that updated state. He's sort of in that nerfed state he was on during release, and is immediately just going to pick up his first kill of the lobby. Turning now to KLA's Fong, going head to head with JL's Ego. Ego though here with that uppercut onto these sort of slippery rocks here, actually playing into the favor of Ego as he's able to carry that uppercut combo into a second uppercut combo and find a ton of success against Fong here. The terrain actually coming to bite Fong back in the arse as he actually falls victim to not one but two uppercut combos strictly because of the way the terrain plays out. We're turning back now to the fight between Wolves Kai Bao and OC Zhang Yu. That fight that we talked about where Kai Bao makes the decision to come bot side here to get away from those sticky ballistas up top. And we're going to see Zhang Yu try to take this fight down into the roller here, because they do have that bubble, they have that healing, they're able to keep away from the stickiness of the staff here that Kai Bao is running. You know, we talk about this all the time. If you're running that F2 of Feria, you're able to just sort of ignore that hit stun from the grapples or white attacks, and that's exactly what the staff is looking to do. You're looking to stay sticky on your opponent, keep them from being able to get away from your hit stun. And when you have the bubble, it makes it very hard for somebody like Kai Bao on the staff to continue to pressure that fight. WBG Spider here going to find themselves falling victim to Fireball Tarka, this time from GG Shah.
Unlucky from Spider to run into a Fireball Tarka. Speaking of Tarkas, we got Demo on his comfort pick, chasing down the kitty cat. Akko's choosing, trying to make this Akko's work, but Demo absolutely murdering him off spawn, and now he's about to get that salty run back, get the run back. Chuzeng doesn't want any part of it, wants to take him to the neutral, ends up using his ult to get a little bit of space for him, but Demo's still hot on his tail with this Darker ult. He has increased movement. He's able to keep chasing him down, and we got Panda Man joining in. Now, Panda Man, one of the best fighters against these bursting characters. He is the Tarka OG himself. He knows how to weave himself around these situations, and Matari, being the assassin class right now, with all of her buffs and with all of her gold Fs, when she's able to go and viz, she's able to assassinate these bursting characters, and with all these buildings, she's able to do this risk-free essentially. Now Demo overholding and catching Panda Man slipping. Now Panda Man had the health advantage, is not unfazed by any of this, willing to take him down. Now Demo, there is no exit out of this building, ends up just coming out the front, and Panda misses him. Demo's able to get this good reset. Spoke to so Chuzang tags in, willing to chase down Demo and catches him with the cross parry. Unable to pick up the soul bloom, Panda Man denying it. The veteran play, keeping that soul bloom, keeping all that ult charge for himself, knowing that Chuzang and Demo were just in a long engagement. He saw both of their ults, so now Chuzang is against the ropes. He's a free kill for Panda Man. Panda Man immediately pops his ult, using it to break that F. Unfortunately, even though you're able to break the stagger, it is not a gold F, and one of the counters to Matari is that staff. That focus charge staff just sucks you back in. That LMB just keeps your toes locked in, absolutely violates your dodges. Now Chuzang with that F1, able to knock Panda him away and get some damage reduction. He's able to find the weapon armor swap. I mean, able to get onto one of these roof stops. Now, this is one of the few places that you can kind of go up and down over and over as you're seeing Chuzang go on the wall, and if your opponent follows, as you follow, you end up getting scale rush, and you're seeing great play by Chuzang, able to break contact from an aggressive Panda Man. Now, X, Euron, you want to see her pull it together. She has gotten a couple kills this weekly. Unfortunately, Ego putting her in the uppercut combo, forcing out her ult. She's able to get these armor swaps. Now, can she find her way out of this pocket? Able to double jump. Doesn't get the parry. I thought she was going to go for the double jump parry. Ego able to close it out with a clean LMB focus attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in from Ego here, they just were able to really control that entire situation against Juron. As we turn our attention back to WBG Spider here, Spider eliminated early, was able to pick up a elimination of their own as well, though. But this is typically where we see Spider start to struggle, is you're playing a hero like Faria here. You're looking to play towards that late game, and Spider, unfortunately, you know, he typically loses his confidence when he loses a duel like that early on, but we've seen that shift in the last couple of weeks I talked about, where he's really been able to accept the fact that it's okay to have more middle of the pack games, that you can play for a consistency game. You don't have to play that feast or famine, and that's what we're going to see come out of WBG Spider probably this game. Is he picked up an early elimination. It did cost him his resurrection early, so now he'll probably take this early Realm of Yang looking to carry the momentum forward, and if he doesn't make it, it's fine. He'll go pick somebody off, get himself back in the game, and then just sort of play out for that late game, because he is playing that Faria, right? He wants to go to late game. He wants to see that final circle, and that's probably what we'll see WBG Spider do this game, is play for more of a middle of the pack consistency game than try to absolutely pop off and go crazy if things don't go his way in this Realm of Yang, or if he doesn't get this Realm of Yang. He's trying to go for it, but Dilo actually going to deny the Realm of Yang from WBG Spider, and he's immediately going to back off. He knows what his decision making is here. He's going to come back in, trying to take the fight to Demo. Demo able to catch him out in that charge left click there from the dual blades. Unfortunately, Demo going to find himself taking range shots from both Spider and another player, so in a position he doesn't want to be in here, and Spider not willing to give up the chase. Demo trying to kite around these traps, hoping to maybe see a mistake come out from Spider. That trap actually catching onto the edge of Demo, though. Demo taking more range shots as well from the other side, really finding himself in a difficult situation. Is able to get one pot off as Spider finds one as well, but Demo again really in a tough situation as both Railgun and Spider are keeping that pressure onto Demo, strictly looking to catch him out. He's going to be forced to pop the ultimate here, and and just run for it. The problem is he is so low. If one of these grapples is able to connect and come on to Demo, that is going to be all she wrote, and Demo can't afford to stop and look for the reset because of how low he is. As soon as he loses that protection from those range shots, these players, Spider and Railgun, are going to take advantage of it. Luckily, he is able to come through and find that armor reset. We're going to see Spider start to pop a heal and wait to swap into the armor at the last possible second. And this is something you see a lot of these NBPL players do, is they'll go ahead and start the pot and wait till the pot's about to go through to swap into that unhealed armor to take the upgrade with as little risk as humanly possible. Demo here able to find a full reset, unfortunately forced to trade that purple armor for a set of white armor, and it's not the space Demo really wants to be in right now. WBG Spider and Railgun finally turning back on each other, looking to go at one another's throats now that Demo has created enough space that the chase is no longer worth it for these two players.
Spider and Railgun. Now, with the Yang coming out and with 2 new players coming out with the Yang depletion, they're going to have to take this a little bit slow. Great on Demo to get out of that sticky situation. He trades out that purple armor for his life. It's definitely worth it. I was hoping that Demo would have picked up some of these Fireflies. He ends up choosing to go in the city, which ends up being the better decision. Ends up able to get that armor swap and run into zone to break contact. I'm surprised Spider didn't go crazy aggressive like he did last time. Last time someone tried to take him to zone early in the day, he just chased after it. Now, in Tang in the south, we got the mosh pit. We have Shaw picking up Railgun. We have Fong in there with the going for the bell buff instead of the normal Vermilion. We've been seeing Fong doing this play today, able to figure out where everyone else. Now, this is something that our team started doing a little bit more just because we find it being a curse with the Vermilion's buff. Like, we just never find everyone when we have this buff, even though it's a safer buff to get, recharges your ult and everything, and you have the second life, and then you can reposition afterwards, but you can't really find the squad. I see what Fong is doing, though. He's able to figure out where all the zippings are, where they're poking someone to death, and he's able to join in and possibly get a kill. Now, there is safety in numbers. Contrary to popular belief, when you're around a ton of players, as long as someone doesn't get emotional and just all in your game, popping ults and leading to both of your demises, it's actually very, very safe. Because if someone else is getting attacked, that means you're not. Speaking of which, now Spider finds Demo salvaging his game out in the zone, but Shang Yu is coming over here looking to steal the kill. Demo against the ropes, not able to get away, and Spider takes him down quickly, eating the soul blue, able to back Shang Yu out, but Shang Yu catches his dodge going out. It looks like Spider's going to be forced into his mech, but he gets caught twice in his whole dodge. Shang Yu causing a ton of pressure. Unfortunately for Spider, he gets the sign bonked on his head. Spider in the corner in a tough spot. Shang Yu putting the goat against the wall, pushing him down the hill. Spider's never been in this spot before. What a cheeky position. Shang Yu with the presence of mind, seeing that sign above Spider's head. I've never seen a mech get a sign dropped on his head. Unfortunate for Spider, now with full corruption, none of his heals are gonna matter at all. Shang Yu actually backs off the points leader of the week and lets Spider go there. Oh my goodness, Rootkeeper. I would not have let him go if I had him on the corner.
Oh my god, you know, I mean, Spider really in a difficult situation there. You know, he drops the pillar there to take the advantage against Demo. He never in 1,000 years thinks that he's going to be forced to take the mech there. And unfortunately, with the way the terrain is, he literally can't go inside or outside. He's absolutely trapped there. We see the sign come down, and unfortunately, you know, I think it's a side effect of our boy playing Z-Ping there. You know, Zhang Yu, you're on a defensive character. Here we go. We're going to see the hit confirm into the full uppercut combo coming out here from Fong, and Fong knows it's not going to be enough to kill this Z-Ping, but hoping to maybe swap targets. Unfortunately, Mike is more than happy to just burn the ultimate and very quickly finds himself healed up, so he's not going to find that target selection swap that he was hoping to find with that combo. But Fong's playing the aggressive swap-a-rooney. It's what I wanted to see coming out from the Wu Chen. Unfortunately, he's in a difficult situation. It doesn't look like we're going to get to see much more of Fong if these players continue to pressure him the way that they are. But like you said, WBG Spider wasn't really in a poor position there. But I think it comes down to the fact that Zhang Yu was on Z-Ping. You're wanting to play defensive. You're forced to pop the ultimate because you're taking that zone tick. You're constantly in pressure. You're worried about third parties. And Spider able to just consistently go into that turret mode and throw those shots and knock you back and do damage sort of scares Zhang Yu a little bit. And because he's on a more defensive hero, decides to back away. I agree with you, though. I think I would have played that a little more aggressively, and I never would have let WBG Spider get away from that situation. As we turn now to GG Xia, who is going to find himself in the realm of Yang, looking to take another Yang fight here. It doesn't look like anybody else wants to be in that position, though, and GG Xia might just walk away with the free buff and legendary weapon from this realm of Yang, Raven.
Oh my goodness, RuneKeeper, I just noticed you were talking about the Wu Chen pick. My man Fong is absolutely trolling. He is using F2. With the new buff on Wu Chen, they changed F2 that every single time it auto releases one of these daggers, it sucks your stamina away from you. But you don't have to really press any buttons. It just kind of guards you, also guards you from a last hit situation. But you never see this Wu Chen out. Normally, the meta pick is to play Wu Chen with the F3 where it heals armor. But Fong is playing this super troll F2 pick. You love to see it. Fong always a fun time to spectate. What craziness is he gonna show today? And he doesn't disappoint. Last week he opened up with a monk with Parry Bell. This week he got to Wu Chen with F2, and he's able to survive the great chase down from Mike and Spider. That is really tough. He goes with the no mix up, sitting in zone, not going left or right, and just waiting there till he's max corruption, then finally coming in. Now unfortunately these guys have eagle eye vision, able to spot him, but they know it is Fong. It's the only Wu Chen. It's the dagger demon himself. They know he's just going to run forever. Fong ends up using his V2 not to really do what you wanted, RuneKeeper, to swap someone out, but just to fully disengage. It's kind of, this is the problem I see with Wu Chen. It ends up being the Justina problem and the Valda problem. Like, you got that 1v1 capability, but in these group situations, if you don't got that F3, you just get torn apart. Now he's able to survive for a really long time, but he eventually gets chased down by the Akos of Chu Zhang and OC Shang Yu. And Shang Yu having a great couple games. Like he just, once he got that first win, he just started snowballing out of control. We have Shaw with the Mr. Mike going around the map, looking to pick off some of the players, see if he can get someone lobbying with that 20% damage reduction. But this is a fight I really want to see. I want to see Mike and Spider commit to this fight just to learn something new. Every time I watch these two, I learn something new about how you can fake, how you can play different scenarios in this neutral. And Faria and Zipping are going to have an extended neutral. Both of these characters are very defensive. They have multiple lives, essentially. Mike already popping that ult early, knowing that on Zipping, if you pop your ult earlier, you're gonna get the most heal out of it, and if you cancel it, you could potentially get 2 ults. You're gonna see Mike cancel this ult right here. He's at 32%. Now, with this extended fight and these two's great fighting ability, Mike will most likely have his ult back at line at 70%. Spider looking for the stomp, trying to combo Mike, but Mike wisely backing off, knowing that he can get this armor reset. And the name of the game here as Zipping is play the long game. Wait for your opponent to overcommit. Unfortunately for Mike, Mike ends up overcommitting on the double charge, gets caught up by Spider. Spider winning neutral over and over. Mike against the ropes. Spider's just on another level today, RuneKeeper.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. Spider going off here, and you know, the trade back, right? Because Spider went up against AOW's Mike last game in the realm of Yang, and it was Mike who was able to come out on top in a very similar matchup here. But this time it's WBG Spider who's able to find its success here. And Spider, you know, he's one of those players, he doesn't let that go. He takes losing those sort of one-on-one fights personally. As we turn back and take a look at the replay here, OC Zhang Yu versus GG Xia inside the realm of Yang. Sha, of course, playing that Fireball Tarka. This is an absolute favorite of mine. Even post the nerfs here for Tarka, I still really enjoy the Fireball playstyle coming through, especially with the changes to the elbow on the ultimate. Of course, the elbow taking that ultimate charge away from you on Tarka. The Fireball just feels so much cleaner. And now we turn into another replay yet again. This time it's against GG Sha and JDG's Xu Zhang. And again, Sha really showing us how well they can pilot the Tarka. And Sha, one of those players who's always sort of favored the Fireball version of Tarka, the support that comes through it, of course, the burn tick that comes through as well, and showing us why even though the huge nerfs to fire damage that come through, the nerfs to the aerial on the Fireballs from Tarka as well, just is still a viable pick here. Even in the NBPL, you can pilot it and make it work, and GG Sha more than happy to show everybody exactly that, Raven.
Fireball Tarka. Can say I am a connoisseur of it. Every time I try it, the worst part about Fireball Tarka is when another Tarka sees you with Fireball, they just like a ding just goes off and you're just like, ooh, free. Just that F1 gives you this just such a cheeky trap that you have to respect it at each moment, and if you accidentally fall for it, you just get absolutely annihilated by the infinite. But as you were saying though, it is usable in these really high-end lobbies because these players play super safe, their spacing is top tier, they're able to use it as this range game. Because normally, if a player is really good, oh my god, Spider ends up getting picked off by Shang Yu with the assistance of the Moonbane layup. Spider having such a great weekly, just wants the gold armor, trying to force it on his Varia, trying to get that scale up, but ends up getting taken down by the Moonbane. I know. Spider,
I cry.
Malding a little bit, just it's so funny to listen to some of these pros. The only time I've ever seen Spider show emotion is when he gets hit by Moonbanes, because he just knows the only thing that can take him out in this game is the dang dragon in the middle of the sky. None of these players hold a candle to Spider. He is the GOAT of the lobby, and he's showing it with back-to-back weekly wins, and it's looking like he's going to do it again this week. Not if Shang Yu has anything to do with it though. Shang Yu ends up picking another kill, has the gold pole sword, has a gold dagger. He wants to take the throne. All of these players are not happy with the status quo. These players are still trying to go for it. You're seeing Mike getting rocked to the core, not holding that top 3 spot. You're still seeing 225 up there swinging. He's not in this lobby currently, but he is still swinging as one of the most dominant players. And something interesting from today, Runekeeper, that I noticed is there's a lot more pole swords being used. Normally you don't see that many pole swords being used in the current solo meta.
You know, this is something I've talked about a long time as somebody who's, you know, I particularly enjoy my trios and my duos, right? But I have played solos back in the day, and during solos, I very much enjoyed the mind games that are possible, you know, with Greatsword and now Pole Sword, both of the weapons playing very similarly because they are that sort of heavy sword, very similar to the staff, and of course, spear being weapons that you can transform into one another. And the mind games with that Pole Sword, just the threat of the damage that you can create and the fact that you can actually maneuver with the pole sword. You know, you can actually still move with the great sword as well, but the pole sword, you really have this access to sort of this big sweeping attack that not only creates space but gives you huge movement as well. So not only does it give you the option to threaten space, it gives you the option to be able to move through space. And if you can catch somebody with those sort of mind games that you're able to do with the pole sword, and the fact that lobbies here in the NBPL don't end like your typical lobbies in a solo ranked match, right? Very little do you ever see a solos lobby in ranked actually go to final circle, right? Typically, you're seeing a lot of these players take these one-on-one fights or finding those third parties, and the lobby being whittled down to 2 players in zone 5 to zone 6, and it just being this sort of 1v1. But in the Pro League, you see these lobbies typically go, you know, to 5 to 8 players in the final zones, and with something like the Pole Sword, you are able to capitalize on somebody being caught out, the fight breaking out, the sort of chaos that ensues with having that many players left alive in the lobby. You can do those sort of cheeky moving charged, you know, vertical attacks with that pole sword that give you that ranged and catch not only the player out who's actually being caught out by somebody else, but the player who's doing the catching out, hitting both of those players into the zone, doing a ton of damage, forcing them to take that late game zone tick, puts you in a massive advantage over everybody else in the lobby, because not only do you get those players low, but you continue to not be the focus of the lobby because you've shoved these players into the zone and done so much damage that nobody is paying you any mind because of that shark mentality that exists in the NBPL. You very quickly create a lobby full of players who are hungry to pick up those eliminations, and it buys you even more space to play this sort of mind games with the pole sword, Raven.
Exactly. Speaking of sharking, we have Shaw, the lobby leader right now, with these fire arrows and burst arrows, trying to get this Matari. Jin, the birthday boy, on the ropes, absolutely getting harassed by these fire arrows and burst arrows. When you have fire arrows and burst arrow, you're able to turn your bow basically into a giant fireball. Jin just absolutely gets melted by all of this. Shaw still has his fireball on deck, but Shang Yu ends up picking up the kill with that pistol across the map. Now, if you're having trouble using range, for you newer players, pistol is one of the best weapons to pick up. Initially, it's very, very fast, and it basically shoots like a shotgun. Now, when people are going to heal, the reason why pistol is a very, very strong meta weapon is you can shoot at people's feet when they try to crouch cancel over and over while they heal. If you shoot at someone's feet, you will always hit them. You don't have to aim for their head. You don't need to go for those juicy hits. The same reason that Shaw is able to get a ton of damage over here with his bow attack and get a ton of this burst, you can do the same thing with a pistol, just by shooting at their feet all the time. You don't need a crazy amount of jades. You just need any type of default pistol. It is a great way to finish someone off who is 1 HP and it's just holding blue over and over in front of you, and you're not looking to eat up that double charge. Now, Ego, man, Shaw just has every burning jade in the book. He has Blistering Edge and this bow, and Blistering Edge also puts a burn on your target. He's able to kill Ego through his mech, chipping away at his white health damage. Now, even though you're in mech, when you get hit by burn damage, it will straight go to your health pool. This is why Flame Breath, Fire Arrow, Blistering Edge are super coveted jades right now in the NBPL. It takes down a lot of these turtling characters, also reducing the amount of healing. Now, as I say all that, we got choosing, getting Shaw against the ropes, tossing him into zone, going full kitty cat mode, but Shaw fighting back, not able to get the kill, not able to get the soul bloom, and just gets bullied by Shang Yu, having a super stellar week, picking him up with 3 wins today. Runekeeper, are we seeing a new dawn with Shang Yu at the top?
Look, I've talked about it before. Zhang Yu is a dark horse in absolutely any lobby he plays in, but today has just really been his day. He's able to find himself at the top. Not only is this a 3-piece, right? He's got 3 MVPs for the day. The only other player to ever do this being WBG Spider, but he also has a 2nd place finish in the last game, right? Where he went from back-to-back dubs to a 2nd place finish, and now to a dub yet again. OC Zhang Yu absolutely dominating today. And here's the thing. Every time, he's such a sneaky little player, right? We never see him taking these sort of fights. We're always paying attention to the AOW mites, the WBG Spiders, those sort of big fights breaking out. You know, players like GG Shaw, who's a very flashy player, coming in strong, you know, of course, on the target pick, like you said, with all those Fire Soul Jades. Zhang Yu just creeping along the lobby, man, picking up eliminations. Prod never really turning to him because those fights turn around very, very quickly for a player like Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu doesn't overcommit to a fight. If he's going to go in, he's almost always sure that he's going to pick up the elimination. and he's going to do it very quickly. So it's very easy for Prod to sort of miss those fights with Zhang Yu, where he slides in, picks up a cheeky elimination, or he just sort of zeros to 100 somebody very, very quickly. And that's why we see him doing this thing where he just slowly creeps up the leaderboard throughout the game. We're not talking about him, and then all of a sudden we're in final circle, he picks up 2 more eliminations, and you're like, wait a second, where the heck did OC Zhang Yu come from, right? Like, and that's where he really excels. It's why we always sort of talk about him being a dark horse. He kind of has what we call the XSG strategy from season 1, where XSG was always in that 2nd to 3rd place, and then all of a sudden they would come out and have that big pop-off game, and you would look at their score and be like, wait a minute, they've actually been 2nd or 3rd all day, and you know, they just dropped a 25 bomb. All of a sudden now they're in 1st place. Zhang Yu doing that sort of same strategy where he's like, look, I'm not gonna make myself the target, the focus of this lobby, but I am going to slowly creep my way there and take these MVP spaces away. And he is doing exactly that today. It's like he's finally been able to master his craft, slide in exactly where he wants to be. And I think the question is will he be the first player to walk away with a 4-piece? Will he take the claim away from WBG Spider? Because the only 3-piece we've ever seen in the Solos League was WBG Spider. If he's able to take that 4-piece away today, it's going to be huge, and I will be willing to bet money it impacts the mental of a player like WBG Spider, because when he has his records broken, he is never happy about it unless it's him who's doing the record breaking.
That's an excellent point, Runekeeper. Spider, usually looked at as the GOAT, but Zhang Yu having a crazy day with another 5 kills, that iconic 5 kills that you always talk about, with 12 points. Shaw looking like he was going to clean up the lobby, having all the Jades in the world to get all those focuses going, but ends up getting assassinated by Zhang Yu, still getting 2nd place with 5 kills at 11 points. Still a super great day from Shaw, in 3rd place overall. Now, JL Ego, he's been getting the short end of the stick in a lot of engagement, but this time ending up with 3 kills and getting 6 points. Now, Spider, I feel like Spider gets a little bit complacent near the end of Solos Week. He starts overextending in a rare mistake where he just forces the box right there, unable to give it up, and just gets griefed by the Moonbait. Now, I mean, it is only weekly, so this is a good time for silly things like this to get out of your system. Now, with Spider, he does get a huge benefit being on this Feria. Now, looking at Spider, oh my goodness, this weapon swap combo, getting the grapple kick into that LMB with the dual blades. Just so disgusting. He tries to get it going again on Shaw, but this time Shaw came to play on his Tarka, looking super comfortable, absolutely decimating the lobby. Now, unfortunately, I remember watching this fight with Demo. He gets absolutely double teamed in Tang. Now, Fong on this troll F2 pick is still going out there, making stuff happen, surviving forever versus all the best fighters. Oh, we see Demo end up getting taken down back there inside Tang. It was heartbreaking, but we finally get to see the fight that I really love, Spider versus Mike, and it looks like Spider is just firing on all cylinders and Mike just can't get it going today, running a weird defensive pick on a day that normally Mike dominates. Like Mike, that's more of like a Wang Lang or Fong strategy where they don't really like going the Yang, so they play the defensive characters on these Firefly days. But Mike is known for just being super aggressive, just going in, coming in hot, just ready to bang. And today I'm seeing a different side of Mike. I feel like maybe he's trying to play a more tempered playstyle, but if the tempered playstyle that may seem optimal, then this is like a tip for all the other players. You don't really want to play someone else's style. You always want to play the style that you feel comfortable with, because if you play your style, you capitalize on all the different moments that you put into this play style, and a lot of people underestimate just how much work goes into playing a certain style, and that you think like, oh, this might be the new secret. If this person's doing this, let me try this out. The application of moves are way more important than the actual move itself. I see all the time different techniques being used over and over, but there's no need. They're just really flashy, you don't really get anything done. But if you're going for those really hype clips, they are really, really awesome. And I love to see those weapon swap combos in it. My team always jokes about it. Every time we see a juggle combo, we're like, oh, that's a pass due. I'm past due right now, when you just take your opponent and launch him all the way down the hill. Shout out to my boy Past Due, one of the best combos in NA.
You know, this is something we talked about in trios actually yesterday. You know, you're talking about people seeing these sort of play styles and trying to adapt them because they see them working. And this was what we talked about in trios, where it seems like a lot of the teams see other teams experimenting with stuff, and rather than doing their own experimentation, going, oh, well, if they're experimenting with it, it absolutely has to work. So we're going to do it without understanding how to actually pilot that particular combo, and it costing them pretty heavily. But we've got a short video for you, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back and we lock in for game number 6 and our final game of the day. So don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we take a look at the standings thus far, we're 5 games deep today. A single game left for these players to put points up on the board. And, you know, all eyes on OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu really coming in. And like you said, we talk about that play style and how important it is to stick to your guns. Zhang Yu developing his own sort of play style that we've seen him constantly try to play throughout the league, where he sort of is looking to be that dark horse, where he wants to creep up on the lobby so that he's not perceived as a massive threat, but then find himself in those sort of spaces where all of a sudden he is very much a threat. And he has sort of perfected that, it feels like, today, as we've watched him walk away with not 1 but 3 MVPs and almost 4. He literally missed that last one by a single elimination, and that says a lot given that the record is WBG Spider with 3 MVPs locked down. Taking a look here, AOW's Mike with a 26.7 point day. Sort of a disappointing day for Mike. Mike typically tends to have these big pop-off days, and this is sort of middle of the road for a player like AOW's Mike. KZ's Demo, on the other hand, already with a 4-point lead over his previous day, slowly but surely continuing to improve day to day as Demo finds himself climbing further and further up the standings. This is exactly what you want to see coming out of a new player, coming in, experimenting with himself, finding his speed, finding his momentum, and getting better in increments. You don't want to be a player who all of a sudden just has a pop-off game and gets better and looks okay for one game, and then come to find out that you just sort of either had a lucky game or lucky day. That's not where you want to be. You want to find yourself with these little increments of improvement, so you slowly climb towards the top. Like players like WBG Spider, GG Shaw here, who have had incredible days, but it's OC Zhang Yu who currently holds the most points for a single day, and he isn't even done yet today. He has a 6 game left to play today, Raven.
Oh my goodness, 225 with that 35 point day. And same with Mike with 26 points. There's just like another tier above all the rest for these top players where you're getting these crazy 28-point days, 40-point days. Kai Bao not having the best day, only with 7 points so far, but having a previous day with 40 points. Just being able to qual off one day just goes to show how aggressive some of these players. And when things start aligning up, the stars align, you get these pop-off performances. Something that is very interesting to me, and I continue to study it every single day, is how Spider keeps innovating in the meta and being as consistent as he is. You always talk about his mentality and how his mental kind of gets to him. A lot of the time I've heard from multiple players that he's just not as motivated to stay on top. And if this is a Spider who is not that motivated to stay on top, and now he's like firing all cylinders, he's like, all right, let me just find another way to reinvent myself. And he's at this place. This is a scary Spider to go against. Now, with another question for one of these limited boxes, how many Akos was picked in game 5? I pointed this out, chat. Was it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, D, 4? I know exactly who played that Akos, the nerfed kitty cat. He was going crazy with it. He was making it work. He got to end game. He didn't win out, but he was making this work with a gutted Akos. I can't wait to see what happens in the next patch. And before we came live, I showed you the patch notes coming up. Now everyone's been talking about Akos, but there's something down the line that has us all questioning what the competitive landscape is going to look like. And I was showing you, RuneKeeper, this Viper. Viper is going to have a gold F on her silence and on her heal, her anti-heal, that gives a 3.5 damage effect. What do you think that's going to do to the meta, RuneKeeper?
Like, I mean, honestly, I think Viper has always sort of just been on the edge of being able to be in the meta. We actually saw a Viper pick last week in solos as well, one that was piloted very well. Honestly, the only reason that Viper ends up going down is they make the mistake of ulting a little too early heading into final zone and making themselves sort of a target because you're playing the only Viper in the lobby. When you cast that big signal out that, hey, I'm Viper and I'm here, you're pretty easily going to find yourself being picked out by the rest of the lobby. But I think Viper pretty easily finds her way sliding into the meta here, because that silence really being the F that everybody wants to run onto Viper and having a big impact in fights. But the fact that you're giving up a golden focus to take it has been one of the reasons a lot of players have been hesitant to bring Viper sort of back into this meta. And I've always been somebody who believes that the V3 version of Viper that allows you to silence players while you're fighting them for the duration, force yourself to get up in their face, you can follow it up with that F2 and then it keeps them silenced for even longer, has been a viable choice into solos. And the fact that we're going to see a golden focus added on to that F2, allowing you to extend combos, allowing you to sort of hit through certain things now on top of that, is definitely going to bring Viper into the meta. You know, there's a lot we can talk about in that coming patch that's coming up, but we're going to get ready to go ahead and lock in for game number 6. So we're going to turn all eyes back onto these final hero picks for the game. Many of these players already having locked in their double hero picks for the day. A couple double Farias, a couple double Tarkas coming through. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get. Kai Bao going to be coming in on the Tarka. This is a comfortable pick for Kai Bao. Demo, somebody who we talked about previously who has a fairly decent Takeda, saving that Takeda for the final pick of the day. Shen Yuan going to be coming in on the target as well. And this is a mixed bag of a lobby. We're seeing Tarka, Farias Shay, we're seeing Spider come back in. You know, this is Spider's comfort pick. I don't think this gets talked about enough, but Spider, when he came in and had that explosive entrance to the scene of the NBPL, it was during that meta that I hate, that Z-Ping meta, that sort of defensive meta that just allows Spider to prolong and take those fights to the neutral where he wants to take them. So no surprises, honestly, seeing him come in with this pick for the final pick of the day. Ego going to be bringing in that sort of nerfed Akos for his second pick of the day, for his double pick. Interesting to see Ego bringing it back after it not doing him very well earlier in the match that he does pick it. SRen going to be coming in with his second pick on to target G. Fong going to be bringing the Justina back in. We're going to see Matari's, Takeda's. What a stacked lobby in terms of hero picks we're seeing, Raven.
Exactly. This defensive stack lobby, like you were saying, with the last day, you're going to see a lot of just like, all right, it's the last day. Now, for the players doing well, they're just like, all right, we're going to breeze through this. We're going to play our defensive character, just get to end game, get this over with. But for the other players who need this last hurrah, they need to make something happen. You're seeing the Justina's popped up. You're seeing a little bit of these Tarkas pop up. But can Tarka really beat Feria and Yang? This is the part where counter comping or counter charactering is really, really important. I'm hoping that Demo catches on to this. There's just a lot to learn when you break down all the statistics of which characters you should play on which day. Now, going into the off spawn, we have a ton of players at tempo. We have Shang Yu, Panaman, and going for this Matari pick, as I was saying before, but Spider finding his ISO fight, and this is where Spider shines, forcing you to this tough position. He doesn't care about getting armor. He's just going to force you to the decision and make you crack. Shen Yuan cracks with his skull from that LMB, from the pole sword, trying to get away, but getting barely clipped. Recently, the pole sword has been buffed so that its LMB does lunge out. Before, it was very much feeling like you were stuck in the mud. You would press LMB and it would go nowhere. Now it actually lunges out almost as far as longsword. Now with that, it did adjust a ton of combos because of it. So if you're trying to learn some of those dual weapon combos, with pole sword, the hold is a little bit different. You have to go backwards instead of the traditional left with great sword. Now we have Mike. Dude, Mike has been getting purple armors all day today off spawn. And normally when Mike gets purple armor, it's over for the lobby. But today, it may not be over for all this one. Now, as I say that, though, Mike takes Railgun for a ride, hitting him with that menacing dual weapon combo. Absolutely deleting from the sending him back to his second life. Now, Demo dropping the grapple kick combo, dropping that longsword infinite. I think that almost looked like a focus line. There's no way that's in solos. And Shaw ends up picking up the kill with the F1, that AoE chip, ending up killing Demo. Now, Mike was lurking on the outside with his purple armor. He ends up getting all the chip, getting reset with that dagger, LMB, crouch LMB, that dagger spam. Now Shaw against the wall, against all odds, with Mike, both mechs out, standing in front of each other. If you're actually in Mike in your face or in mech facing the other player, you can still die. As I say that, Shaw turns around and gets AoE splash. You're only safe from all damage when you hold right click inside your mech and go into turret form. When you're actually standing up, you are vulnerable to attacks. It's a very small window, but you can get demeched by monks. You can get hit by focus attacks if you're facing, or even range attacks. Now fire will always bleed through, but it's something to note when you play Feria. Make sure you swing your face away from your opponent when you're trying to heal. Now, Samuron, you want to see her do better so that there are going to be way more girls in Nbpl. I know there's another girl as well, and she's been doing a lot better this week, and her fights are going pretty much according to the plan. It's just that third party. She just needs to iron out the details of how third party is going to go. Battle Royale being brutal, especially in this pro league when it comes to third partying. Speaking of which, on the edge though, one of the ways you can avoid third partying is fighting these edge fights where Mike is right now, and he's absolutely decimating everyone, finding Shen Yuan again, taking him down. Mike wants to have that 35-point game. He wants to end the day strong. He wants to show that going into this last finals, he can pass Spider. They can go 2 versus 2 going into this final week.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike really having a great day today. You know, even though he doesn't walk away the MVP the last game, he still does very, very well, looking to find himself in that space yet again. And he's on Feria as well. So the more early kills that he's able to secure. What is happening here between Fang and Spider? Hold on. I have to cut myself off. Did I just watch them both parry into each other's face 3 times in a row before trying to take back control of the neutral? What is this? Both of them going for the read and just unable to find it, as if throwing out that rock, paper, scissors, paper back to paper, back to paper before somebody finally throws the rock. KLA Fang gonna here invest the ult, more than happy to go ahead and go into the staff. Looks to go with the follow-up, but the bubble coming through is gonna make it impossible for Fang to get that follow-up, that potential swap if he's got the greatsword or the pole sword in the back pocket. He does find the freeze again though, and he's gonna send WBG Spider back to the soul altar.
Man, I love the mind game. The no mix-up. You just don't expect someone to. These are two of the best fighters in the game, and they just mash parry over and over, just straight mashed potatoes. Red, what? Red. One charge red again. You're never expecting it from these players that they're just going to play red. But at the end of the day, it's very, very lean because they're not really faking it. They're just going for that commitment right away. Now Fong versus Mike. Mike ends up committing, throwing that one charge immediately, throws the one charge parry immediately, gets the bonk, has Fong against the rope, but Fong does have the F1, is going to be able to get a little bit of health. You're going to see Mike again immediately commit, light into 1, 2, 3. Fong immediately commits, ends up parrying. This is what separates the top players from the bottom part of the league. They are very, very committal. They waste no time. They get in there. There is no waste in movement. We like to call it, between me and my teammates, playing very fluffy. When you're very fluffy, you're very soft. Everything you do is a feint, and versus anyone with a lot of confidence, they're just not going to buy it. They're going to say that you're just going to dodge here. You're going to try to kill me with dodges, and you cannot kill people with dodges. You need to swing. Fong takes his turn back with the dagger lights over and over. The dagger demon. Mike throwing the first fake, getting Fong to bite on that one charge parry. Ends up getting the uppercut, but soft true versus this Sheena, low ping privilege. Fong able to get that F1, but Mike still, what we're doing, we're committing, we're in your face, we're holding, we're releasing these LMBs. Fong not able to get the parry, has to use his ult defensively, waving the white flag, backing off, but getting immediately an armor reset. Someone's lurking in the shadows right now. Mike has to be careful. He has a ton of kills on Feria already. He doesn't need to go too crazy. Panaman vibe checking, veteran play, checking with the grapple, seeing what everyone's hit points out, but Mike is able to pick his health back, missing the opportunity to take down one of his most dangerous opponents. Now Mike standing next to his mech, not sure what this third party is going to do. Now Fong doesn't have his Justina ult, ends up taking to the sky, finding the max grapple, getting away from this. Mike, it is the last day, and we know Mike has no break. He is always going to put his foot on the gas with Yang coming up. Mike is just sad that he's not able to get into Yang, but going into Yang, we got your boy Kai Bao.
Yeah, Kai Bao getting ready to go head-to-head here with TE's Railgun. Kai Bao 50-50 for these realms of Yang today. Question is will he be able to come in against that Abyssal Aura? I love this play from TE's Railgun, right? You don't know that somebody's going to have that Abyssal Aura. That Abyssal Aura, so punishable if the enemy knows you have it. But Railgun just committing to throwing the blue, getting that Abyssal Aura out, catching Kai Bao off guard because you don't know your opponent's soul jades till they show them to you. And TE's Railgun here just absolutely able to capitalize on that committal from throwing that Abyssal War out, catching Kai Bao off guard. I love that sort of decision making coming through, don't you, Raven?
The Abyssal Aura is the troll jade, especially when someone is high ping. They just loop you over and over, and you just don't know that someone has some of these Jades of Destinies when they just throw it out to you immediately. That's one of the benefits of throwing that one charge, and that's where I think Mike gets a lot of his strategy from. And you see Mike coming in with the double charge, just like, hey guys, what are you guys doing? Well, how about you talk to this nunchuck, full meter dump, yoinking that kill. And now Mike, with no breaks, finds Fong again. Fong is just like, bro, Mike, can you get away from me? Why are you stalking me? Just on type of Fong. Fong's looking for a little bit of a weaker target, not really wanting to fight these Farias over and over, especially a super decked out Faria with that purple armor and these full custom skins. You know, with these skins, even though the players can't see them, there is a skin buff. Mike rocking out the style with the full decked out Cyberpunk and Tail. I don't know how I feel about tails. I feel like tails are very distracting. I'm very observant of just little details on the screen, especially when the detail is these giant ballista shots raining down on me. It's just Shang Yu coming in with the optimal play. My man Shang Yu is Mr. Optimal today. He wants everyone to know that there's a new kid on the block that's going to play solid throughout the games. He's going to go for kills. He's going to go pick up kills. Mike doesn't care. He still got his foot on the gas. Everyone is fighting, even with these ballista shots coming down. No one cares. And this is like one of the places you can min-max while you're playing Battle Royale. A lot of people get these tunnel visions, and you don't want to do this in these multi-way fights. The hardest part of being a top player is understanding the 1v1v1v1 scenarios. Like, you can do the 1v1 scenarios, but what makes someone super elite is they're able to find finesses in these multi-way rounds. And you see Mike, like, a ballista going off, most players are just running away. They hear it go off, they're going to spread like cockroaches. Not Mike. Mike's looking for that opportunity to get in there, pick up more kills, snowball out of control, let Spider know that he is still there and he wants to take his spot as the rightful top player of the NBPL. Mike coming back, winning the first week, and Spider winning the following 2 weeks. Now, you might think that these players going for all these kills is just a throwaway, but you do get points by winning the weekly going into the finals. And as I say that, I curse Mike and he gets taken down. So I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
Like, I mean, you know, Mike aggressively pressuring here puts himself in position. He does it to himself, right? Let's be honest. We talked about this being the weakness of Mike as a player. He doesn't know when to stop fighting. If you're a player who has 5 eliminations in NBPL solos, just ride it out to endgame. You literally don't need more eliminations than that. Nobody else in the lobby even could have potentially picked up 5 eliminations except for OC Zhang Yu, and he would have had to have killed every single player in the lobby that was left, and the odds of that happening just are not very high. If I'm AOW's Mike and I have 5 eliminations and we're zone 3, I'm just playing to the end game. Like, this has been such an aggressive lobby, and I get it. Mike loves to play that. Sorry, it's zone 2. We're down to 9 players. Like, I have 5 eliminations. I'm not dealing with it. I'm just going to go walk away. I'm going to hang out in a bush. He was absolutely stacked. He had a legendary staff. He had purple armor. He probably had most of the soul jades that he wanted. He had all the heals he could have wanted. This is Mike's mistake. I'm not even going to let you say that you caster cursed at him, because he does it to himself, right? He doesn't know when to take his foot off of the gas, and that is his biggest weakness as a player. Mechanically speaking, Mike, an absolute demon. When it comes to chasing a player down and putting those blinders on, Mike, an absolute demon. Knowing when to take his foot off the pedal, not so much. WBG Spider now going head-to-head here with Wolves Kaibao. Wolves tries to catch out the Infinite there, but Spider preemptively throws the bubble, predicting the possible Infinite coming out from Wolves Kaibao, keeping him from being able to catch Spider out there. He does catch him with the uppercut, but not able to follow through with the Infinite because the bubble protecting him from the stagger lock of that uppercut. Wolves just going to go ahead and cancel the ultimate here, take the opportunity to get the heals here. Really optimal gameplay coming out from Wolves Kaibao to hold on to as much of that old charge as humanly possible, find the space to get the recharge. WBG Spider, though, with that legendary staff that he was able to take away from AOW's Mike, not wanting to let Kaibao slip away here, but Kaibao more than happy to just go ahead and keep the run going on. There's so many players around here. He knows he can potentially exactly slip into the realm of Yang, find himself a reset, buy himself a little bit of time. The question is will he find his ultimate while he's inside this fight in the realm of Yang versus TE's S Railgun? The run it back. These two players going head-to-head again, and this time, will Kaibao fall for that Abyssal War coming out from the dagger? No, Railgun actually has the staff and the Merciless Havoc and says, we've completely swapped up the game plan here. The ult coming out from Railgun. Unfortunately, Kaibao doesn't have the ult of his own to return the favor here, and this is what I was talking about. He slips into the realm of Yang to find a little bit of safety, but unfortunately, that safety net, not very safe, given he doesn't have the ultimate in the Tarka versus Tarka matchup here. And Railgun gonna put it to the walls on Wolves Kaibao for the second time in game number 6.
Man, normally Kaibao would be safe there and there'd be a little bit of footsies, but Railgun just comes out blazing with the Merciless, immediately throwing focus attacks. Now we have Ego versus Chuzeng. Chuzeng already forced into the mech and very, very competent with this turret. Usually able to hit his opponents, playing very, very patient. But Ego making the moves on the kitty. Ego on the Akos using his agility to his advantage versus this filthy Feria. Now he only has 15 seconds to make this work. He still has ult up. Now Feria looking for the grief. Oh, it's so painful. It's so painful to watch. Every time I see this tie, every time I see this dueling tie, they just need to increase this by just 10 more seconds, 15 more seconds, so this doesn't happen to players anymore. And Chuzeng drags in the deep water and drowns them both. You hate to see it. Now Spider and Kaibao. Kaibao having that Yang depletion, getting the second life, and this is actually a really optimal play. If you're about to die anyway, it's worth it to go in the Yang, hopefully spend that neutral and end up getting a second life. Now unfortunately his second life absolutely gets deleted. Spider just, as I'm saying this, explaining this, Spider just shows him, I got a gold staff, probably max attack, and you're just getting chunked. That staff hit as hard as a greatsword. He just absolutely mauled him. No blue attacks, just all light attacks. Absolutely deletes him, and Spider is just going into this last day almost like 3 good games ahead of everyone. Now, some of the players don't have a second day. Some of the players do have a second day, and Spider is absolutely annihilating everyone. Now, Railgun has the staff, has shown his bursting capability. He's willing to pop this ult early, doesn't need to play neutral forever, is willing to show that frog stance with the target where you're just jumping up and down with the RMB. It's not as oppressive as it was before because you don't get the punch when they get second stand to the ground, but you still get the reset and do jumping RMBs over and over. Now we have Ego versus Chuzeng, another run back. Ego hoping to get through this day just with a little bit more points to know that he is staying competitive. He's still staying into, showing his mental is very strong now. He is playing Akos, a nerfed Akos, so you love to see it. He's having a good time. He's showing what this new character is kind of capable of. Let's see if he gets the F2 reset, switches the pole sword, ends up getting grief on the weapon swap, and now Railgun comes in with the Merciless, with the flank, still with the buff, looking to pick up this kitty cat, showing him who's boss. This character, not here yet. He's not Tarka's counter. Tarka's here to stay, and he absolutely gets decimated by Shang Yu with the kill steal.
Yeah, you know, Zhang Yu coming in and doing the thing here. I'm actually pretty upset with Ego as a player here. How he comes out of that Realm of Yang with ult still intact. Just press the V key. You know you're gonna come out, even if you still feel like you're gonna be forced into the draw by JDG's Chuzeng. Why are you holding on to the ultimate knowing it's going to be refreshed coming outside the Realm of Yang? It makes zero choice, and it makes zero sense to make that choice. And then on top of that, into the fight with JDG's Chuzeng yet again, he holds on to the ultimate till he's almost dead. These players, I understand that there's the threat of the third party, but when you're sitting here with Yang depletion head to head with somebody like JDG's Chuzeng who already burnt their ultimate outside of the Realm of Yang when you come back out, why are you holding the ultimate? Burn it, go ahead, get yourself a soul bloom, worry about what comes after you've guaranteed that you at least still get to play the game. I don't understand why some of these players hold on to that V so long, and there's no excuse to come out of Realm of Yang not having used your ultimate for any reason whatsoever. Chuzeng, though, still here with the Yang depletion, 1 minute and 15 seconds left remaining, trying to find that soul bloom. They are so desperate to get their hands on here, but OC Zhang Yu sees an opportunity to pick up their potential third elimination. And here's the thing, Zhang Yu starting to find that momentum that he keeps finding towards these mid to late games where he might potentially be able to pick up yet another lobby here. Railgun coming in looking to capitalize on the third party here onto JDG's Chuzeng. Chuzeng going very, very low, looking to pressure into the zone here. That zone tick starting to put in a lot of work. Zhang Yu, though, sees the opportunity here, is going to come in. All they need to do is clutch out a single range shot here onto Chuzeng. They're able to find a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. They're going to come over the top, looking to find it. Who's going to find the elimination? Is it going to be Zhang Yu or TE's SO Railgun? Zhang Yu, desperate for it, will find it. That's going to be the third elimination of the game, and Zhang Yu looking to clutch out the potential 4-piece for the day with 3 eliminations under their belt. They tie things up with TE's S Railgun for the leader of the lobby. WBG Spider able to come over here and find themselves another legendary staff to go along with a legendary set of armor, setting themselves up for the heal off going into late game, Raven.
You're seeing such a juicy Spider going into this end game. He has 30% health, 10% attack, and 50% melee. That is a juiced out zipping. You don't want to be on opposite end of that, especially if it's Spider, because he's going to take advantage of each of the situations just the same way as Shangyu. This is what you want to do as Matari. As I was saying earlier, if you're looking to get into range, especially in tournament form, one of the places you want to start is with this pistol. It's going to be there as your tried and true finishing out those last hit situations. You're seeing Chuzek able to get away over and over, but Shangyu was able to get that pistol shot, find that feed shot, poke him to death until he eventually caved in. Now, normally, if you had a bow shot, that shot would be extremely difficult, but with that shotgun pistol, you're able to just put a giant cursor on your opponent, even using the grapple, to use that little bit of grapple aim assist to land that Shanahan. Now we have Spider, who is fully decked out on Jin. Spider is going to be unleashed. He's just like Mike. He never takes his foot off the gas pedal, especially in these weeklies. Now, in the finals, Spider is definitely a little more tempered, but in these weeklies, going into the last day, he's kind of just trying to get out of here. He wants to eliminate the lobby as fast as possible. He's already secured first place. It's impossible for anyone to pass him. He's literally almost 3 solid good games ahead of the rest of the lobby. That is how consistent WBG Spider is. Spider is just in a league off his own, ahead of the pack, with Shangyu and Kaibao poking at his heels. But the difference between Spider is he is just incredibly consistent. That means at many points of his strategy, he is just outthinking you. He's putting himself in these situations where he is more likely to win than his other opponent. Now, is that just by feel? Is that by strategy? I'm sure Spider has a great mind behind him that helps him with all these strategies. Just by how put together I see his gameplay. Just because he has the best fighting mechanics doesn't mean he chooses the best overall strategy. For a while, he was choosing Yodo, and Tryhard was telling me, he was in discussion with Spider, that he was like, why are you choosing Yodo? That pick is kind of troll, just because in this current meta, Yodo traditionally has been one of the best defensive characters in the game, because when you get to that heal off situation, you have this giant ult that heals you, and you have an F3 that absolutely bullies locations, so no one can fight you in these CQC scenarios. But then you add Feria. Feria has an ult that she can do over and over without going into it. It gives her 50% ult charge, but she can slam you, denying that heal, denying you that bully situation. He also has a gold F. The Guma Sap also gives you a combo, and as I was saying, all the Spider looking to get Matari's lobbied here. It's kind of sad for me, Runekeeper, that all these Mataris just get absolutely picked off in this target selection, because she is my favorite double pick. But it looks like, as I feel when I'm playing her, when you get to these end games, because your ability to move is really good, you still need to be able to heal, and you don't really get enough space to heal. As Spider cleans it up with that gold staff parry, taking down Shangyu. I know you're doing really well, but it's WBG Spider. I'm here at the top. Get back down there.
This is really unfortunate too, because Spider pressures onto Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu is able to find the escape, except TE's S Railgun is waiting in the wings with that Merciless Havoc, catches out Zhang Yu, and all of a sudden Zhang Yu finds himself getting lobbied due to a just poor third party. And unfortunately for Zhang Yu, that's just the way it happens sometimes, right? Like, you find yourself in a suboptimal situation where Spider was able to sort of catch you out and start creating that pressure, and then off the back of that, these other players look to capitalize. Railgun was one of those players looking to capitalize, and just puts them in a situation where WBG Spider is now able to keep the pressure up and onto Oshi Zhang Yu and keep it coming. And because of that, Zhang Yu just not able to get away. away doesn't really play out the way Zhang Yu was hoping for. He tries to play a little bit of the mind games with the positional on the Matari and the Invis, but WBG Spider knows how those mind games works, knows where you're likely to run away to, and is able to follow it up. And unfortunately, when you are WBG Spider and you have a legendary staff, you're able to pump out so much damage so fast that parry typically wouldn't be a death sentence on most other weapons, but that staff, when it's legendary, the parry follow-up into riposte literally just does the full health bar of Zhang Yu, and he doesn't even get the option to keep playing the game past that. You make that one mistake, Spider gets the read, and you find yourself sent back to the lobby. We are down to our last 4 players as Zone 6 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 7 in the next 22 seconds here. We're going to see things get interesting. Railgun using that Merciless Havoc just to buy himself space. The problem being is Railgun has picked up multiple eliminations this game off the back of that sort of surprise tactic, right? We saw it during his first Realm of Yang fight against Kai Bao, where he just lets that blue rip, lets that abyssal aura come out. Wolves Kai Bao not expecting it. And then a second time in the Realm of Yang against Kai Bao as well, he comes in with the staff, swaps things up, and all of a sudden lets that Merciless Havoc rip. But this is the problem with using a Soul Jade like Merciless Havoc to buy yourself space in a final zone like this. Everybody sees you constantly letting it rip, and you're giving that tell away. You're letting these players know you're going to continue to throw that Merciless Havoc, and then players like WBG Spider have the read on you, come in, pick up the parry, and very quickly you find yourself sent back to the lobby, Raven.
Oh my god, Runekeeper, I can't believe he just went so aggro right there. He just sends both of the blues back to back. The no mix-up ends up getting read like a book. Just absolutely checked out from the library. Just the definition of do not spam blues. Just max range blues over and over, really exposing his hand. And like you were saying, he was having a lot of success surprising players with that Jade. But once a gig is shown, like the gig is up, you can't be just throwing out these merciless blues and expect these players at max range not parry. That's just so ambitious. Now we have Jin and Panda Man in this endgame. Jin pretty much secure to make it to finals. I'd say around 34 points is really, really safe. The people we're gonna have to sweat it is definitely Fong and Demo at 25 and 26 points. As much as Demo, we saw him in the leaderboards, he's had some mixed results for the last 2 days. It is still really, really good if you're doing better than KLI Fong. Now, finishing up this lobby, this last round of the day, we got Panda Man. He's in the mech, but Spider is on that zipping, who is super juiced out of his mind. He has massive health tapes, he has melee resistance, he has max attack, and he has that gold staff with the sap. He's just looking for that parry. He absolutely deleted getting with that parry. He did almost the full health bar of my man. Spider wants to go home, wants to lay in bed after a job well done. He absolutely dominated this lobby, showing everyone how NARAKA should be played on every single character. Spider holding the center, having all the Jades in the world, looking for the hit, not afraid to release the blues, forcing Matari out into the open. There is no mech to come down. This is Spider's game to win. He's gonna look to get a parry on Jin with the sap, gonna get the bloom, gonna get the F on top of the ult. Panda Man with the mushroom, a latch-ditch effort to take down this juggernaut, but Spider cleans it up, and it just looks like another day in the office, Runekeeper. Look at him.
Oh my god, absolutely. You know, though, here's the thing. I was just talking to somebody about this in Twitch chat while you were doing an incredible job casting this final circle for the last game here, is that while Spider might come out on top here and is at the current top of the leaderboard, it's actually OC Zhang Yu who will come out the overall top player of the day with the triple MVP for the day and the most score, not only for today, but the most score in a single day for this week thus far. If he comes in and has a repeat performance in his day number 2, Zhang Yu will easily find himself overtaking WBG Spider.
You love to see it. I love good competition because it forces these players to the next level. It's really tough to stay motivated once you get to the top. And I know Spider mentioned it when he was at the top of Nbpl multiple weeks, and then also going to Worlds, winning the final trophy. He lacked direction. Now, I don't know who got to him. Whatever motivational coach, he is doing just fine because he is basically 3 games ahead of everyone else. Everyone has a lot of work to do going into these finals, and even though Shang Yu is showing the lobby what is possible, that these top players are mortal, you can't take them down, they do have weaknesses, and he's finding these nice holes in the early game transition in the mid game and that mid game transition in the end game. A lot of the Yang, when it first drops, no one knew what to do. You mainly see the best fighters just going off, popping off, absolutely bullying the lobby. But now you're seeing, as this meta developed, these players finding different ways to get cheeky power spikes, spots where they have a little bit better gear, a little bit more confidence, so they can go after these top players who have all the advantages in the world. But once you get one of these weird Jades, like you were saying, like an Abyssal or a Merciless, if you get that opener and someone's not ready for it, you're going for a ride. There is no Dagger Jade that is bad. This is one of Fong's kind of secret weapons. Every single Dagger Jade is good, so naturally he gravitated to that weapon. And when you get this stray hit from someone, you take them for a ride. There are so many different combos now. At this point in NARAKA, almost a year and a half in, it's so crazy to think that NARAKA's been around for this long, that combos have been optimized to the moon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's something I want to remind our viewers at home. You know, there's a lot of talk going on in Twitch chat right now, and it's easy, you know, we get into the analytics and stuff, and sometimes we forget that players might not know some of the rules here in the NBPL. So I want to talk about the fact that in terms of hero selection for this final game, you have to remember that in solos, we saw a shift last year. You're only able to play the same hero twice, one time. So if you've played Tarka G twice, you are forced to play a different hero every single game. A couple of people talking about the Takeda pick coming out here from Demo in this last game, but Demo unfortunately had kind of already exhausted his picks throughout the day. He chose to play that Tarka twice. That actually served him very well in games 4 and 5. He had a much better performance on that Tarka that he's more comfortable with during both of those games. He really wasn't down to too many viable meta picks left for him to take going into the day. So you've got to remember that these players have to play different heroes every single game when it comes to solos. And then a WBG Spider here able to walk away the MVP here for game number 6. 4 eliminations, a first place finish, going to be walking away with a game score of 10.4. Zhang Yu a little bit lower down than he wanted to be in this game with 3 eliminations and a 5.7. But AOW's Mike able to hold on to top 3 with 5 eliminations. He'll be walking away with a game score of 6. The other thing to keep in mind for our viewers at home, when you're watching those scores on the far left, that's their overall score thus far for the week. So a player like WBG Spider, this was his second day. You only get 12 games throughout the week. So WBG Spider has already had his 12 games for the week. Players like OUG's Panda Man or OC Zhang Yu, on the other hand, this is their first day coming in to their bi-weekly, meaning they only had 6 games to put points up on the board. So you're going to see those big gaps like WBG Spider, who has double the amount of points of, say, Panda Man this week, but Spider has had double the amount of games. So for you people watching at home, you have to understand that there is still 6 games to be played for many of these players. OC Zhang Yu being one of those players who has a high chance of very easily outpacing WBG Spider, given the fact that he walked away with not 1, not 2, but 3 MVPs today. The only other player to ever do that in an NBPL solo day was WBG Spider. You can bet money that WBG Spider has got his eyes on OC Zhang Yu after today's performance, Raven.
Exactly, Runekeeper. Man, what a change of pace in the meta. Every single week of NBPL, always something new with the Justinas coming out. Now, I think the elephant in the room is Mike's performance today. I love Mike to death. He is one of the biggest inspirations for NARAKA for me. His aggressive style and his hold style was what I based my initial style off of in the game. Now, Mike, with these 5 kills, makes a rookie mistake by overextending, going for the absolute gold. Just even with the ballistas firing off, just keeping going with that Feria. Now, it's not even like he needed to take his foot off the gas. He could have just slowed down slightly, just a smidge. He's going like 150 miles an hour. He can go 120 miles an hour and still go ahead of the pack. And he ends up overextending and dying. This is something that you don't see Spider do as much as other players. Spider, usually he will get aggressive, and as soon as someone else comes in, he's able to play the scenario perfectly where he gets the other person third pod while maintaining pressure, and he yoinks the kill. Now, both of them really good at picking up the soul blooms after their fight, but there are certain situations that I know Spider just doesn't put himself in. Now, it looks very subtle because he's just taking a fight after fight after fight after fight. But if you're looking to learn Naraka and you want to get in and start winning some of these tournaments, think about where these players are taking the fights, what kind of terrain are they in, and what characters are they playing with which weapons, because each one has a different advantage. I like to explain it like it's kind of like Pokemon where water beats fire, except now it's weapons, it's terrain, it's a character instead. You want to think of these countering situations to give you every absolute edge to win these situations and come out on top. Now, as you're seeing Shang Yu coming out, having a stellar performance, like you were saying, RuneKeeper, and you didn't really see super dominant play. We'll be right back when the interview is ready, and afterwards we'll wrap things up for you guys, folks.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite Chu Zheng from Jingdong Gaming to our interview. So please, Chu Zheng, say hello to our audience first. 先楚正跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是京东 Gaming 的楚正。
Okay, welcome. So finally, we saw players play Akos in our competition. So why you play Akos in Game 5? 那也是终于我们看到了今天比赛当中玩狐尾英雄的选手啊，也是要问一下楚正，为什么第5把选择狐尾呢？
因为我想试一下，我觉得这个英雄打火龙果应该还可以。
Okay, because I want to have a try. I think maybe Huwei is really suitable for the map Hollow Rose. Well, not only today, also like in the beginning of these seasons when there is like nobody play Valda, you play Valda, and now nobody play Akos, you play Akos. So why you always choose the hero like not so popular? 那其实不光是今天啊，包括在赛季之前，我也发现，在大家都不怎么玩水娘的时候，你玩水娘。今天没什么人玩狐尾，你玩狐尾，那为什么你总会选择这种可能比较冷门的英雄去玩呢？
我想尝试一下，我觉得挺好打的吧。就是他打因为火龙国那个选的英雄都比较复杂，所以说试一下狐尾也不会被点到决赛圈什么的，然后就试一下。之前的水娘是我跟一个路人的高手学习了一下，我就试一下。
Okay. Also because I want to have a try, because in the map Hollow Rose, everybody choose the hero like consider a lot of complex situations. So I think if I choose Akos, like in the final circle, maybe nobody will find me. And also in the beginning of the seasons, I play Valda because I learned from a really like skillful players, so I want to have a try. Okay, so let's move on to a new part. Answer for treasure. And this time's question is, how many games did Xiang Yu from the team OC win today? 那今天我们这一次的问题是翔宇今天赢了几把比赛呢 ？So please, 楚真 how do you think 翔宇 's performance today? 那你觉得翔宇今天玩得怎么样？
玩得很不错。他是不是拿了3把天选？我应该说什么？
没事。Okay, I think he played very well. Also, let's talk back about Akos. 那其实也是想要说到胡伟 because everyone knows in this patch, 胡伟 is not the completely patch in this time, but when the next Akos come, when he have F3 and V3, do you think Akos will become the key hero of the game? 那等下一个版本我们这个 F3 V3 的胡伟来了之后，你觉得胡伟会变成单排的重点吗？
应该不太会，因为这个英雄决赛圈比较弱，但是肯定是有人会玩的。
Okay, I think maybe not, because I think in the final circle, Akos is not really strong. But there still will like a lot of players to play in the next patch. Okay, please come on time. 那也是请主持人给我们倒计时一下吧。
好 ，3, 2, 1.
Green shot. Okay, do not miss the prize, everybody. And I want to talk something out of the game. Did you see Spiders and Pandamans cosplay Tarka? 那也是要问一下主持人有没有看我们小蜘蛛和熊猫人的这个季沧海 cosplay？
看到了。
How do you think about that？ 点评一下。
啊？什么？
点评一下他们俩的 cosplay。
潘达曼那个让我记忆非常深刻，他戴那个假发配那个衣服，让我感觉他都是个女的了。
Okay, I think Pandaman gave me a really deep impressions because after he put on his fake hair, it just looked like a girl. So if you have a opportunity to make a cosplay, which hero you want to do the cosplay? 那如果让楚征选一个想要 cos 的话，选谁？
那我就 cos 一下胡维吧，好吧，这个看着还是比较适合我的。
Okay, so I want to choose Akos because I think Akos is suitable for me. Well, so how do you think Akos outfit? 那你觉得胡维的外形怎么样？评价一下。
很男人。
I think he's really man. Wow. So you like the hero who show his muscle in the game? 那你是喜欢就是可以展现肌肉的英雄吗？
那我只是觉得他的衣服看起来比较 man 嘛，比较男人。
Okay, because I just like his clothes in the game. Okay, so today this week is the final week of this season. So during the whole season, anything you want to say in the interview? 那其实这一周也是最后一周了嘛，一个双周了嘛。那其实经历了整个赛季，有没有什么话想在这里对我们所有的观众说的？
争取拿一个周冠吧，第四周。
Okay, I want to get bi-weekly champion of the fourth bi-weekly. I remember in the last season you got 2. Is that right? 啊，其实上一个赛季是拿了2个周冠，是吧？对。Okay, so why these seasons still have no champion? 那为什么这个赛季还没有拿到周冠呢？
因为前面我在试东西嘛，然后一直在尝试其他英雄，然后有一些也没有处理好的，都没打好吧，也属于有一些没打好，然后就没拿到嘛。
Because in the beginning of the seasons, I have tried a lot of new things in the game. I still want to do more details in solos. So maybe there is still some problem for me, but I will do it better in the following games. Okay, I know that all the preparation is for the grand final. So good luck for you, 楚征。那其实我也明白，所有的是为了我们最后总决赛做的准备。那也是希望你可以有好运，好吗？
好嘞。
Okay, that's all for the interval. We'll come right back to the casters. Bye bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Leah, thank you for the lovely interview. And JDG's Chu Zhang there, he's got it right. Fashion truly is the end game, like you were talking about earlier. You get that happiness buff, that cool factor where you're like, yeah, I am looking good out here on the map. Chu Zhang gets it. He is a man of culture, and we love to see it. But man, Raven, what a great day of solos coming through. OC Zhang Yu coming in and tying WBG Spider for the record, almost breaking it, not once but twice. In the game where he gets second, he's literally 1 kill away from that 4th MVP. This game, he's really setting himself up. Unfortunately, he finds himself falling down to that sort of third party where Spider sets him up and Railgun really kind of catches him off guard there with that Merciless Havoc. And then Spider, of course, comes in and does what Spider does and knocks down the dominoes that he starts on a tilt. More than happy to pick himself up the elimination there. But Zhang Yu, very, very impressive day coming out from this player. He still has a second day to play. I can't wait to go look at the final stats and leaderboards after this, because Zhang Yu really going to 45, 48 point day. Very easy coming out of this player. And he has another 6 games to potentially put points up on the board. And he's sitting in second place against veterans like WVG Spider and AOW's Mike, who have already had both days to come out and put points on the board. Incredible coming out from this player.
As you were saying, Zhang Yu, I think What's really crazy about the whole thing is he's not like Spider and Mike when it comes to going into Yang. Now, he did go in a little bit, but he doesn't revolve his strategy around it, and that just gives a ton of hope for all the other players. If you're looking to get in a tournament in NARAKA and you're any of these other players struggling, you don't need to let it get into you that you're not going into Yang. Zhang Yu showing that there's another way to win these tournaments, perform super well. Now, it still means that you're gonna get into fights, but where you get in these fights, Zhang Yu has figured out the secret. He's going around picking up these tough kills, and he's targeting his competition. Now, a lot of these players are willing to go for any other player. Anything that bleeds, they will scoop up, they will slurp up those kills. But in order to be the leader of these lobbies, to play for that top 3, you need to take down your competition. Now, looking at the leaderboards to end the day, Shan Yuan not having the best day, only 2.2 kills, even though we saw him a ton in fighting. Axiron 4.1, better than she's done in the past, so she's continuously improving. Ego also getting in fights all the time today, still banging his head against the wall, trying to make things happen with 11.6. Unfortunate for him, but 11.6 still a respectable scoring. Now moving up in the leaderboards, we got Fong, usually at the top of the leaderboards, playing very solid with his dagger, messing around a little bit too early with the Wu Chen F2, but you like to see it. I love to see that new play, but 25 points and a second day, he's gonna be popping up. He's most likely gonna qual. Demo, a little bit on the cusp this first week. He ended up getting first place, around 40-ish points, solidifying his finals run. Now, will he make it this time? Now, I think Demo came out swinging, trying out some new strategies, so I have a lot of hope for the homie. He needs to keep going at it, playing a little bit closer to the meta of what characters were doing. I think he had like 70% accuracy. He had 4 out of the 6 lobbies correct as far as which character he should pick. Chu Zheng, an absolute monster day, 32 points, with Jin having an okay day, playing that placement, having a 13.5, probably securing his placement though at 32.5. Now the top 8 where all the big hitters are at. Railgun actually doing super well, getting into the top 8. Now he's probably gonna get pushed down to the top 14th, but still respectable day with a 14th and 18.9. Normally he's at the bottom. 225 didn't play today, but Panda Man again in the mid-range. He's always on the cusp, being one of the veterans, having a really strong day with 24.5. And Shaw, Tryhard always talks to me that Shaw is one of the stronger players, one of the aggressive players, one of the ooglers. Unfortunately, he hasn't had his pop-off, but he's still right there knocking on the door and could be considered one of the dark horses going into the finals. Now, your favorite Kai Bao not having the pop-off day. I was excited to see your boy, to see what he had prepared and what he did so well his first day. I didn't happen to capture that day, but still 48.2, most likely gonna qual. And Shang Yu, like you were saying earlier, Runekeeper, with his record breakings, with all of his new found confidence, who do you think going into these finals is gonna take it? Who are your picks? Who do you think's taking first? Who's your dark horse?
All right, so it's going to be very interesting to see how finals goes. Solos in the next week, our last day of solos going forward is going to be very intriguing to see, because Zhang Yu does have another 6 games to continue to put points on the board. Very clearly a 48-point day. He's bought his way into finals already. We know this. He's going to go to finals. The question is does he keep the momentum going forward for his last 6 games during the regular bi-weekly, and how does he perform in finals? This is something we haven't really seen from Zhang Yu, a massively good performance during the week. Does he end up making it to finals and continue that sort of momentum and energy, or does he follow suit with some of the other players like TE's S Railgun, not your WBG Spiders, but your other players who typically will get in there with these sort of high scores and then not perform during the bi-weekly? Or does he follow the pattern of players like WBG Spiders and AOW's Mike, who are able to get in with these sort of big point leads and continue to carry them during the final? That's going to be very telling of this player as a player going forward in the future, because we've never seen them in this sort of situation. They typically kind of come in the middle of the pack, have maybe 1 or 2 pop-off games overall during a bi-weekly final, and then because they were middle of the pack, they're a little bit higher up. They still get those placement points to go to Worlds, but they don't have those sort of big explosive days like we see out of them here today. It's going to be a very, very telling week how this player continues to grow, and this week's going to impact that greatly. I want to predict that Zhang Yu is going to come out on top. Don't get me wrong, I would love to see Spider take 2 and then Mike take 2, but it would be very interesting to see this sort of dark horse player all of a sudden come out, find his legs here during the last bi-weekly of the season, and kind of put a little dot at the top of the eye and be like, look, I am here to play. I'm not just this middle of the pack player. I am here to compete. Walks away with a bi-weekly final, gets those coveted points to go to Worlds. It would say a lot about them as a player. So I'm gonna put my money onto OC Zhang Yu, but if I had to put my money on a second horse, I'm looking at AOW's Mike. He didn't have the performance that he wanted to have today, but this is a player that is extremely hungry for it, and we saw that coming out of their play style today. And we talked about how WBG Spider not quite as hungry for it as he's been in the past. So AOW's Mike has him in a little bit of an edge in terms of that thought process going forward. So I would put my secondary bet on AOW's Mike. But that's all the time we have today, ladies and gentlemen. Raven, thank you for coming and being my co-caster today. Ladies and gentlemen of NARAKA, thank you for being such a lovely audience. And of course, thank you to all of the incredible players today who put on an incredible show for us to cast. That's going to be it. We're going to see you guys tomorrow for trios. Till then, keep being amazing, and we'll see you then.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down, push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times.